don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare for your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie and an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Yo, what's up? Mic check. What's up? What's up? How we doing? I need to turn
Black
something
people,
down.
are you ready to revolt?
Yeah.
Black people,
Yeah,
are you ready to revolt?
All right, what's up with the people? How y'all doing? Hopefully we can have a cool show. I'm just doing some little research. Ain't like I got a presentation. But it was things that I've been telling people for a while that I want to be able to show us. Hopefully we can get a cool build popping off. You know. Let's go.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherett, whoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Nijar was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers. Dead Perry.
All right, what's up? How y'all doing? Yesterday, sometimes I just leave my computer and fall asleep. Then I'll come back to it and see where I left off yesterday. And be like, oh yeah, that's right. And I'll pick right back up at that research. Yesterday, I was trying to show us all, peace to the chat, peace to everybody. Yesterday, I was trying to show us all, what do the metal netter words you used in the first few bars mean? Something about netteru. Melodic script in my cartouche. Cartouche is a French word, so I corrected it. Melodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them archers. Harkoof. That's in my shinu. I'm Benu, giving y'all truth. So since I said cartouche, in the next line I just corrected it and said shinu. A shinu, is the name that encircles the king's name. I mean, it is the circle around the king's name that appears like a oval shape or what have you. It's a shinu. Benu is the bird that we know as the phoenix. Benu. So let me show you. Shinu and Benu. Let me see. Yeah, I said that's in my shinu. I'm Benu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorites should be chartreuse. All facts. Let me see. Shinu. So capital S-N-W. I'll put an M. Capital S-N-W should read what we're looking for. So you kind of see a shin right here, this circle with the line under it. But this says a food offering. But it's still like the same thing. It is the circle. Because when I take the W off, you see it leads back to shin. Right? And here it goes again. All of these circles, right? Protective symbol behind figures of the king. So the name of whoever that is somebody think they popping is normally the king. But you will see other people who ain't the king in the shinu sometimes. Very rarely. And even some netchers in the shinu, as I learned from my man Chris. There go Chris right there. So y'all see that's a shin. So that's what I said at the beginning of that song. That's in my shinu. And I said Benu. If I could take you right back to here and show you Benu. Just put a B, an N, and a W. Right? Or you could just probably put a B, an N, and a W. So let's find Benu. And that's funny because I'm looking for Benu, and look what pops on the screen. On bite Seth. See? And this is crazy because this is what I want to talk about today. Seth. Being coming from Kom Ombo. But they telling you right here, Ombite is actually Seth. But that ain't what I was looking for. I was looking for Bennu the bird. So maybe I'll just go Ben. Ben is bad, but Bennu ain't bad. See this negative particle Ben, it also could be bad. Here go Bennu. So now we see Bennu is what they call the Phoenix. What up, J Mill Chris? What's up, Bennu? Bennu is also who they call the Phoenix. So I said, that's in my Shenu. I'm Bennu. Now, if you know the history about if you know some of the, I don't want to say history. If you know some of the mythology behind Bennu, I'm just going to go Bennu, Egyptian bird god. According to Egyptian mythology, Bennu was self-created, being said to have played a role in the creation of the world. He was said to be the Ba, personal component of the soul of the sun deity Ra, and to have enabled the creative actions of Atum. Yeah, so we're gonna Sarah Sin don't know much, Venom. He's here to learn, but he often makes these outbursts whenever he think he knows something. He should just fall back and learn sometimes, because I teach from primary sources. Shout out to Sarah Sin. I wish you well in your life, and I hope your scholarship getting better. But right now, it's currently like, whack. Now, as we went over the 049 Niu glyph yesterday, what we pointed out to the people and what should be apparent to all of us is there is no ancient Egyptian word to be found in the Wörterbuch, because now this is beyond the TLA. We're looking through Wörterbuch entries. Don't trip, Sarah Sin. You're going to learn something today. Now look, this 049 glyph, the circle with the X in it, what I call X marks the spot, in any of these definitions over here, you will never see, and we did it all yesterday, we never see one identified as land. The only one in the history of the translations of ancient Egyptian words, for real, that's crazy, that you see translated as land is associated with the name Kemet, which they say means the black land. But that's not the focus of today. But if you want to let that be the side focus, the sub focus, notice as I go through this list, everything with an 049 glyph or this X in the circle is not going to say anything about land. And so let's be clear. Do we understand what the world is when somebody say the end of the world? Well, in most renditions of the end of the world, it's not necessarily the end of the earth. A lot of the times, the end of the world is the end of the systems we set up on top of the earth. All of those systems, all the way down to, what's up? Tribute phone in the building. Hey, the only one, now I'm reading your quote. I'm tripping. I was trying to say what I was saying. Well, what's up to you? Shout out to Montu. I see you. The only one translated as land is to say is in the word Egypt. And again, since my thought flew away, I'm going to proceed. Now, when we was talking about Seti, I made a few claims that it could represent Egyptologically the land of the bow. A good definition. We do have a bow that appears to be a Seti, but when we look into the dictionary, what we find is the action performed with the bow. A bow is really called a paget, but there might be a Seti bow, but the action performed with the bow is called what? The The action performed with the bow is called, dang, they're going to give me this many entries? They tripping. All right, I'm going to do it like this. What is the action performed with the bow called? It's called shooting. And what is this word here for shooting? STI. We probably get Seti out of that. So right there we would see, without it even being equated by others, that if the say shoot is Seti, and then we got Ta Seti, which is the land of the bow, we both see shooting and the bow being related through this term, Seti. But strangely enough, the Greeks, when they got to Egypt, they built, the Ptolemies built, and some say rebuilt on an old site, but they built a temple to Set, not shooting, not the bow, but they built a temple to Set in where? Kom-Ombo. So we would ask, why would the Greeks want to build a temple to Set in Ta Seti? But when we look at the text, we learn a lot more, because the text will tell us it don't got nothing to do with the Greeks, right? If we keep analyzing these terms, we come to the name of this city. Now, I told us this a long time ago. Look, I mean, we all analyzed this a long time ago. I don't like to be like I told us this. But this is something I want us to see. So this is going to be what they call Nakata, y'all. Nakata wasn't called Nakata in ancient times. It was called Nub-Yet. And we can clearly see it's written without the gold here. We see X marks the spot of the city situation. So we got Nab-Yet. And we got a lion head, which normally indicates power. All right. If we continue down this list of entries, next we see Nab. Okay. So let me go back. Nab-Yet. I said Nakata. Take that back. We're about to come to that. Let's think Southmore. This will be the Southmore, as we see the second entry is letting us know that it's Kom-Ombo. All right. So this one is Southmore. The Yet. When you see the Y, this is me telling myself. When you see the Y, remember it is the Southmore of the two terms. Because when we go down here, we see Neb-Wet. Now notice it still says Ombos, but what do you see different? It doesn't say Kom-Ombo. Ombo is gold. Kom is like a tail mound. Old extraction. Kom-Ombo. An old place of gold, basically. But y'all can look that all up. That's what that means. So when we come down to here, what does it say? Cult site of Seth. See, here's the problem. When we look at the term Ta Seti, we won't find this because Ta Seti is a bigger region than Nub-Wet. Nub-Wet is inside of Ta Seti. So now we see in Nub-Wet, Nubia, I mean, you know, and I hope y'all don't like that, dislike that. That's possibly where that comes from. Eventually. It's the areas we call Nubia. Y'all see it says the cult site of Seth. Who is Seth? Seth is Seti. So now we see Ta Seti. See, Sarasin? Sometimes you should just chill. I come on when I stream. I definitely don't be thinking about making you mad somewhere in the world. I be coming on to show what I see. So like my brother Venom K pointed out, and like I'm about to show you here with primary text, we're not looking at that yet. We're looking at dictionary entries from the water bus. Now, the point is the title of the video. Sorry I said. That Set was venerated first in Ta Seti. Again, don't think I'll be doing videos to get at you or nothing. Sometimes people hold their phone adversarially as if y'all FaceTiming or something. I'm talking to everybody. So now look. The cult site of Seth, 5th district above. Now remember when I said Noob Wet was Nakata? They telling you here, this is Nakata. How they telling you that? 5th district above. District is a known. Let's go to the known map. How can I find them? Here we go. So now we see some stuff, all right? Because we was talking about these Set Kings and these Horus Kings, some of these first people. Now it's telling us more, it's giving us more indications about what I say is the Battle of Horus and Set, which is the original unification of Egypt. I got them. What's number 5 say? See? Come on, bro. You got to look at multiple data points to form your conclusion, all based on material, not just based on what I think. Look, Nakata, number 5. Y'all see that? Got the same name, Noob Wet. Let's go back to the TLA. What does the TLA say? The 5th district above. So this is the same thing, Noob Wet, Ombo. So this was the cult site of Set. Nakata. Anybody tell us that? Oh yeah, you've been needed that rinse. But I'm going to hook that up. Shit. You feel me? Neb Wet, RSA Noob Wet, Ombos, cult side of South. So that's the 5th district. Now let's go down one more time. Now we've been talking about this T, this I, and a W. If you put a TU on there, it make it a people group. Luckily, it's not a W on this term. Nibuti. Nibuti. Nibuti, however you want to say it, right? The one from Ombos. Again, since it is a TU, it is the one from and not the gold one, right? That's because there is an option here, just like in the term Kemet, there's an option here for this being a toponym derived from a toponym, but there is differences in that statement because when you talk about Kimi, the god who existed before the name Kemet, then we start to get some issues. And there's no place called Kim. And he necessarily wasn't associated with Kom-Ombos. Kim, the god. And so there we can see clearly. Now we could go into some of these texts, as we will. Texts that associate Set, right? It says the one from Ombos, Seth. So this is the term we should scrutinize. Nibuti. All right. And as we look at this term, we'll see how far back this goes. Here we are. All right, so right here we see it says Old Kingdom. Look, Unes Pyramid. Also, we in trouble then, huh? We in trouble. Unes Pyramid. Pyramid text 242. Line 335. So basically we see here Unes related Ombos, the people of Nakata are Nakata to Set. As it shows us here, the one from Ombos. The flame has been extinguished. No torch can be found in the house where the Ombite is. Let's look at this footnote. It didn't really tell us much. All right, so let's see what else. Still in the pyramid of Unes. Let's see if we have something relate. Here we go. The Ombite is high on top of the row of chapels. That's cool. So basically on top of the row of chapels, the Ombite, the one from Ombos, that means Set. That's why they got Seth in parentheses. So Seth is on top of the chapels to Unes. But let's look at this next one. Pepi, Old Kingdom. Pepi's power is Seth. Where is Sarasen right now? See? This is why sometimes cats should just shut up and at least watch 30 minutes of the show before already contending with some shit. Because soon as you get right here, you dead. Look, Pepi's power is Seth. So is Seth related to foreigners? Yes or no? We go through primary text every day. Oh, well, let me say this clear. We look at digitized versions, right? Oh man, somebody who's studying could deal with you. You messing up the class, Sarasen. You talking about Seti is a long word, bro. Like, calm down, bro. So Pepi's power is Seth. Huh? Now, you're about to learn something here even more. The word they learn in this text right here is literally STSH. Sutek. Sutek. You see that? This is a different word for Seth. And while you stuck on Seti, they letting us know exactly who they talking about by calling him by various names. Golly, this shit be crazy. Some dudes is just square daddies, though. Only place I ever dialogue with square daddies be on YouTube. See them dudes in real life that gets no convo. Now let's look at this. Nibuti, the one from Ombos. Okay? High is the Ombite at the top of the chapels. That's the one that we read already. Ra will be high. The Ombite will appear. Do we know what the Ombite is? So some people don't know. Like when you say, Levantine, what would you say? Canaanite? Ite means one who descends from. The same thing, Canaanite and meteorite, the ite means the same thing. A meteorite ain't a meteorite until it hits the ground. Ain't no meteorite flying through the sky. Meteor flying through the sky. So because it came from a meteor, it is a meteorite. Because it came from Canaan, it's a Canaanite. So when this says Ra will be high, the Ombite will appear, where did it come from? From Ombo. Hey, just so you know, I'm not really, I don't really see that good, Sarasin, and I'll be like squinting to see text. Your level of information and your whatever you got to say is unsquintable. I won't waste eyelash energy for whatever you're trying to relay. Your information, normally people do two things when they want to take in more information. When they're surprised, they open their eyes. And when they don't believe it or they're kind of baffled or bewildered, they squint. Your level of information desires neither, bro. So I'm just letting those things that you write just look like all kind of letters. You could write scribble scrabble. I won't be able to distinguish the difference, bro. Ombite. So the Ombite is the one from Combe Ombo. To who? Pepe the Second. This ain't Ones no more. All right, we went from Pepe the First, who was waiting the highest, the Ombite at the top of the chapels. So he got the one from Ombos at the top of the chapels. You will take that root that comes from Shutu, which Horus and the Ombite kissed. So who kissed it? Horus and Set. God, we was talking about Horus and Set from a long time. On that beautiful day at the beginning of the year. See, people won't really understand all this. I don't even think that beautiful day at the beginning of the year is what we think it is, but I don't have any history with this text. So I'm going to do the knowledge on this text and see if it is leading to what I believe it's leading to. He said, just blink. You don't have to open your eyes, close your eyes. Hey, no, you know what's something I realized about my eyelashes the other day, though, on some funny stuff? Look, you know how you get older, obviously your vision gonna deteriorate. But when you're driving at night, you know how the light, it goes and the light will shrink and it could be indication of like cataracts or something. And you see that light streaking, but nah, if you got eyelashes, the light, now this is, y'all gonna think I'm crazy. Dude, the light is, I've seen this in science. So you take a hair lash, right? And you put it in front of a laser and you're going to get an interference pattern on the back of the wall, on whatever receives the light. Do you know that be happening with your eyelashes? And so this is why, look, drive at night. If you get those lines, when you see bright light, you see like starry lights going in different directions. To prove you wrong, that ain't your eyes. Some of it might be your eyes. Open up your eyes really wide when you're seeing that and watch it go away. And then you can stop and focus on one and you're going to see like, oh shit, it's doing the same thing an interference pattern is doing. What is happening is some light is coming towards your eyes and your eyelash is slicing the light into multiple light rays. And then it hits your eye. So now you see, I don't know what they call it, when the light is smeared like that at night. And you see stars, you see hella stars. Well, just try it tonight if you think I'm crazy. Try open your eyes up and you're going to see that shit go away. And you're going to say, damn, that boy hard. So So then go cut your eyelashes. You don't need no damn surgery on your shit. Get some glasses and cut your lashes. Shit, I don't know. But anyway, back to this. So now we're in the new kingdom, right? And for to qualify some of the things that the brother Sarah Sin was saying, we might or might not see the nature of the god of Ombos. Yeah, it might be stigmatism, it might be cataracts or something. But it says this is the I think it's called astigmatism. But you can open your eyes and see it ain't astigmatism. And you've been and gave the doctor some money because your eyelashes had you tripping. Let me see. Oh yeah, your texts are still blurry to me. Y'all let me know if I need to ever focus on Sarah Sin text again. This is the root which emerged on New Year's Day from Shia. Oh no, that's Sia. Because that's not transliteration. To the nose of Horus and to the god of Ombos. I think they still talking about Horus and Set even in the New Kingdom, and it doesn't seem pejorative. But check this out. Now we're in the New Kingdom, and what does this read? It says this is from Karnak Amen Hypostyle Hall, probably. Exterior north wall. It says campaign against the Hittites. So we're 1,000 years later, and let's see how they are attributing Set. Who runs through the battlefield like that of Ombos. They said Nebu. Now let's go back and see if that running through the battlefield was a good running or a bad running. Because if it's the enemy, the running is bad. But if it's talking about them, then it's possible that this type of running is good. All right, look. Yep, this is good running. It says the mighty one, mighty like the one who creates him, who illuminates the two lands like the one who dwells on the horizon, who is great in strength like the son of Nut, the strength of the two lords, Horus and Seth. There you have it. So Horus and Set ain't even bad to them at this time period. But the dude, shout out to Moontooth for deleting the blabber. Boom, you got sniped in the chat. Doof, 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 doof. Arrows up. You just got hit in the eye with an arrow. Oh, Sarah said we got archers out here. Somebody said, doof, doof, doof. All right, who is great in strength. Now, what do we learn from this? We should learn at least a little bit of something. The brother was just telling us, Set is bad, Set ain't this, Set is that. Yet we're in the temple of Seti, or during the time period of Seti the first, someone who was actually named after Set. Named after Set? Tell me you named after Set. And Cat still thinks Set was bad. So you see it says date, Seti the first. You know, let him talk, but shoot him, pop him whenever you so feel. Whenever them remarks is done, pop, 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 pop. Them ain't even pops, them arrows. The chats is the streets and have fun with it. But we back to the info. So where we at? Now it says who runs through the battlefield like that of Ombos, who is the great in terror like Baal over the foreign lands, who unites the two lands, who is in his nest. Now remember what time period we at, so I don't even have to go in with that. All right. But you clearly see that he wasn't even represented as negative at this point. And probably by this name, we won't find him. I don't think we'll find him negative by this name. Because this is a toponymic name for Set. Nebuti, the one from Nebu, and some will say the one of gold. Right? And so nothing is, look, that of Ombo, Set, who was before all Lord, the great God of the first appearances. Yeah, thank you, Reggie. People don't even know Set defended Ra, what, against the Apis or the Black Pig? No, Set became the Black Pig, but he defended Ra against on the sacred boat, bro. Thank you. But this is what happened, y'all. Egyptians didn't give Set to the Hyksos or to the people, to the Aamu. They chose Set. And then Set became vilified. And we can prove that. For you, look, we're proving it now because we're all the way to the third intermediate period, and we can still see some initial in Gebel Barkal. So this is way down. This is, but hold on, Gebel Barkal Temple, the first court, Victory Stela of Pi. So now, bruh, this is on the Victory Stele of Pianki. For you are the ones of Ombos, chiefs of Upper Egypt and Mantu. Now let's go in here. I ain't read this text, but I know this language. Watch how this works. When we go in here, they ain't even about to say nothing about Lower Egypt. Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm wrong? Y'all think I'm going to wager this ain't even a bet, but I know how these texts work. They don't care about the Delta. You're going to get that crown by default. If you got the power of Upper Egypt, you getting that other stuff, man. Don't even trip. Now watch this. I just said that on a whim because I read a lot of these. I have not read this. But if I click in it, no place in the codex is they going to be tripping off. They might mention it, but they not about to be tripping off. Now, see, King of Upper and Lower Egypt, son of Pai. But let's look where he draw from to get that. They're going to go straight to Upper Egypt. Nimla, it's all kind of stuff happening on here. This is some king. Now, here goes, let's talk about this because when you know that the L and the R shifts, and you know the T and the D shifts, I always looked at this king like Nimrod. Like, man, they made up their stories about Nimrod off of dude. Because that L could be a R, Nim, and then that T could be a D. You know how you say ta, da? But anyway, I don't do that pseudo shit, so let me apologize. But I just was like looking at that like, how come nobody went into that? Probably because it's not nothing under it. See, they be making up their stories about people off real kings that they heard of and then be messing it up. So I'm going to try to get to this text a little bit quicker by clicking co-text. Now, we did see the mention of, I told you, look at this. I told you. Now, look, at the beginning it mentioned upper and lower, but look what this say, and this is P. Anki talking. I mean, they talking Pai, Stella Pai. Oh, now look. Peace be with you. How do they say that? Hotep Ek. Hotep Ek. Right? I cannot look upon your face in the day of wrath. Nin, they negated it. Manin E. Ma'a is to see. I can't see Hor Ek, your face. Literally. Now, why this is later. This is later Egyptian. And so you'll see some grammar change, but it's still following the same stuff. Negation at first, then it's to see. Look. To see. So not see. Now this is I. I don't see Hor Ek, your face. Face Ek, your, you. M upon or in or on. Heru, day. I don't see your face on the day of what? Of wrath, of anger and discontent. So what does that really mean? I cannot, it don't mean I can't look upon your face on the day of wrath, bro. I'm saying it sounds like to me you don't be there when it's popping. I can't see your face on the day of wrath, bruh. When it's going down where you at. But I could be wrong. Ek. I said ek because they put a vowel in some place, right? Else you're going to be saying K. And we don't think they said K. And so they think it might have been a vowel in front of it because it's a suffix, so it has to be connected to the last consonant and separated by a vowel. As it'll constitute a consonant cluster. And we don't think it was part of a consonant cluster. So we think it was a suffix K. So yeah, I'm just helping out. You didn't have to retract that, but I feel you. So you had to put ek on it like that. That's what that is. Ek, yeah. Now, I cannot look upon your face is what they wrote, but when we read the Metal Netter, it seemed like I don't see you when it's popping. Look, not is first. Let's see if I'm saying this wrong. Negate it. Now, this is C, not C. I not see. Look, I not see. Look, what? Now, face. I not see face your. Bruh, I don't see your face. When don't I see your face? On day of belonging to, on the day belonging to anger. Bro, I don't see your face. I don't even see you when it's popping, bro. But it could be K. It could be Ka. It's not a standalone pronoun. That's definitely wrong. I can show you in the dictionary. So independent, they're not called standalone. They're called independent. Independent pronouns have a whole category like who. Well, you would be thinking to share maybe who, to, and a few other ones. But K is not independent, as you can see indicated by the equal signs that's always in front of it to show you it's not a standalone. It can't stand alone. So these equal signs mean that it's attached to what's before it. So when we read in the transliteration and we see those equal signs, that's what that means. Whenever you see this, it's attached to what's before it because it ain't independent. Anointed Sadat with the contribution. I love that. And we're going to keep the good teachings and try not to fall off track. I ain't watching shows that slander me no more because I always want to bounce back. So I just can't even look at that. So I don't like to I do it, but I don't like that shit. So I tremble because of your reputation, right? For you are the one of Ombos, God Seth, chief of Upper Egypt, and Montu, the bull of strength. Where is Lower Egypt at? Now watch this. I'm going to show you where Lower Egypt at. Right here like some suckers. As for any city against which you turn your face. Oh my God, people look so dumb when we go into the primaries. Hey Reggie, guess what's coming next? They punk ass Mediterranean. Look, as for any city against which you turn your face, warlock, you cannot find the servants there until I reach the islands of the Mediterranean. You can't make this shit up. How come you can't make it up? Well, what he said is, look, man, I'm the chief of Upper Egypt. I'm the chief of the black shit. The part where they say, well, the only place you see black people now is when you go to the South. But that's what they was telling you. Look, man, I'm rocking with the guy Seti. I'm the chief of Upper Egypt. Show me Lower Egypt on here. He said, look, man, I don't care about that. I can't find no servants till I reach the islands of the Mediterranean. Man, this should be too. This is why Dr. Rebecca Wang instructs us to get into the TLA and to learn the language. She kind of like said, be like the archers. Tell the truth. Somebody got a good question in the chat. You eat raccoon to Pan-African James. I would get in a situation where I definitely would eat a raccoon. I'll kill that motherfucker with my hands and eat it. And I don't even need no good ass fire. I'll just do primitive fire. But if I had a chance and life is still civil, I possibly wouldn't taste that. Do y'all see what they really said here? First of all, he the god with Seth. He the chief of Upper Egypt. And he down with Montu. But for all these cities who turn their face against him, you cannot find a service there until I reach the islands of the Mediterranean. Then once you get to the Mediterranean, you can make some servants. He didn't say that part. I kind of like put that on there like, you know what I'm talking about? All right. Now, for I am in fear of your Ba. Ba ain't might, but I guess they want to say your bite, your soul, your spirit. It is his flame that is hostile to me. It is your majesty's heart that cool. Is your majesty's heart not yet cooled by these things you have done to me? So you see right there, he didn't even claim nothing about Lower Egypt. They don't care about that. They going to slap that up. But I got off track. Let's get back. We just had to illustrate that. Let me see if I can click back to find where we was at. All right. So remember, this is a dual analysis. One thing you're noticing is that, dang, every place I see a circle and an X, I really don't see it saying, hold on. Every place I see a circle and an X, I really don't see it saying land. Well, let me find tribute phone so you can get your wrench. Say something. You might have just said something. Let me see. There you go. You need to be a manager moderator. All right, there we go. Now look. El Cap, Hyrcanopolis. Inhabitants of Hyrcanopolis. Notice this NEU sign ain't nothing saying, even though he's going back and forth, I told you this is a dual analysis. Notice as the NEU sign ain't giving you no land over here. I got to the end of the list last night after we got off the phone. Last night after we ended that show, right? And guess what happened? The only word, just like we said. Oh, yeah, here we go. I'm about to beat I did this for Reggie, too. So, so many distractions when I'm looking through this research. Well, just know I'm going to end that by saying the only word when you get to this list that has that sign translated as land is Egypt. So we got a complete problem. I mean, a universal problem. We are 100% correct, y'all. Like, it's too many data points to show you the fix was in. They didn't want to say they called the shit black because of the people, so they just thought up some fake shit. He even said, dude, I found out something crazy today. Look at this. I'll be doing my research. I'm going to go show y'all some shit I can whip out at any time. The black land is so dead. When you come into the Coptic dictionary, this is why they don't want to, they're not dishonest, y'all. Look at what scholars put. The black. That's what Egypt means. I mean, that's what Kemet means. Kemi means. Land is in parentheses. Please ask yourself, why do you put things in parentheses? You normally use parentheses to explain what is denoted or evident, or maybe not so evident. It's called the black, but we want you to think land, so I'm going to put parentheses next to it. But these parentheses are not constituted by anything in the translation. The translation translates to the black. We shown this plenty of times. This ain't what I'm trying to show. I'm going to show y'all this. So look, now look at this. The reason why they have to translate it like this is because of what the source material renders. Look. Translate this as anything else than what they saying it means, the black. Watch this. And this is from the Life. Oh, well, I'll use the top one. Thou hast brought us forth from the land of Egypt. Well, we know it's not Egypt, so we're going to see what it means. Now, it say the black. He can't put land there because land is already in the text. So this literally says, thou hast brought us forth from the land of the black. Go ahead and say, all right, my eyes came to read what you, let me see, I'm going to read you right now. So the Egyptians will have imagined that the thunder god said, thunder god? Oh my God. Somebody pop him. Man, I might have to do that myself. Hold on. You need a 10-second. I'm giving you a timeout. You just said the thunder god. You get a 1 minute timeout. Next, you getting 5 minutes. Now, you can't talk for 1 minute. 60 seconds and ticking. Did he just say the thunder god? Come on, y'all. Honestly, I hope y'all know the interaction between Cyrus and it's making me some content. Like, I ain't really got nothing to do. So that's why I only put him on a 1 minute timeout. But's better after that, Cyrus. You should just shut up and learn though, family. Respectfully. Like, for real. Now translate this the way y'all want to translate it. It wouldn't make sense, huh? Look. Thou hast brought us forth from the land of the black land. Got him. Thou hast brought us forth from the land of the black land. No, it don't say that. And so this is why the scholar has land in parentheses. Because the source material renders the land of the black. Well, if someone is confused, let them be. Yeah, the land of the black land. And Sandro Capocicci points this out too. Like, see, when we get grammatical, we try to form arguments, but you just gotta go with grammar is formed in real life. And people ain't gonna say shit that don't make no sense in their real life. Like if you just said land, you ain't gonna say land again. Let's go to the land of Oakland. Nah, you gonna say let's go to Oakland. If that was indeed Oakland. Now, it would, you know what I'm saying? So if it was the black land, this person right here would have said, thou hast brought us forth from the black land. It just would have said Egypt. There would have been no the land of in the Coptic here. But I want to show us something else. All of this be making sense with black people and stuff, not with no goddamn soil. He went to the black soil and became a martyr. What was he, like a super farmer and he just died farming? He went to Egypt and became a martyr would be cool. And he went to the land of the blacks and became a martyr would actually have something to do with martyrdom. Like you would be like, oh, okay, but whatever. These are some of his sources, but what I want to show you goes deeper. Because we don't stop at the digitized versions. We never do, right? So let's come here. And now this is going to get you. Because this is what my research is right now. It's either Champollion, Thomas Young. I'm trying to see who is this first person. First of all, the on the top of the page, what do y'all see? This is why I be getting like these dudes is crazy. Let me go back and show y'all how I arrived here, dog. This shit is crazy. Watch this process. And you can repeat this for any person. Come to the Coptic online dictionary, right? And it's gonna look like this. I'm gonna show you the whole process. And this is why I'm saying people just gotta be dumb. Look at this, y'all. Come to definitions and write Egypt, EGYPT. Write that definition and then click search. This is what's gonna happen. I want y'all to see this whole process. Now, it's giving you a list, but notice all of the words. You don't have to notice too much. Bruised, dark colored grapes of Egypt. The black land, Egypt. That's the one you want. Click on that. So we're in the Coptic dictionary at the rendering for Egypt, right? And they tell you that it means the black with land in parentheses. Click on their source for that. You just click right here. And the first shit you gonna see is black person at the top of the goddamn page. Look, you can't make it up. Look. Now let me show you something about what's this, because I'm familiar with this page. This is an entry preceding the entry of Egypt. It is the root what Egypt is based on. From the page prior, look, let me show you. Everybody know Kim is the root to Kemet. No one's arguing that. It's not. Everyone argues it is. Now look at this. If you put a T on this, what we learned is, that's what I'm saying. My man, Jador Rian. That's what I'm saying. Look, if you put a T on Kamet, you got Kamet. We learned why the T falls off in Coptic and it's consistent. It just fell off. And it's replaced by an I or an IE sound. Now you see Kimi. Everyone see I'm not fooling. I can read everything. So these are two dialects. I don't know the A dialect though, but that's Semitic. And there is an A dialect of somebody was talking about all these expansive dialects of the Coptic. They are there. All right, y'all see Semitic masculine and feminine, we would use Kimi. And we can see the sources in Cairo right here, right? With a variation of Kami or Ka right there, right? Now we see KMME, Kim-me, and we see Kam, right? We also see Kam, like, so this is a different KH sound, the X. And we see Kimi, right? Kimi. And Kimi, now we have to understand this X one right here. Because when Egypt switched up to a certain dialects, this X, Egypt is pronounced like this. Now you see Kimi, now they give us Lamentations 5 from the Coptic Bible. Feminine, plural, Kama-yi. Right? Y'all is following me, right? And then we got a Kim-yi. And I think, I know I ain't messing up this Coptic Y or sound or whatever. Kamyi, the adjective for black. Now, y'all Bible people know, maybe this is Leviticus 13:37, Zechariah 6, A and B, AP, all of this, right? Sahidic Bahart, and I don't know the Z, 335S. We have it in Coptic here. Now he's showing us what? It goes back to the Greek what? Melos, for black. Then he's giving us all kind of Greek sources on that. But we have a black dog. It's used for a black dog. Here in this source, it's used for a black horse. In the British Museum, it's used for a fowl. Here we see it used for a bull and a sheep. I think these are the text Rezi used, where I am the black bull and the black sheep, but I don't even have to speculate nothing. We just looking at how the dictionary is giving it to us. Now it's used for a snake, a raven, right? This is this Kim to say that these things are black. Rarely without the knee and cam. So don't forget that this is the preceding page. Now it says preceding a nominal noun or something. The British Museum EA 1031 for magic. So think about it. Black magic. It was Kim. They would probably be Kim Kim. But they showing us that no, this is black because it's even in front of black magic. What other color magic you got? I ain't never heard of red magic. So this is the preceding page. Now, when we come to the page that we arrived at, again, I want to show people how we got here. We're on the entry for Egypt, right? And on that entry, we're clicking the source for the bibliography. And again, you're going to see on the top of this page, I just read the whole previous entry. So this is the continuation of the previous entry. It's saying that Kim, the root to Kemet, is also in Sahidic, Badart, and Fayumic, nominal noun, masculine and feminine, black person or thing. So this is what I was looking for this morning, because here go his source. What is Cant 1.4s? We got to get that. So this is why I'm just doing research live. If anybody can help right now, let's help. Let's not try to take away from everything. If you want to detract, just shut up and watch and take notes on how to detract and go detract on your show. And I ain't watching no more because I don't want to be maintaining no stupid shit. Black person or thing. So what is Cant now? This is why I'm gonna have to buy this Coptic dictionary because it ain't no echo chamber over here. Plenty of people, just because you sound stupid to everybody, don't mean it's an echo chamber, bro. Like, plenty of people mount their contentions wholesomely on this show all the time. I got people who visit this show just to mount their contentions. American Dream is one of the main ones. Logic. Hella people. But just because everybody say you dumb, don't mean that's an echo chamber. It means you hearing hella voices saying the same shit. All right. Among colors. Now when we get to the definition of Kemet, after he's describing that his root can be a black person or a thing, right? He also tells us that Kim from the same cat, I think it was cat. We got to find this Cant. We got to find Cant 1.4s and we got to find cat 147b because it proves that it's the color of the body. I'm going to open up a Zoom today. I didn't open up a Zoom in the last stream. Hopefully, y'all can chime in. But look, so let's really look at some of the stuff that he's saying. Because let's just not be like we be being. He clearly say Kim can be a black person or a thing. So can we just slow down? Because that's the same thing Sir Sonoran said. Sir Sonoran said if they wanted to say black, they would have said Kemet. Black person, black people, they would have said Kemet. Right? And he telling you, no, Kim, the root actually means a black person or thing. What part about that you don't understand, Babylon Don? Like, it's on the screen right there. Please help me out, good brother. What's up with you? Help me understand what you don't understand. Because I'm looking at the shit on the screen and I don't get it. I don't get how a person could not get this. I used to think the sheriff was anti-African too, but he really he ain't, sorry I said. I mean, I don't know. I can't vouch for him. Shit, he could be, but I used to think that, but he don't seem like it. Hey, y'all, look. Tell me what's the matter with what's on the screen. That Kim can mean a black person or a thing. And then when Sir Sonoran say that if the Egyptians wanted to say a black people, they would have said Kemet. That shit is over. I'm waiting. Matter of fact, I got a run this Friday. It's going down. Man, y'all so boo-boo. Y'all should have never made me start calling the Egyptologists. Dude, I'm somebody. I'm the dude who rock with the crew called Hieroglyphics. Are y'all stupid? If they ever liked hip-hop, they know about me. And it's been proven every time I fucking call them. Now I got access to every fucking thing. Y'all just messed up. Do y'all know that y'all messed up? Like they messed up so bad. I got Egyptologists like, oh, so you're not coming in real life? You about to just Zoom it? Because I can open up the keys to the basement. Because I'm the curator. So now I'm just like, man, they done fucked up. Now I'm about to be all touching. I'm gonna have the skull of somebody in my hands. What y'all? This year, only me and you can touch and smash. I'm the curator here. I'm gonna say I need to hold the skull of somebody. No, this is the truth. I'm making it sound distasteful, maybe, but in all actuality, it's facts. So I'm like, man, I don't want to put too high of an impression on nobody, so I'm gonna meet with them first through the Zoom once they see how real it is. But I already got the whole full access, y'all. It's ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. All them books cats can't check out. All them rooms you can't go in. Who got the keys? At least for Cal Berkeley. Mm-hmm. Because we know people. And they know us. And we're here to study. Now, when we come to this term, this is what I wanted to show y'all. All the sources he gave us to show that Kemet could be a black person or thing, or it just mean black. Actually, you got hell of them on here. Right? Come down to this and watch this, dude. This gonna make you say, oh my gosh. This is Egypt. Kimi. Sahidic and another dialect. And it is Kimi in Baharic and Kimi in Faomic. It's masculine. Nominal now, I get rarely feminine. So let's stop. Because Kemet with the T should be expressed on here, but it ain't expressed that way in Coptic, right? But look, They say it's rarely feminine, even when they feminize it in their terms, so the original might have been a masculine. But it says the black land. Now, here's something else I want y'all to notice. Crumb's writing style. Notice something in particular. His definitions in this book are italicized. You see? If he writes a rendition with italics next to something that is not italicized, that's just like parentheses to him. But parentheses was used in his script for something else. And so this is how he did it. It is consistent throughout his dictionary. You see it says the black in italics. And then land in regular print. He's showing that the land right here is just what he putting in there. The definition is the black. We can go look at all of his definitions and see that. And every time he italicized something, it is the actual definition. Look. Smoke in italics or slanted sneer. That's the definition. You see? Now he gonna get to describing it monks and demons in regular letters, but that ain't the definition. I ain't tripping off no dialogue with Saracen, dog. He ain't ready. Not for me. He might could dialogue with somebody else. I'm not even tripping. Like, that's no disrespect to his aura, though. He seemed like a cool brother. But with that knowledge and that shit, I ain't about to act like just because you cool that you got knowledge. Fuck out of here. That's what be happening. Motherfucker come through with some nice shoes and shit and a coat, and they get to talk the most. Nope. We don't give a fuck if you got swag. I ain't even talking about you, bro, in particular. I'm talking about that thing that we do in the black community. We let people who gain no information, but they got the best clothes on, so they get to talk all day and not give us not contribute shit. So y'all see that? Did I show what I needed y'all to see? This is what I need y'all to see. I didn't show yet. Kimmy, right? Kimmy, the rarely feminine, the black land. What's his source on that? That's what I need y'all to see. I dare somebody. I dare somebody to read out loud who his source is on that. Y'all see that? I told y'all. What did I tell you guys? I said, ain't no goddamn ancient Egyptian source on no Egypt being the black land. That come from Plutarch. Now look, what does it say right here? Plutarch. Kimia. So what do? We go to Plutarch. And you're going to see that they put the fix in. Let's go to Plutarch now. Other shows that don't do it like this is hella weak. They just sit up there and talk. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to have that energy. Shout out to other shows. Now, let me see. Let's see what Plutarch said. This ain't on this one. It's on another one there. So I just be knowing certain words that I remember that's around the text. I press Control F and I'm going to type darkest. And it ain't in this one there. On soils, it ain't in this one. It's in book 2, I think. Let me say book 2. Shout out to those who contribute to the channel. It always helps. And I think the last contributor with the books, the last books went out yesterday, but I want to send out some more today. So hopefully y'all gonna cop that. Let me see. Now right here, we're looking for darkness. Darkest. Dark EST. Soils. Now look. Let's go right here. This is where he say he got it from Plutarch. But I need people to look at what Plutarch is really saying. And again, some people can't understand this. So for the doofuses who be like, oh, no, hey, check this out. It ain't been nobody in the real world who said anything about my aptitude, my comprehension. No one has ever met me. People tout me as one of the smartest people they know. And I accept that humbly from people. I'm talking about my scholar partners, not my normal people partners. They are the same. But I got partners who graduated from Stanford, right? And then they went back to Cal Berkeley to become an architect just because we had a conversation and we started buying land together. And they be like, bruh, I don't be in no class with nobody who brain work like yours, bruh. So you don't have to go to school. You don't have to do shit. Just keep being your motherfucking self. That's what my partners tell me. And these are accomplished gentlemen in the world, and so I appreciate what they say. So when you get a slanderer trying to make you think that you don't understand some simple shit, man, please. I don't even deal with that type of shit. Like, I'll be like, huh, you hella puzzled. Now let's read this and see how many people gonna be able to extract what's going on here. First of all, and I'm about to talk on Friday with a specialist, and I'm not doing it public. That's little kid shit. I'm not about to be trying to get Egyptologists who know me and respect me already and expose them to these clowns. We gonna do that in the back chat. Straight up. Where the honorable dudes is at, that ain't gonna try to mess it up. And y'all can hear about it when it's written in documents for symposiums and lectures. All right? So right now, there's something happening here with Plutarch. And he comes to the point where he's already trying to break down the symbolism, as you see. The symbolic meaning of this was he's just talking about other things. So he's going into explanations. Excuse me. I should go get my water now. Explanations of the black reality that is the ancient Egyptians, that is owned, possessed by the ancient Egyptians. Now, when I say the black reality, I kind of like got that from Sandro Capocicci, because let's define this. These elements of, first of all, to include what all the Egyptologists say first. The fertile, dark, black silt. That was indeed one and only one element of the ancient Egyptian black reality. Let's just talk about the things that were black around them that they took note of, right? And this will form their black reality. If you want to try to do the same thing with any other color, you're going to fall short. With red, we could get some type of something because it falls in juxtaposition to black a lot of the times. It wasn't black and white. It was black and red. Like right now, we think black and white like opposites. But anyway, this black reality that he's trying to describe, he's forced to describe it because it's evident, and he's explaining to his people, Plutarch, this black reality. So let's go. I'm going to start from here. It says, let this then be stated incidentally, as a matter of record, that is common knowledge. But the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris, all right, and the sea Typhoon. There's your Set, good brother, Sarasin, right? This is when Set was known as the Greeks, and he is vilified here. Now he's negative. He's bad. He's Typhoon. And he's telling you that the Egyptians gave the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris. So let's slow up, because we know the Nile is happy. And we think that everybody was walking around talking about happy. But in his time period, when he got there, the Nile was Osiris. Or the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhoon, but they simply give the name of Osiris to the whole source of the facility creative of moisture. So let's slow down. Because there go your black silk right there. It really will be called Wasser then. Let me explain. The facility creative of moisture is what is, I don't want to say seen. What's the proper word? The facility creative of moisture was what is said to be an attribute of the black silk. See? It was taught to us that ancient Egyptians thought the facility creative of moisture. Let me show you. I didn't finish reading. Believing this to be the cause of generation, right? And the substance of life producing seed. I should have read that for y'all. I was just stopping at the facility creative of moisture, but y'all didn't know what they thought that was. They think this facility, what? Faculty, right? They think this faculty, that doesn't make no difference. They think this faculty creative of moisture, right, is the life producing seed. Man, I got a big ass monitor and everything, and I still be seeing shit hella wrong. But I don't care. They think it's the life producing seed. Do we got that right? At least. Let me go back and reiterate. But the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhoon, but they simply give the name of Osiris to the whole source and the faculty creative of moisture. Excuse me for saying facility. Now that faculty creative is still believing this to be the cause of generation and the substance of life producing seed. So when we talk about the Nile flooding, and they said, oh, it brought this black silk. I'm saying the evidence of that's what the ancient Egyptians thought, that silk was the cause that made their plants grow. The ancient Egyptians didn't think that, y'all. Well, obviously in juxtaposition to arid, desertous, but he's going to explain it right here. It wasn't because it was black silk. It was because it was moist. Now, let's be clear that on that. Because this dude just told us that Egypt is the black land, Egypt, and he sourced Plutarch and can't go back no further in history. All these is Bibles and stuff, right? Psalms, all this stuff. And so I know what the Egyptian source looked like. Here go one in the. Now let me show you. I did this. Look at this. This is what you're about to see. Egypt, the black land. He's using Plutarch first, which we're analyzing. He threw heck of Bibles at us. Then watch this. Now we have it in opposite the desert. in the British Museum. So we should look up British Museum 320S, but we know that Kemet is opposite Jesheret, but that don't give you the right to define it as the black land and not the black. It don't say land. Now, he got it right here. Opposite of Sheet, which I don't know, but this is the one I want y'all to see, bro. Oh my God, I hope Reggie's still watching. Look at what this one say. I told y'all. It says opposite of Lower Egypt. Checkmate. Kemet is opposite of Lower Egypt. They ass out. It ain't shit you're going to be able to do. We got it in opposition to the desert. But they don't talk about Kemet being in opposition to Lower Egypt. Because we said it was just a city. Just a little area. It wasn't the whole thing. It didn't have nothing to do with no damn silt. There's all kind of black silt in Lower Egypt. The whole damn delta is black silt in Lower Egypt. The black land was opposite Lower Egypt. And the source is right here. MISS 46668. Y'all know we going in on that. But listen what he say. But also to Theban or to Makkah. And we got to pull up this other source. Now look. Was north of Thebes. Ain't this what we said? We went into the goddamn story and found where the black land was at, dog. These motherfuckers been lying to us. James, you don't remember? When we read the story of the eloquent peasant, he said he was going to Kemet, and he went south. And he said he wanted to go to Herculopolis Magma. So really what we finding out is this Sudan black land shit just got pushed down to the Sudan. They telling you right here. What's opposite Lower Egypt? Upper Egypt. That's Kemet. But also to Theban, now we have to read these sources, right? It says, was north of Thebes, and then he got opposite rock called in some Alexandrian times. Alexandria, I don't know what Rockholt is, but we gotta look at all of that. But I wanted people to see that he clearly saying this shit. Now let's go back to the Plutarch that he stood on for his main definer, and then went to a Bible passage. This Bible passage, we're not even gonna trip off. That's crazy. Like, we're not gonna define what the black land mean by a Bible passage that says Egyptos, I guess. I don't see Egyptos or whatever. We're not doing that. That's some Greek shit. So then we're going to go back to Plutarch, even though that's similar, but he didn't have nothing better to stand on. What we proved is that anybody who did the scholastic work and they went and looking in it for ancient Egyptian sources to define this as the black land, they could not find one. Seth, thanks for asking that question. Upper Egypt will have way less black silt than Lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is the Delta. So we want to talk about the floodplain. Next thing we're going to start talking about is Dr. Peter Lacavera's work to show exactly where the floodplain would start. Even if someone maintained that Egypt was this floodplain, Kemet was the floodplain, that wasn't even all of Egypt. You think all of all of the places where people lived flooded? Why'd they live there? Why would they live there? The Black Land. Opposite the desert. So Kemet was opposite the desert, opposite Lower Egypt, huh? Let's go back to Plutarch. I ain't mad at Bobby Banker in the chat. You feel me? I ain't about to be slandering you no more, family. You can say what the fuck you want. But that ain't my character. I'm cool. But it would be cool if you could talk about some other shit. Now let me see. But the wiser of the priests call not only the Nile Osiris and the sea Typhoon, but they simply give the name of Osiris to the whole source of the facility. What, bro, if I say facility one time else, I keep putting an I here. The faculty creative of moisture, right? Believing this to be the cause of generation and the substance of life-producing seed. So they thought that moisture was the cause of generation and the substance of life-producing seed. And the name of Typhoon they give to all that is dry, fiery, and arid. In general, the antagonist to moisture, not the antagonist to black silk. See, this is what I'm saying. They saying that the reason why we see in juxtaposition the red land and the black land is because one is dry, fiery, and arid, and the other is moist. Not because one is red and the other is black. Therefore, because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, shallow color. Do y'all see it's really saying this? Therefore, because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, sallow color. It don't say shallow, it says sallow. What is sallow? A reddish, sallow color. They are not eager to meet men of such complexion, nor do they like to associate with them. This is Plutarch, right? Saying that they don't want to meet men that's red. So what color y'all think they was? Well, he about to tell you. Before we get to the black silk, because I said he's going to start having to define this black reality. So this is the point that made him start having to define this black reality. Look, because he explained to his readers that they don't like kicking it with red people. Man, I'm going to make this hella big on the screen. Make this big on the screen. Look. Right? So everybody can say I didn't make this up. Tell me yes or no, do it say. Look, they say it twice. Here we go again. The Egyptians, because of their belief that Typhoon was of a red complexion. See that? See that? So they thought he was red. So they didn't think they was red. They did not think that they were red. Thank you for saying Salo is pale or yellow. So he like pale red. Now y'all know who pale red people are. Now he gonna say he don't like to associate. Egyptians don't like to associate with pale red people. Man, let me just go back to the word right here. Now look. Now this is where he started describing the black reality. Look, They are not eager to meet men of such complexion, nor do they like to associate with them. What complexion is that, people? A reddish, sallow color. But people want you to believe that they drew themselves red on the walls. They couldn't have thought that was red because they don't like to associate with red people. They considered it brown. They considered the wall brown. He's not saying that they thought Seth was brown. He's saying reddish. Greeks had a word for brown. So here we go. I don't know Greek. I think they had a word for brown. So now here comes the black reality. Osiris, on the other hand of what? On the other hand of these red people. Osiris, on the other hand, according to their legendary tradition, was dark. Do y'all see that? Osiris, on the other hand, according to their legendary tradition, was dark. Now, notice this, Venom K. This is the same source that Crumb used to tell us that Egypt was the black. But then he put land in straight English so that people would know. He learned it. He learned it. You know what I'm saying? It says the black land, Egypt. Right? But this land is not in italics. So he really saying it say the black. Now let's look. Osiris, on the other hand, according to their legendary tradition, was dark. Now he's going to be forced to explain this black reality. And he says, because water darkens everything. That don't make sense to a lot of us, huh? Y'all don't remember? Earlier he started off by telling us the wiser of the priests said Osiris was the Nile. So now we know that this water of the Nile, let's just say wiser, W-I-S-E-R. Look, here we go right here. But the wiser of the priests called not only the Nile Osiris and the sea typhoon, but they simply give the name of Osiris to the whole source of faculty creative of moisture. Y'all see that? So let's keep on going. And he say, you know, like, now look, it says it right here. Osiris was dark. Now this source doesn't say he saw dark because he came from sub-Saharan Africa. This source don't say he dark. We just read in the source material. They still say he dark, but they say because water darkens everything, earth, clouds, and the clouds when it comes into contact with them. You hear the word earth? So they think water makes the earth black. Golly, Cats is gonna get the brakes beat off from talking this black silk shit. Look, because water darkens everything, earth and clouds and clouds. So if they thought it might not be true, it might be true to some extent. But he said two things. That they thought water had the life-giving properties in it, which it does, and that it darkens earth. Right? We need to understand this because he's going to start talking about the black soil. And we got to see how he ain't going to relate it to none of this. He's going to relate it to something else, which is going to cause you to ask, well then, how did Crumb use Plutarch? But Crumb is being honest. All he's extracting from Plutarch is the black. The black. The black. Land isn't in italics. If you know how to read this dictionary, the italics are the definitions, right? Everything else is an explanation or a source. I can take you to any other word and you'll see the same thing. Look, the italics are the definitions, see? All right? Look, on this word, the italics are the definition. And so it's kind of like he was using parentheses on the land right here as he left it out of italics. And then we're going to see why, because we're looking at his source material. Now, notice this word. It looks like it got an additional in here, but this is chemia. So he's telling us the word, and then we're going to see the word. Because water darkens everything, earth, clouds, and clouds when it comes into contact with them. In young people, the presence of moisture, not black silk, but in young people, the presence of moisture renders their hair black. So he's explaining the black reality. All the way down the hair, he thinks it's because of water. While grayness, like a paleness as it were, is induced by dryness in those who are passing their prime. So that's not true, but he thought it was because of dryness. Look. Dryness. So therefore, he thinks things are not black because they're dry. Not because of what the hell we talking about. It says, in those who are past their prime. Also, the springtime is vigorous, prolific, and agreeable. But in the autumn, since it lacks moisture, it's inimical to plants and unhealthy for living creatures. So now the springtime is when we have the inundation. After this, it doesn't happen in Shimu, does it? Poret is when things come forth. It happens in the Akit. So maybe a different thing. Those are only 3, and we got 4 seasons, so it's a little overlap. It says prolific and agreeable, but the autumn, since it lacks moisture, is inimical to plants, unhealthy for living things and creatures. So his reality and explanation for this darkness, for this blackness, is moisture. Even when it came to the progenitor of the Egyptian people, Osiris, he was dark because water darkens everything. Not because of no, it would have said right here, Osiris was dark because of black soil. And it'd be over. Damn, it would have said Osiris was dark because he dead. That's what they say. It don't say that. And this is just a Greek. This is not a primary. This is a secondary that's closer to being contemporaneous with the material we discussing. Let's be clear. This dude don't know what the hell he talking about. He far removed from any legend of Osiris. He in it almost 80 times. But he closer to it than us. And he was living there when some people were still there. Now let's go down, because now he about to beat it all up. Right? So he explained earth and clouds when it comes into contact with them, water. And young people, the presence of moisture renders their hair black. So there, moisture renders black. Moisture renders their hair black. Moisture renders their hair black, while grayness, like a paleness as it were, is induced by dryness. And those who are past their prime, also the springtime is vigorous, prolific, and agreeable. But the autumn, since it lacks moisture, is inimical to plants and unhealthy for living creatures. Now look at this. He's still trying to explain the black reality, Reggie. Look. The bull kept at Heliopolis, which they call Memphis, and which is sacred to Osiris, some hold to be the sire of the Apis, is black. Let me ask y'all a question. He's sitting there like, y'all, Osiris is dark, and water make everything dark. The bull is black, and He trying to explain the black reality beyond, far beyond the appearance of the people. He said, no, this was a whole thing. It just wasn't a one-off. It's not like to your left. It's to your left, your right, your north, and your south. They got a black theology. So he says the bull kept at Heliopolis, which they call Memphis, Menuvis, whatever, and which is sacred to Osiris, some hold to be the sire of Apis, is black and has honor second only to the Apis. The Apis is black too. Y'all know that, right? So he's saying this other bull is black and it got honors next to the Apis. Now listen to this, y'all. It says Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils. Now, all this time, he had to explain that it was called that because of the black soil. He didn't do that shit once. He finally got down. He was talking about all this other seemingly more important black stuff to the ancient Egyptians. Because Osiris being black was of chief importance. Next would be these bulls that they venerated and worshiped. Now he to the soil, and watch what the hell he say. Egypt, let's read this slow because people be having their issues with comprehension. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye. That should be checkmate right there. That should be over. They don't call it by no damn silk. He not saying, he wouldn't be saying Egypt, which has the blackest soils, is called that because of that. That's all he would have said. He's explaining to you why it has its name Kemia, which is their version of Kemet. Yeah, now we're going to spend a due diligence. They're going to put moreover in ChatGPT. What does moreover mean? Moreover. They're going to put moreover in ChatGPT. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, let's stop, because he could dead it right here and kill us all. But what does he do? He says something that supports our argument. Because all he would say is it's named after that. That's what the Egyptologists say. They clearly saying here, he's saying here, look, y'all forgot, he told us he used Plutarch. This is why you look at the shit. He told us he used Plutarch to define this as the black land Egypt. That's kind of cool, but let's listen to what he actually says. I feel what you. That's a good comment by Set Imhotep. But let's look at this. Right? Let me see. Don't even trip. I'm not talking no more shit about people. If you just want to hear my show just to see if I'm definitely not. I only be responding to stupid niggas. Straight up. You think you gonna say something about me? I get paid for making niggas look stupid. I know that ain't nothing to be proud of, but yeah. Stand on the stage across from me, that's my profession. So think you gonna play the dozens with me, I'ma cut you. So let's just fall back from that little kid shit. All right. Now look, let's get back to Plutarch. Where'd he go? I'm trying to find him. Now, what does he tell us about the name of Egypt? Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye. Got nothing to do with no damn black silk. So this is why Crumb said, oh, well, it means the black, huh? It's not about the land, huh? It's about the black portion of the eye? Interesting. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they called by. So they call this place with the blackest of the soil by the same name as the black portion of the eye. He's not saying, excuse me, he's not saying it's named after the black portion of the eye. He's saying Kemet, or Egypt, and the black portion of the eye have the same name and does not base it on the black soil. But he says Egypt, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye. If this text read Egypt, which has, well, if this text read Egypt, which has the same name as Egypt, you got to switch it around for it to help them. If this text was saying they called Egypt because the black soil was called Kemet, you see what I mean? But it's saying the opposite. It tends to disprove what people are trying to say the meaning of Egypt is. Because they indeed call Egypt by the same name as the black portion of the eye, and compare it to the heart. So they compare Egypt to the heart, for it is warm and moist, and it is enclosed by the southern portions of the inhabited world, and adjoins them like a heart to a man's left side. Whatever, ever. All I know is when looking at that, and I'm about to open up a Zoom, all I know is when looking at that, you cannot tell nobody that is a primary to tell us that Egypt means the black land.
Recording in progress.
He got that shit off the black of the eye, and he admitted it. In the primary admitted. They call it that because of the black of the eye. Now, you want to know what's hella funny? Asar Imhotep did some work with some scholars, some good work. It wasn't his worst work that he have done.
Recording stopped.
And he was proving that it ain't no ancient Egyptian word for pupil called Kemet. But I be thinking Asar is brighter than he actually is. Like, he not that, he cool, but he not that bright. Like, just straight up, that's just only my opinion. You don't have to be bright to be a scholar. You could be statistical and have a good memory. But he don't figure shit out good. When it comes to using his intuition, he get to thinking that Ra is a volcano and shit. Like, how you think, name the volcano that the ancient Egyptians witnessed. To even have that in their whole thought schemata. But I don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. You feel me? Like, you could be wrong about shit. We gonna argue about what you wrong about. But when you stop bumping that bullshit, we could talk about something else. Then we won't be in contention. But, also let's look this up. Now, this is how silly Asar Imhotep tried to be. And he's like, there's no ancient Egyptian word for pupil that is actually Kemet. And I'm like, you egghead, you're being crazy weird. You want to know why? Look at this. This word here says pupil. But it's not. See this dot under it indicates it's an eye, the pupil. But he's like, there's not no Kemet word for the pupil of the eye. No, Asar. No, this word isn't pupil. He's correct about that. Oh, I'm going to do the link. This word is the black of the eye. Kim means black. So if someone says the black of the eye, you're being completely anal and rather childish for saying, well, it don't say pupil, it's just the black of the eye. My brother, the black of the eye is the definition for pupil. So if they say Kim, referring to the eyes, they're talking about the black part. Therefore, Kim would mean pupil. Now, let's take this into account with what Plutarch just said. He said they called Egypt by the black portion of the eye, and we clearly see a term for the black portion of the eye called Kim. We've been looking for a term for the black silk related to this shit anywhere. You can't find it. But everything we finding is there. For our side of the argument, we're not the ones short on source material. Now, if I click this Kim, it's even going to be more apparent to you, because sometimes it's going to be used as the black of the eye. Well, they only got this one attestation, so I can show you some other ones, though. Right? It's the black and the white, but this is one for a pupil. Let's see. So this, at the moment of a pupil, at the movement of a pupil, or it says the moment, but what you should take this as is in the wink of an eye, basically. But they're saying at the moment of a pupil. And then this says movement. Movement, you see? This says moment. This is just, I've analyzed this before, and we can probably go into the text and see. It's something like, it's like how we'd say at the wink of an eye. Or maybe not, let's see. Never has this been seen in the writings of the ancestors, and never has this been transmitted from mouth to mouth except by His Majesty himself. At the moment of a pupil, at the moment of a pupil. And they actually doesn't say movement. And it's a Kim over here. And they really say M Kim in I. So they thinking it's talking about an I either. But indeed, we could go look at other texts where we could just go look at Kemet. It's also used for the eye of Horus. The black portion of the eye. So now we got Plutarch saying here again, it has the blackest soils, but they call it by the black portion of the eye. He could have ended it for them and y'all could have beat us. Y'all could have went to Plutarch and say, look, right here, it's saying Egypt got the blackest of soils and they call it that because of the black soil. In his list of black realities, the soil was the third thing that he mentioned. He mentioned Osiris being black first, and because of moisture. Then he mentioned the black bulls. Then he said they got black soil and they call the land Egypt because of the black portion of the eye. God. So that don't help the others, huh? Because that's like, damn, well, we thought it was because of the black soil. And on top of that, he mentions the soil. So you can't be like, well, he didn't mention the soil. No, he's saying, hey, you know what? That's just like being like, I don't know, my analogies ain't working good today. Some days my analogies be on hit. Some days they just don't. And I don't think they on hit today. To help me illustrate what I need you to see. Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soil, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye, Chemia. All right. So, indeed, I don't think Walter Crumb was dishonest because he only put the black. Because that's all he can extract from this. The blackness of soils and the blackness of the eye. Well, all you getting is black. Oh, but let me put up the chat and hopefully somebody could come in and get it popping. So I talked for hella hours. Sorry, saying this ain't your show today, but maybe if you want to do a whole presentation on my show, I'll let you, bruh. But I don't want to fight and argue. So, you know. I'm banging on the desk beats. Do they bump? I know they got bass in your speakers, huh? All right, I'm done. Somebody hit that link. I sat here for 2 hours showing the shit we could have seen. That black land in that Plutarch just like we thought. They don't got nothing before Plutarch. And on Friday, I'm sitting down with somebody, a specialist at this. We getting down to the bottom of the bitumen. See, I ain't no sucker, so I'm not about to ask nobody who say they already know me when I contact these Italians. Oh, Smash, what's up? I'm not about to be like, can I record our discourse for some YouTube? Oh, hell no. That knocked me down a few flights. I just want to holler. They talking about, come on, let's do breakfast and a coffee. So we just got levels to this shit. I just put up the link. Feel free to hit it. Don't even trip. Hopefully we can get James in here, Reggie in here. Where y'all at? You see, I ain't trying to maintain no stupid shit. I'll be cool. I'm going to show y'all a video I was watching while we wait for people to come in. It be so much funny shit. I be on. Y'all want to know how I find all y'all old videos when y'all fucked up and y'all thought y'all took it off YouTube? And I be having the clips. I ain't gonna tell you. There's ways to do that though. Ain't shit off YouTube. But it's just off your page. But I'm gonna go to this thing I was watching. So when we watched the video of Gozy saying Egyptians was black, and then think of how he switched up in the 3 years, how that make us feel? Huh? How that make us feel?
Chief X recently did a presentation on my channel claiming that the ancient Egyptian people were not black. Do you agree or disagree with him?
No, I disagree. The Egyptians were black. They were.
Question I have for you, my brother Ngozi. Chief X recently did a presentation on my channel claiming that the ancient Egyptian people were not black. Do you agree or disagree with him?
No, I disagree. The Egyptians were black. They were.
Question I have for you, my brother Ngozi. Chief X really.
Hey. I don't know what to say. Oh, somebody hit the link though. Hit that link so we can get it. Oh, there you go. Reggie Marbury in the building. Reggie Marbury in the building. They call it after the black of the eye, Reggie. They don't call it after no damn suit. He said it with his own mouth. You feel me? I'm waiting for Reggie Mike to get in. Yo, is your mic ready? Well, I'll just keep building till the mic gets right. It's all good. Feel free to hit that link, y'all. Going to make the show go a couple more hours because I talked all my talk time is up. My talk time is up. Mic check, Reggie, you there? Man, oh man. So yeah, ain't no bad energy in my spirit. Ain't no bad vibes. So I know that negative tone y'all want to hear come out. It ain't gonna be coming out. So that's over. I don't even appreciate having to hustle and toil like that. You know what I'm saying? Verbal lip wrestle and shit. Fuck all that. And I don't wish nobody nothing, no bad. I don't. Let me see. The head is bald. Hold on, we waiting on Reggie to come back. I don't even know what text I'm looking at right now. Oh, they gone. Due diligence. We on to taking this argument to academia. We didn't got past all the crabs in the barrel. We at the top of the rim, and find out we're gonna fall in a boiling pot. You didn't got past all the crabs in the barrel just to fall in a boiling pot. Nope, I ain't falling in the boiling pot either. I'm gonna walk the rim of that hot pot and go find land. What's up with a good guy? Cause
Yo, peace,
Reggie
peace,
Mike
because
ain't working.
Reggie ain't ready yet. I just want to say, great research. You got it to where you showed it how you got to where you at, how you get to the source, even to where it says the black land
Exactly.
or whatever, and it goes to why they say it. So it kills them right there. I'm just waiting for Reggie to come on, but it just kills them. I don't know what they're gonna say next. Like due diligence said, they're gonna put more over in in the chat GPT. It'd be like, y'all don't know what more over means. I mean, what else they gonna say at this point? I just don't get it. So more over.
My man just said real quick. My man said this channel. Shout out! I never seen your name before, George Steels. Nah, this page ain't advanced. This channel ain't advanced, family. Sometimes we deal with highly specialized material, and you'll notice when that's happening. But then we'll go back down to step A sometimes. But we just in the middle of a highly technical argument. So some of our sources is that right now. But on certain days, you will see it start from step one. So shout out, good to see you here, and thanks for watching. What's up with who else just tapped in? A good guy, who else? Somebody that just tapped in. Oh, Eddie King. Don't beat us up yet, Eddie. Let us live for a minute, bruh. Don't start the Eddie fight to like 30 minutes. What's up with Jay? But you still welcome to speak. How you doing?
Peace. All is well. I'm good.
Oh, I forgot. See, that's another person who come and don't agree with what I'll be saying about 60% of the time. Eddie. He welcome. Just because he ain't never called me nothing, I just went out his face. We just do it like normal black men. We ain't gotta go to. Here's the thing: those extremes we be going to, we could just keep it on the middle ground a bit. You know what I'm saying? Like you could get, like even on the hoop court, you ain't gonna throw a full elbow to somebody's face. You might just hit them with a bow by the stomach real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like cats is coming with bows to the face and shit, trying to make you leave bloody. And I'm like, let's cut that part out, man.
I got you. But my thing has always just been the identifying the term Egyptian with that's kind of related and associated to a specific time period back to the indigenous population, that we talking about. Like, is there like because to my understanding, like if we actually refer to the people back to their actual names, the conversation will be a little bit different because we won't be able to group all these people groups who into this one term Egyptian. Like they Kedi. So basically most times these nomarchs, are different and they wouldn't be what we wouldn't identify them all under one umbrella term. So that's kind of where that's kind of like my problem. Like, like they're not Egyptians. Like, so can we come to a conclusion? Can we come to an agreement? Like, can we have a conversation where we just don't refer to them as Egyptians?
Now that's hard
Yeah,
to do. So this is the thing. I agree with your research and your stance. It seems to be your working thesis, like you want to do your research on that. And it's like
mhm.
this. When we are having that conversation, we have to give all attention to all the detail you're talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? When that is the research question on the table. But when that is not the research question on the table, it does nothing but complicate things for us to try to refer to terminology that the majority of the people don't know. And so that's what I'm saying. Even with my book, I know I could have said Wasir, Asar. I could have said Kenti, I'm into you. Black like Kenti, I'm into you. How many people would have seen that on Osiris on Amazon and knew what I was talking about? And so, in a sense, when we having other conversations, we use these terms, so to speak, not layman terms. Egypt ain't a layman term. We know what it refers to geographically. But if we're having a conversation like that, you demand that all the attention to detail and the proper scrutiny to the nomenclature needs to be paid in that instance. But if we just talking about something else, you can't be like, hold up. They're not Egyptians, they Setians. Because it's just messing up. We ain't even talking about that. You feel me?
Okay. I dig that. I dig that because from what I have studied, it's like the Middle Kingdom, the Waset, that area right there is really what, like, if we say who is an Egyptian, an ancient Egyptian, that would be where I would go back to Menhotep the second. I would start at that 12th dynasty and with him. You know, that is an Egyptian. That Middle Kingdom, that Waset area, that Badarian, you know. So can we say that the Badarians are different than the A group?
They will possibly be. They're separated by a few hundred miles, and we don't know how much of a difference that. I mean, L.A. black people different than Oakland black people. We still genetically ain't different, but we got different cultures. So,
So would we say Egyptians are Badarians?
I mean, we all black, right? But we
So
just got different cultures.
what separate? Peace, everybody. Peace, smash. Peace, brother Reggie. Due diligence. That good guy, brother Eddie.
Peace.
What separates the Badarian from the source culture? What material separates them? Burial or or do they have the same burial cultures? Or that's what you would use as an identifying marker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you
we
now.
can hear you, brother Reggie.
But let me just answer James real quick. That's Maria Gatto who's pointing out that the differences that Reisner and Bresnik manufactured. They said they manufactured those differences because of how it went down. Like that first, they was fighting for excavation rights. And one school won one area. You know, they like switched. One had got Nubia first, then they switched Breaston and Reisner. And so basically they got rights to two areas of Egypt to excavate shit. And they came up with these classifications like, you doing Nubia, I'm doing Egypt. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't really
the
nothing
French.
else.
You talking about the French and the British? They was fighting for
no, I'm not talking about the physical fight they were having. I'm talking about scholastically. I think Breasted, one of them, Reisner was with Harvard, I think, and Breasted was with another school, the Oriental Institute. And they was trying to get rights from Egypt to certain areas. So they had to have their own conventions amongst themselves to be like, look, I'm going to let you do over here, you do over here. But what found is when they started coming up with material, they didn't want it to be all just the same shit. Like, oh, you coming up with what he coming up with. So the classifications, Nakata, A1, A2, them was all made up by Breasted. And the other school was like, okay, we calling ours Nubia A group 1LB through X. And eventually we start to think that these are just two different ass civilizations. And so it's Maria Gatto who's doing the work to show us, no, that's not true. Basically what she shows is the difference between the material culture, what you're going to find in the burial in the Kata and a burial in the A group, it'd be like 2 or 3 items different, bro. And then they'd be like, both of them all have material Nubian items in them. So this saying to say, oh, this is different people because this grave got a bracelet and a ring. But they still all got ostrich feathers and all the key elements that let you say, hold on, Nakata pottery. Reggie was waiting to speak. Peace, Reggie. I yield.
Oh, I think that you're correct. So to answer the question on the Badarian,
The Bedouin group is 1,000 years older than Nakata, right? So if you look at the dating, what they say is okay, the Bedouin is about 5,000 or earlier, right? BC. And Nakata, you look at Nakata's 4,300, and then they want to try to put Nubian A older, maybe
So,
36,
so Reggie,
right?
would it be the M-ration?
Say what?
It would have been M-ration.
Say that again.
So is the M-ration is after Bacardi, Darren, right?
I don't understand the word.
I mean, maybe I'm not saying that right. M-ration.
Immeration.
Are you trying to say
Yeah,
I
with
don't know.
an
inundation? You mean?
A. M-ration. It's a culture. So where does it go? It goes Jersey, Nakata 1, Nakata 2, the M-ration culture.
Oh, I don't know what culture you talking about.
Yeah. Well,
It's the
I
last
have to
one.
find the definition of it. Can you spell it so I can look it up?
Okay. Yeah. A-M.
I thought I only had the ancient Egyptian. Now I got to do with English. Spell the word.
And forgive me because this is just stuff I remember reading. But M-ration, A-M-R-A-T-I-O-N, I believe.
The Arab. Okay, so that's another name for the Nakata groups. But then they changed those names.
Is that like a
Right?
bridge culture? Yeah.
They changed those names to Nakata 1, 2, and 3. They thought that felt better. It felt actually better than the Amoration, because where did those terms, right?
Okay.
So okay, so now I know what you're talking about. So yeah, so okay, so the Bedouin culture is 1,000 years older, right? And what you find in the Bedouin culture is you find that the red and black pottery pretty much starts there, right? The red and black pottery starts there, but there are also Ethiopian wares that are red and black, and I think another color might be blue or white. So okay, so that's a good point. So because it's older, that Badarian civilization, the Badarian culture, Badarian culture, um, you find key elements coming from the Western Desert, but you also find a Nubian population. Nubians were everywhere. And when the problem is when I argue with the people that just want to do English grammar and look for loopholes, they can't deal with Badarian culture. So I think that we need to pull up Badarian culture and look at it specifically, and look at what the materials found, the DNA in the culture. So the Nubians seem to go higher than Abdu and Thinis into the Badarian area, which is geographically more northern. And then they might have resettled later, and that becomes Nakata, but it's not too much actually different. So what we have is people leaving out the Badarian civilization on purpose, because then Nubians are interacting with those from the Western Desert, which makes a lot of sense. And then this new population comes back down to Nakata. And then that begins the formation of what you would call, what we call is pre-dynastic ancient Egypt, right? From those cultures. And so I would say that. So if we want to pull up and we should just deal with the Badarian culture. But I do want to give 10 stars to Smash Rockwell for this show, for tracking down where we get the issue of the black the soil, right? Or the and tracking it down or the black land to Plutarch. And so now Egyptologists, when we bring this to their attention, when Smash brings it to their attention, they have to deal with the source material. And in my upcoming presentation in another week or so with Egyptus, I'm going to add I'm going to add some of this, because what we find is that the Greeks begin to name the Nile. So what we really know about some of the things we think we really know about ancient Egypt is not from the culture, is from the Greeks. It was always from the Greeks. Because, for example, the Nile, why do we call the Nile the Nile? We call the Nile because of Nilus, right? Nihilus is a deity and kind of or a not if not a deity, a king, not a king or queen, or from the ancient Greek Nihilus. And Egyptos, the problem is Egyptos is also he becomes the king of Egypt, and his father was Balas. And Balas is, and sorry for taking away from the argument, but I'm just saying how this relates to what Smash was saying. Balas is a Libyan king who takes over Egypt. His name is Balas. In the Greek version of things, they're mythological. So this Libyan deity, this Libyan king, he controls Egypt, becomes the ruler of Egypt, but he's from Libya. And that makes a lot of sense because you can go to the period of the Libyan kings of Shoshank and those groups of people. And so that's when the Greeks may have some some interaction, but not directly, maybe from the Sea peoples, the Minoans, and those groups of people. And so the Greeks now are listening to these stories, and then they're creating stories based on the people that's bringing them fragments of information. So Egypt is Egyptos, and he is a king. He becomes the king of Egypt. Balos is Libyan, that is a ruler of Egypt, not the king, no, well, a ruler of Egypt. So he's a king of Libya, but he becomes the ruler of Egypt. His son, Egyptos, Nihilus is one of those Greek terms. And so what Smash has done is Smash said to the academy, to the Egyptologists, when he gets to talk to them, he gets to say that your thinking of the Black land and the Black soil comes from Greek sources, not from ancient Egyptian sources. So that is that's huge. People might not understand what he is saying. I did find another version of Kim, if I can pull that up. And
Can y'all hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
now I can.
Oh, I'm riding low, so this is when I just go to my store to take my break. But look, I found out my brother, I knew he was from the continent. I found out that he was from the Sudan, bro. And he been living over here for 20 years. And he say everything we say, bro. But guess what he tried to tell me in the store? He didn't know. He thought I was just an American black dude. He thought Kemet meant the soil too. But I'm gonna see if he there, and I'm gonna get him to come on live and talk about. He gonna tell y'all, man, they've been moving our families out forever. Like he like, dude, that shit is all us, and they stole it. And I hope y'all don't believe that they telling the truth. This is what he's saying.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful because there's a sister I've been trying to get access to. She calls herself Daughter of the Nile, and so she's Nubian, and she goes back to Nubia to try to kind of have, a moment of understanding who she is. And I think her name is Nada. And I saw her on one of the other shows that do. And she met, she met a Nubian person, and it was kind of a folklorist, but he had a map of the old Nubian villages before it was flooded out. And what people don't know is that the area of Nubia that was flooded out, it was full of palm trees. People don't know that that area wasn't desert. It was full of palm trees, right? And so what we all now have, what Smash just talked about, is, well, when Egypt was a British protectorate, yes, when Britain was a protectorate of Egypt, then that's when they got strong, because it was really part of the British Empire. And so what they did, there was a conflict, Egypt tried to attack Sudan. They did. And the Sudanese, because it was all one, Egypt was bigger than what it was because of the British. And then what they did was the Sudanese rebelled and beat the brakes off of the Egyptians and the British, forced them to move back, and then they drew this line. They actually drew a line. So we need to investigate that, because what we think is Egypt, right, is only because of the lines that was drawn because of the fight. So the Egypt that we're seeing now is or the territory that we're actually seeing now is being mislabeled. But what Smash did was go back and do the hard work. See, the people that we're arguing with, they want to argue English grammar and people that speak English, right? And you can't directly translate Egyptian words into these other languages because they don't know the culture. So I want to pull this up and I'll show you just if we can.
Brother Reggie, I'm sharing my screen real quick. Could I just have can we just speak on this when I'm sharing real quick for like 2 seconds before we move on to what you're talking about? It's
Yeah,
in reference to
more important.
Commit to You.
Okay.
And your presentation that I've been working on, Commit to You.
Okay, so you can do that. Let me just see what you're saying.
Okay, so what I'm sharing is from the American Journal of Semitic Languages. I believe it's by George Allen at the bottom. So what he does
Hold up, Eddie. Zoom back in like you had it.
This is Eddie. Okay, so
zoom back in like you just had it so we can see. It was you had made it larger a minute ago.
If I zoom it larger, then we might not see all of it.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so I believe this is from a pyramid text. Is what he's reading. Where he gets it from. So it says in pyramid text 1998b, it says occurs a statement applied to the deified deceased king. And it has it says thou standest before Kemet you, like the divine Apis bull. The connection of Kemet you with the Apis was understood already by Moses as indicating that Kemet you was the Serapeum district of Memphis. Now I don't want to go too far. So what it also says that a Ptolemaic word, Kemetiu, page 128 means Egyptians. So can you, because basically, can you explain this and like what it means in regards to what you actually said the word Kemetiu means?
Yeah, sure. Me?
Okay.
I agree with that. So that's the pyramid text that says you stand before the foremost of the chiefs of Kemetiu, like Apis. So that is what we've been dealing with for the last 6 years. And so what I'm saying is that the Kemetiu was connected to Apis. And Kemet itself, probably before it was the city, well, this goes to it being a city and an enclosure, was either where the dead bulls were buried, right? At that time period, and that and Kemet would have maybe been the place where where the living Apis lives. So there's where the living Apis is living, and that is the solar Ptah, and where the Apis bull is being. But the people created Kem and Kemet. They created this as a double of themselves. So they created this black god, and also connected this black god to the Apis bull, right? So they created the Apis bull as the solar
So
Ptah.
the black god would so the black god would not have been a son.
The black god would have not been the what?
It would not have been a son. At this point, it's referring to Ptah. You're saying?
Yeah,
It
see,
will eventually will be.
you have to understand syncretism. So
Mm-hmm.
syncretism is how the internal beliefs change, and how at times one belief becomes the dominant, and then it may become submerged. So at the time of the pyramid text, Osiris is just being talked about, right? King. So you don't have all the stories yet at this time period. But then Asar will be connected to, well, Seeker or Sakar, right? Another deity. He will be connected to Osiris, but Osiris in the dead form, right? In the deceased, but in the living form, you have the Apis bull in the. And so when the Apis dies, it becomes Apis Asar, right? Thus, you have the word Serapia, right?
So, brother Reggie, so the Apis bull is the king, right?
Yeah.
Because okay.
No, he's the king's
Reggie
double.
didn't say that because I think we're making this too difficult.
Well,
yes,
the
Apis bull is or the king is representative of the Apis bull. The Kemetu, when it says stands before the Kemetu, the Kemetu would be the divine herd, which would be the Egyptians. It's not hard.
It is hard for people that don't read the text. So it's hard for team.
But I'm saying that part is not hard though, understanding that Apis is the king stands before the herd like Apis as the divine god. And then the divine herd is the Kemetu. That's who the king is standing in front of, the people of Kemet or the Kemetu.
Who are connected to
who are the herd.
Who are the divine, who themselves.
Well. It says as indicated that the Kemetu was the Serapeum district of Memphis. So it's saying that
it's the same thing.
Yeah. So with this, we do have another source.
Of that district.
I would use this as a source that another Egyptologist has said, but you have to understand, 6 years ago when I started arguing this, right? And then I wrote my paper in 2020, I was being laughed at when I was making the connection between human and sacred animals. The ram that
I know I never laughed at you because I understood it completely.
Yeah, that the king said that he is Sai Kim Sa Sid Kemet, right?
Yeah, I remember that, Reggie.
On the black sheep, and then I had that's the emergence of this so-called skeptics, but they want to be skeptic without having any information. So they don't read Egyptian texts. What they do is read what the old Egyptologists said at that time period. And then when Diop comes, Diop is putting it in their face. We know a lot more now. We wish we could talk to Shekanta Diop. We wish we could talk to him now, because I would never say Kim and Kemet means black people directly. I would never say that. I would say that Kim and Kemet means the sacred black people directly. So because it's connected to their belief system, so it's just not a color. It's and that these people, they always set themselves apart from the other groups of people who, even if they were black, they weren't Kemet because they weren't the sacred blacks, right? And but when we we have to understand that the people of this land were symbolic, right? But the problem with the symbolism is Egyptologists apply symbolism the wrong way. They say fertility, they say things like the black soil and the silt, and we look at it and we see Kemetiu, and we see the text where they can only be talking about a divine herd, which they are, right? They are the divine herd. And so I'll be talking about that
Right.
maybe
And,
tomorrow.
Reggie, your argument is different. So Reggie, your argument is different because so when we look at the 10th gnome, Kim Ware,
the great
so I'm transliterating that as the great the
black.
great dark, the great black, which would be Osiris.
Okay.
Yes.
Not the herd, not the Apis bull, which
well
which was sacrificed for the king, right? They sacrificed that bull when the king for the said festivals, right?
Okay.
Well, yeah, so that's so who am I talking to now? Who's speaking?
It's Eddie.
Okay, so Eddie, you have okay, so they're thinking in dual thinkings, right? Now, when we go back and we read the cannibal hymn, the cannibal hymn, if you think about it, the cannibal hymn is not the king eating people, but the king eating the Apis bull. He's eating the Apis bull has died, and he's eating the or slaughtered or killed because his time sacrificed, and the king is eating the Apis bull to absorb its powers, right?
So
And
so
then
was that
another
so was that an instance to where like to my understanding when the king would get old, they would kill him? Right?
well, see, or he becomes not, he doesn't have to be old, he becomes useless without power.
Okay.
So but people don't believe that the king was killed in our community. But if you look at
okay.
Shylock, you look at the Shylock and the Dinka and those surviving cultures, when the king doesn't have his prowess anymore, he's actually killed, right? And then not well, and then the other people that's close people that's surrounding him, they go too. They
Yep,
they
they killed as well. Yeah.
they're killed so that you have unity in the nation. And they say, well, if you believe these beliefs, then it's okay. You can drink the juice or be strangled or whatever the case, because we believe it. We actually believe that you're going to the next life, but we don't want to have fights. And for the thousands of years, ancient Egypt didn't have like sibling rivalry where two princes would fight up only in the intermediate period where no one is directly the heir, like in Pepi's period, because he outlived his heirs. So I think all that stuff was right and it was worth talking about. But I think that uh, Smash did a lot of homework to show exactly that should we think like the Africans of the Nile, or should we think like, because the Greeks said it, and then when we lose track of who actually said black land, black soil, then we come up with the convention without knowing that we're actually borrowing unknowingly Greek terminology, and they never really understood the true culture of the people.
Yeah, but I don't think you can say that about all the like as far as the kings being killed about all the cultures. I think that's just certain cultures.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But what I am is saying, one, that the king ate the Apis bull at that time period, and that Kemet was Kemet served as a place of the Apis bull, the sacred black Apis bull, and that humans were the sacred black herd that set themselves off. So Dr. Sonoran's statement, which which he only interjected. He wrote no paper. He did no work after that. He didn't even correct what did he say? Instead of Kim Wet, he said Kentu. He said Kentu. So he never even corrected that. And what we have is people like Logic and those so-called logical people examining his words, and he didn't even give a citation to anything that he said, not like Shekant Jump, right? So he was just responding, and his short words is not enough to say that we should believe him. And so the work continued after 1974. So now we're in 2024, right? The 40 something years later, right? And so now we have other Egyptologists now coming clean, like the source that you actually brought up, saying that, wait, Kemet was a city. It could have been the city of the living bull, sacred bull, and it could also have been the place where they bury the bulls, right? So it's basically like, Egyptian thought, like once the king, watch this, once the king is crowned, they begin his tomb. Once the king is crowned, once people begin to, while they're living, begin to create their tombs. Now, when we start thinking about that, then we're looking at what's going on. So the Black City was probably the place where the Apis bull lived, and the Apis bull died, right? And when it was separated from Egypt, the Egyptians had to, the so-called Egyptians had to get it back because that it was the soul of themselves. So I'm just thinking, why is this city so important? Why is this so important?
I know one of the Kemwer, it is that island. It's almost like Camp David. It was like where they would go and maybe spend summers or spend time at. Because we know that one of the Imhotep, I believe, was born there. A couple of the pharaohs, or at least one, was born there. But it's like a sacred island that I don't know if it's Elephantini or if it's wherever, the one that they call Kemwer, and it's an island, but it's like
no, that's Yebu. You're talking about Yebu, and that might have been a Yebu Elephantine Island. That may have been an early culture. Smash also showed something very important, that this whole
But that's
concept,
south, right?
yes, the whole concept of the burial of the bulls and the bull culture started in Nabta Playa. And so we have the first burial of a bull in the context of Cowstone.
But I still think that culture continued. They continued to follow it, even though they may have moved it to different areas. That culture still continued. But I want to say this real quick. We act like it's so hard with cattle or rams when we already know, even in their Christian belief, that the Christ is the Lamb. The people of the Hebrews are at times the sheep. We know that when they have sacrament, they eat the body or the bread of life. The ram was in place of the holy ram is also another significant of the Christ.
Amun.
So it's not hard. It's not even a stretch to.
It is when you're dealing with people who don't read the cultures. So it is when people are just reading the Bible, but they're not actually reading the cultures, and they don't know the interaction between so-called ancient Egypt and the Levant. It's just because they're not equipped, and that's what we do. So what Smash has done today is that they don't know, and I say this to Jabari. I go with Jabari about all you know, when they start saying that the Osiris was cut up into pieces and his penis was, that's all Plutarch. That's not ancient Egypt. When they say that that Horus is the savior, that's not ancient Egypt. That's Herodotus. That's version of Horus, but in the late period. And the late period is not ancient Egypt.
Right.
It's
Right.
element Egypt,
Right.
but
I
not
want to.
ancient.
I want to say one more thing before you moved on, because I knew you were getting ready to share your screen and go into something. I wanted to talk to you. I missed the conversation, but I wanted to talk to you about that. Egyptos. Egyptos is Roman. Egypti is Greek. We know that the Greek only goes back to about 800 to 1000 BC. We know that Memphis and I believe the Hecapata temple was prior to 1000 BCE. So it's going to be hard to try to say that Egyptus is some Greek or Roman god that was.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Okay.
I don't accept that because
chronology.
I'm dealing with first of all, before the Greeks there was the Mycenaean cultures.
Right.
And
the is Ion. Right.
Connected to the Minoans, right? That culture is connected to the Minoans, and the Greek continued a relationship. I'm not. They argue about Egyptos, Egyptos meaning the land of Egypt. But you have to deal with. You were saying something? You interrupted me.
Egyptos meaning I'm just confused on how you connect Egyptos meaning the land of not. I mean, I can understand how they.
I don't do that. That's why Egypt is called. That's why Egypt is called Egypt, because it comes from Egyptos, and they say Egyptos is connected to the soul of Ptah, Hekap Ptah.
Look up, but if you keep saying Egyptos, but if you look at the etymology of Egyptos, that is Roman. I would say it would come, if anything, I would say it would come from Egypti, which is Greek. I would start there.
Wait. Can I stop you right there? Can I stop you right there?
Go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you, but I just want to let you know that the Greek that you're referring to, when you say that Egypti, that's Mycenaean Greek. And that goes to 1400 BC, and you'll find it on the Linear B tablet. You'll find Egypti, Hecapata on the Linear B tablet. They have the glyph for. I probably can pull it up for you while we.
What was the time period?
1400 BC, Linear
Well,
B tablet.
hold on. What you're saying is confusing, Eddie. Will you find Hukapata or Egypti or both?
Hold on 1 second. You will find on the Linear B tablet, you will find Hecapata.
Not Egypt. The Greek
dating to 1400 BC, not Egypti. You're right. But it's Mycenaean Greek, and it's dating to it's on the Linear B. Huh?
That is not Mycenaean Greek.
Yes, it is. I'll pull it up.
You're saying Hecapata is Mycenaean Greek.
He said in the
tablet. Whoa.
No, you know what he means. That ain't. I mean, I know you don't know what he means, but I hear the confusion. We know Hukapata ain't Mycenaean Greek. He's saying the Egyptian. I mean, the Greek rendition of it, which helped them render Egypt, was Mycenaean Greek. That's what he said.
Greek.
Right.
But you have to put a time period on it, and I know it comes after 1000 BCE.
I did it in 1400 BC. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up while we talk.
The Greeks, when did they start writing? They're not writing to what?
800 with the Iliad and the Odyssey. With the Iliad and the Odyssey.
So hold on, messing up, man. Whoever trying to debunk messing up. What do we got older than the Iliad and the Odyssey?
Nothing from the Greeks. Nothing.
Now, what was Egypt called in the Iliad and the Odyssey? It wasn't Hukapata, it was Egyptos.
Was it Egyptos or Egypti?
Oh, one of the two, but I'm just saying it wasn't Hukapata.
Yeah. And
But
why
there's
does
but the argument will be they're getting it from Egypti or Hikapata is what
no
was
that Sesmo. If you say Hikapata, right?
the temple.
We're talking about the Hawaka Pata, right?
Right. Right.
Okay. Those are ancient Egyptian words.
Yes.
They render to Egypt, Egyptos or Egypti. It does not
Egypto.
It does not render because you have to deal with the Hawat. So it's the temple of the soul of Ptah. That's what it is.
I know
So,
it. I know that.
So how does that render to Egyptos? Egyptos is a surname.
It's never going to render to Egyptos. We got to stop saying Egyptos. That's Roman. We got to stop going there.
Why are you doing this Roman Greek stuff when they're related? Why are you doing that? Because the Roman
chronology.
Well, hold on. I'm getting lost, and I assume other people are getting lost too. What is your contention against what Reggie argues?
Chronology, and he keeps saying Egyptos, which if you do the etymology on Egypt, the word Egypt, it goes through Egyptos, then it goes to Egypti, which is Greek. And we know that the first writings of the Greeks is the Iliad and the Odyssey. That's as far as you can go. And we know that HWT, Hetkapata, the soul of Ptah, however you want to Egyptology speak it, because that's not a confusion. I say Hetkapata. That word.
That's in fact. Everything about it. You just proved it was fake. I ain't trying to interrupt you, Shimsu. Think of how you just proved Hukapata is fake. You just said we don't got no writings before the Iliad and the Odyssey, right?
Yes. By the Greeks.
Iliad and Odyssey, they call it Egypti or Egyptos, which means we can't go to any source material to substantiate any etymological thing with Hukapata, because the oldest thing they got say Egyptos. You see what I mean? So what text would they refer to show the transitions from Hukapata to Egyptos if the Iliad and the Odyssey is the oldest and it say Egyptian?
So how are you going to again argue the fact that there's some dude named Egyptos when that's Roman, and you keep saying Egyptos, but it's Egypti in the Iliad.
So if I pull up a text, now you could be correct, but Reggie's argument is that how closely related those people are that we're arguing over a toast and a tie. It's still the same Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So, but what you're saying is true. What if I got the text that say it explicitly?
Yes.
Like, what if I got the text say explicitly that Egypt was named after the god Egyptos? Then what?
We got to parse it out, and then I'm wrong. I'll fall back.
Right, but you're arguing it
so strongly. You're wrong. But the text, real quick, before you go, Reggie, it won't mean you're wrong. It'll mean, because the source I have is drawing on Greek mythology. And so we're not saying
I've taken Greek. I've taken, you have to, sometimes some of us, we have to take mythology. I've taken college mythology. I've studied mythology.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go to my computer and pull that up. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes. So here's the problem. The Romans absorb what they want from the Greeks. So,
and they made up right. And they made up their own stuff.
Right. So I don't know why you're so quick to interrupt me. Right.
No. Adding on. I wasn't interrupting you.
So
we brothers, we build. We know we Africans, we jump in and we jump out. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but if you want me to just fall back and be quiet and not have a conversation.
It's not that you're jumping in and jump out. I'm trying to get the root of our disagreement. You created a disagreement.
Well,
right?
It's not really a disagreement. Remember I said I wanted to kind of dig at the understanding that you're trying to bring forth with the Egyptos or Egypt, the word Egypt coming from the god, a mythological person that they had called Egyptus. and it not being Hekapatah, them not being able to pronounce that word, that particular phrase, and instead they called the whole thing Egypti. Because I get my, I guess most of my understanding.
Quick question, brother. Hold on. Quick question, brother. I'm pulling that real quick. I had a hard time. But are you familiar with Mycenaean hieroglyphics?
Yes.
So
From
I'm gonna ask you. So look. When you look into Mycenaean, it's linear B tablet. Linear B tablet. So I'm saying when you look at the linear B tablet, you'll find the word Hekapatah.
Okay, and that is a Kemetic word, or a Kemetiu word, or a
no, it's Mycenaean Greek.
Real quick, because we got it on the screen, which will enable us to move on. Because here we have a 2nd century AD philosopher Apollodorus who states, Egyptos conquered the country of the black-footed ones and called it Egypt after himself. So this is a Greek saying that's how they got the name Egypt, because there was some god named Egyptos who conquered the country.
That's a Greek?
Yes,
2nd
sir.
century AD?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can look it up and see if he's not Greek.
So he came after the Romans took charge.
Yeah. None of that is in question. It's just a statement from one of them saying that it don't say nothing about Hekapatah in naming Egypt.
Right. He's saying a Greek is speaking on a Roman word.
Yeah, that's because you're at 2. That's because you're at 2 AD. You got to go before that. This is 2 AD. This is the Roman period where he's talking about. You got to go back.
Right, but you don't understand. I don't get what you don't understand. The Greeks used the Romans used the Greeks. The Greeks were always there. So they had.
All I'm saying is that there's an earlier. All I'm saying is that there's an earlier reference for it as Hekapatah, linear B tablet. You go
right.
But
I want to see that. I actually need that for my notes, and I appreciate that. But what Smash is showing you is that there was a person, a surname. His name was Egyptos. He conquered the country of the black-footed ones, and he called it Egypt after himself. So don't you understand?
So what if I say this? This is a Greek saying that the Greeks, meaning Alexander the Greek, conquered Kemet and called it after himself.
You just made that up.
Would that be allegory?
You made that up completely. Alexander's name is no place on the screen, and it's not even.
Exactly.
See, when y'all wanna look at things double mindedly, y'all want to do that, but then you don't want to do it here.
No, well, give an instance of when we want to. Let me just real quick. Give an instance of that, because right now I can't recall any instances.
We're talking about the Apis bull being the Nisu, and the herd or the cattle being the Kemet.
No, we give you sources on all that. That's it's just like this. So everybody know that the king is the bull. Bulls. He wears a bull's tail, so it's not us doing that. Egyptians did that double.
Yeah, they did, and I'm telling you that the Greek is doing this here.
But you have to show it the same way that we show it. You're saying that this is Alexander. Now this comes from a long story.
That's Alexander. This is probably Apollodorus.
This is Apollodorus telling a long story. I just got one excerpt from the story, but I read the whole thing. And the whole thing, Egyptos is fighting like another god. You know what I'm saying? They talking about all this stuff, and then he goes down and performs these actions. And so
because it's story.
It's not like it's Alexander because he's. I mean,
myth is part truth and part an analogy or part fantasy. It's mythos.
I know, that's why I was saying if you would accept a mythological source from what they said, at least this is something like we gotta categorize it. I'm with you on the category of this. The category appears to be mythological. Nevertheless, in their mythology, they saying that the name Egyptos existed and they named Egypt after that.
And it's a primary. Hey, can I speak to something that you said earlier before we move on, Smash?
What's up? What you do?
Y'all got to, I mean, okay, yeah, but I think y'all still need, I think reason why I brought this, if you want to call it an argument, this discussion is because more information needs to be parsed before I would stand on the change.
You don't have to stand up. You see, the thing about it is,
okay, you're right. Your argument, go with it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing is, this is what I found out in this community. People react to information, right, without actually studying it first. So my premise is Egyptos was a surname of a person in a mythology, and from their folklore, he named Egypt himself. The other so-called academic position is that Egypt is a derivative of Hecapata, right? Because of the Patos, right, which is Ptah. But the Egypt part of it, right? The AE part of it it doesn't mean temple. No, doesn't mean temple, right? Because Hawat Ka means temple of the soul of Ptah, right? So where is the soul in Egyptos? Where's the soul in Egyptus, and where's the temple in Egyptus? So those things you can't find those things. I looked in Greek for temple, has nothing to do with anything in the word Egyptos. That's where I would look, right? And Hawat, temple, right? I looked there. That's not there. So what I do have is the folklore, which is Egyptos, what Smash eloquently and quickly showed, right? That there was a king and he named the country after himself, and his father was Belos, who was a Libyan king, right? And through a marriage created so this is the information that we're bringing, and you are reacting to it, but you can't. You saying
first of all, Reggie. First of all, let's treat each other with respect. Let's not condescend. Hold on.
I didn't disrespect you.
All right, well, come
first
on.
of all, you said without any studies. Well, first of all, I am
bring up your work. Bring up your work. So I want to see your work right now. No, I want to see your work because you're
I think we just getting hyped for nothing, man.
I know, right?
No, not that.
No. So if I bring you my diplomas,
it's all good.
And
it's a harmless challenge. It's all good.
If I bring you my diplomas and I bring you my coursework, then you'll accept that.
But nah, I mean, like we getting off the.
Nah.
Well, I'm trying to just bring some resolve to the thing, right? Okay. He ain't really saying like that. Bring your work.
You know what? I really don't. Damn.
Yeah, no, it's not that. We chilling. So here it is. We always chilling. I'm trying to bring some resolve to it. All I'm seeing is he felt he didn't disrespect you. But if a person feels disrespected, they just expect him.
I was just trying to tone him down from saying.
Yeah, we all good. We all chill.
And all that.
But the claim about your work, right? Because people say that too, and I don't think they ever asked me to show my credentials in academia. But on the screen is my work, right? I went and found this so that we could discuss it. And that's that don't seem like a challenge when somebody say, show me your work. I'm gonna pop open hella slides. Right. And then they're gonna stop saying that. And so I don't think that's necessarily in the realm of disrespect, but the tone makes it appear like we being inflammatory. So I feel you on that, Shimsu. It seemed like you turned it up, Reggie, but I know you're not, and it just sounds like you are. That's all.
Well, then let me speak for myself, right? Okay. So I have this presentation. I said that you can't get Hecapata into Egyptos, right? I don't disrespect the fact that Shimshu Ptah Amun has studies, right? I don't even say that he didn't do the work. I want to see the work that you did on the subject, because the last time I thought about it is that I'm bringing up the argument. I don't know your argument. I don't know your work. So it might have seemed like my tone was up, but now I'm asking you to see how your examination, right? So if you want to do a Richard Carrier argument, it's all in these books, it's all in my degrees, it's all in my diploma. You can do that, but I'm politely asking you, right? How do we get outside of this surname and this Greek folklore? How do we get Egyptos out of Hecapata?
Well, the way
You
that
see my screen, Reggie, that's showing?
Let him answer, please. He talking to Shimsu, please.
Now, the way that we've always, well, I'll put it this way. First of all, my studies was over time, and I looked into it because I was curious. I'm curious about a lot of things. So through my studies, I'm like, I wonder how that came about. I go here, I go there, I do this. So it's you can say it's a body of study, but I didn't. Now, if you want me to create a body of work, not a body, but create some work to not to debate you, but to because I'm not into that, but to do some research and to try to either lean on the side of where I'm coming from, or just do some exploratory research to say, I'm not sure if you can actually stand on that, as far as just because you can't get the word or the letters Egypt to turn into house or anything like that, because the statement or the saying back in the day was that they were not able to pronounce the word Hutkapata, and the way it came out was Egypti.
Question, brother. How could they not pronounce the word Hecapata if the word Hecapata was Mycenaean Greek?
No, it wasn't, bro. That's the ridiculous claim. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from. Like, let me show you something. Let me just show you.
No, listen to my screen, brother.
But you're looking at my screen right now, and everything you need to see is on my screen, because this is older than Mycenaean Greek. Don't you see my screen?
Let me stop sharing mine.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I can see now.
So look, it say Hutkapata in ancient Egyptian. I know if you would have seen this, you wouldn't have made that last statement, because you know ancient Egyptian is older than Mycenaean Greek, right? So now, if we're at the root, this is Hutkapata. It says Memphis here. Ka, house of Ptah, the spirit house of Ptah, Ptah's temple. It's one attestation that just ends it, and we never got to talk about it again. Just come down here, right here. Cannot sail through it to Memphis on the waters of Kemet. Therefore, Hutkapata, which is Memphis here, ain't Kemet. It ain't Egypt. Not to the ancient Egyptians, at least. Now, again, if the argument wants to carry out that, well, somebody heard them talking about this place called Memphis, Hutkapata, and they took that to be, they couldn't understand it, they couldn't pronounce it, and they took that to mean Egypt, that argument just sounds kind of made up. Not by you guys, but by the people who put it forth. It could be something to it, but show me one instance where the ancient Egyptians referred to Hutkapata as the all of Egypt. That don't mean the Greeks didn't do that.
They didn't.
Yeah, the Africans didn't do that. Well, I don't say Africans, but the Commissions or the Kemet didn't.
So listen. So before it was Memphis, so it's next. So they're not that close to each other. So it's not Memphis. So it's the Eneb Heads, right? Eneb Heads, the White Wall.
Well,
It,
Hukapata, if we want to be completely technical as we should be at this point, this is a building structure inside of Memphis.
right, exactly. The Serapeum.
And it just became to be known as Memphis. Now, to
Mm-hmm.
support that argument, that's a geographical argument, meaning that, the big city, if you're from a small city next to a big city and the person that you're answering is not from a location that's close to you, a lot of the times people say they're from the bigger city. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Right. Like if you know that person don't know your small city name, you just gonna say I'm from LA, even though you probably from Pomona. But that dude, you tell him from New York, so he won't know the difference. Well, I'm saying that is showing how we take geography and we stretch them out a bit for the sense that for people who don't understand the location. It may be that phenomenon where it was just a building structure to the ancient Egyptians, but people traveling from far away would probably, since that was their destination location, they would probably just by accident, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something more logical than they couldn't pronounce it.
Like Para.
So tell me,
Like Para.
Like per yep.
Yeah,
hey, Smash, let me say it like this. Let me say it like this and tell me if I'm wrong. So Hekap Patah would basically be inside of the in that parish, inside of the White Wall, and that would be the location where they held the Set Festival.
Whatever that festival was that made people come from all over to Memphis.
Mm-hmm. And the Pharaoh would have to run around the wall, 7 times?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
And that might have been only one of the places that he did it because Memphis wasn't always the capital. So the capital moved around. It looked like the Apis burials moved around also. So, but what Smash did show, if Smash goes back to it, that Hawakak Patah would have never been called Egypt. Egypt is called Kemet. So now we go to this argument, which is they could not pronounce Hawakak Patah, so they pronounced it Egypt. I don't think that that is a good argument about pronouncing, because I could pronounce Chinese words, right?
Exactly.
Because
hold up, man. Let me just say, man, the way that y'all just killing arguments is beautiful. I mean, this shit is just like really incredible. The way we denote. I mean, step by step, and I don't understand why.
Smash, can I say my thing real quick?
Yes, sir.
You see, here you go.
Okay.
You don't understand why what? He wasn't finished talking. I
don't understand why we keep having so much contention with certain individuals when you do stuff just like that and show that it's just a place inside of a city, and it could never really have meant in ancient times that meant the whole totality of the state. So why are we still having these little arbitrary conversations?
And on top of that,
I don't understand it though. But go ahead, man.
On top of that, Eddie's source on the screen is saying every single thing I just said, dog. So where do this say on the screen? Well, it say Egypt after it say Memphis. But you clearly see when you start reading it, the root Egypt ultimately derives from the Egyptian Hukap Patah and a metonymical term of the city Memphis. Cognate with the ancient.
No, I'm not.
Oh, go ahead.
It's saying that it's Mycenaean Greek, though.
I was showing the Mycenaean Greek.
No, you messing up. Look what it says. Go ahead.
No, Smash. No.
Show us what it show on the top, because you just started at Mycenaean Greek. What's the word on top?
Yes, Egyptos.
I told you, he fooling y'all. That might get you disqualified, bro. You just fooled due diligence, though. Dude thought Hukap Patah was on top.
No, I knew that was the argument he was about to make. I knew that's.
But how could he make that argument if this source is for Egyptos and not Hukap Patah?
Beautiful, dude.
Go ahead, man. I'm just seeing what you're doing.
You're doing too much.
Yeah. I'm just showing. No, so my purpose for showing this source was to show the Hekap Patah from the linear beating.
I'm with that. We ain't mad at that. Just read it correctly, Lo. Look, it say compare also to the Akkadian, right? Hu-ka-uk-ta-ah. Well, let me finish. Then it say Hu-ka-pa-ta, then they got a slash and say Memphis. So one thing we know is Akkadians never called all of Egypt Hu-ka-pa-ta. They just got Memphis there for it. Now let's look at Ugaritic. They had Hu-ka-pa-ta, and they only reference Memphis for that. The people who are supposedly referencing Hu-ka-pa-ta for that is the Greeks. And again, I don't know how we draw those conclusions. Because if you go to where's the etymology for the Mycenaean Greek on the screen? Right there at the bottom?
At the bottom, yeah. See, they actually have a glyph, a hieroglyphic for it.
But that ain't it, though. We'd have to find it for real, because that's a male given name.
We got it. Yeah, we can pull it up in the Linear B tablet, but that's another day, I guess. But I'm just showing that dates to 1400 BC. So we see the common culture with the same. It's all Hekapata.
So it's fair. It's fair. It's fair to argue. I mean, I'm not saying that it came from that, but I see it how it can happen in real life. Like the way that I tried to explain earlier. Like if you go into a destination location, the reason why people went to Memphis was for that festival you guys cited. They didn't only come from Egypt. They came from all over the known world to that festival. Now, if the festival actually took place at Hu-ka-pa-ta, the temple, that's like saying, well, I don't know. You can't say the Staples Center.
And y'all know what the festival was for, right? And I stand corrected, Reggie. I thought Egyptos was Roman, not. I thought Egypti was Greek, from what I'm seeing. But that said festival was them coronating, if I'm not mistaken, either every year or once a year, or when the new king was coronated, the Egyptian pharaoh, if I'm not mistaken.
Every 30 and then for every 3, right?
Anybody that can stand corrected, I rock with them. Peace to you, Simshu.
All right, so I want to show this other source. Because this is from 525 to 456 from Aeschylus, I guess, Aeschylus. And it says, in the subplants, Danios, fleeing with his daughters, the Daniards, and pursued by his brother, Egyptos, with his son.
You gotta share that screen.
Oh, y'all not seeing that?
Yeah, I see the TLA. That's what I seen.
Let me reshare.
He wasn't talking about the TLA, James.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought.
I was reading from this. My bad. So I got you, James. So it says, and pursued by the brother Egyptos with his son, the Egyptites, who seek to wed their cousins by force, climbing the hillite, looks out to sea and describes the Egyptites, or whatever, to the oar of far off terms, as I can see the crew with their black limbs. My point of putting this up was to show that they thought the Egyptians was black. But I'm bringing this up for us now to show that this tale of Egyptos that the guy was recanting from the 2nd century AD is actually an old ass ancient Greek tale. And I only got it going back to 500, 525 because I wasn't researching this. But someone could possibly keep looking and be like, man, they had that myth since before they ever visited. Or not. I don't know. So last thing I'm going to ask is, where did Solon, one of the first who was supposedly have visited Egypt, did he say he visited Hu-ka-pa-ta? Do anybody?
Well, I didn't called it Egyptos.
I thought he did too. But I don't know.
Man, so if you go back to what you were showing about Egyptos, where it says a man. Can you go back to that slide? See, you was really good.
But that was too early. This is an older one.
Yeah, this is later.
Can you just go back to that slide?
Can y'all see it? Yeah, we can pull up the book. We can pull up the book if y'all want to.
One with the etymology. Go back to the one with the etymology.
Oh, with the Hu-ka-pa-ta stuff?
Yeah.
You mean from the TLA?
No, from the Greek where it says a
You want me to
man.
put up?
Okay, I hear this fucking squirrel.
You want me to, Reggie? You want me to put up the etymology thing?
Hold on, real. Oh, that wasn't me who had that was somebody else who had. I had up this Greek song.
Okay, can you pull that back up?
That was this one right here that you're looking at.
No, I got that. That's
nice.
That's
somebody else. Somebody else had that up.
That's such a good scholar. He knew where I was going, but he had a hell of a lot more information than me. Okay, so let's just stop right there. So the proper noun in Mycenaean Greek was akuptjo. Then it says a male given name, a surname, right? A surname, right? Even if it went to Egyptos, it's a surname, meaning man of Memphis or man, or then they say man of Memphis, and then they say or man of Egypt. Don't you see that? It says Memphis or man of Egypt. So this is a convention, right? It can't be the man of Egypt because we know that Egypt had already named itself in that time period as Kemet. So you're going to say that they could not pronounce Kemet? You can't say man of Egypt because Egypt wasn't born before this word. Egyptos or Akuptjo, right? It wasn't born, so it can never be a man of Egypt, right? And this whole thing of man of Memphis is just talking about a place. I hope that y'all can see this. It's not that really hard.
To me, that's Greeks using that word to call those people at Kemet that word.
Right, but Kemet doesn't, I don't disagree. Kemet is not part of this construction of
Kemet didn't, wait. Kemet didn't exist in that time period.
What are you talking about? You
Kemet as a geographic location. It wasn't known.
Wait, that's wrong.
Okay. What are you talking about, man?
That's not wrong.
Yes, it is wrong.
No, I'm saying
comes before the word Kemet.
All right, let me just go back to showing this dude. He tripping.
Wait, smash.
All I'm saying is Egypto is a Greek word that the Greeks are using to call the people of Memphis or of Egypt. I just used the word Kemet.
I don't. I'm going to track something else first.
No, brother. When I'm saying
Egypt, I like using the word Kemet.
I want to track something that is a mistake.
And I got the source on the screen for you. Go ahead, Reggie. We're going to kill this right now. Say it.
Right. So I want to track something. So you said, whoever said that Kemet wasn't, or you saying that the word Kemet didn't exist?
He's right.
That's Eddie Inking. I said that. Let me tell you why I said it.
You don't have to tell us why. You're already wrong. Go ahead, Reggie.
Let me tell you why.
We don't need to know why you're wrong, bro.
No, let me tell you why I said it, brother. The reason why I said it was because we know Hekabitah comes first because that's the temple. The temple becomes first before the city state.
You messed it up.
The city, it can never be.
So you're talking to people whose argument is that Kemet means the people, bruh. So you think the temple came before the people?
You can never. You think
the temple came before the people?
I'm not trying to talk over this, man. I ain't talking over. Listen, we can never show the N23 determinative or the 049 determinative during this time period.
What, man, you don't know what you're talking about. Now let us talk. Let me do exactly what you just said we couldn't do. Hold on, bro. It's my turn. I'm trying to let you get your bars out. Now it's my turn. Look. Hukapata, Memphis. This is the oldest attestation in the TLA. Middle Kingdom. Contemporary. Oh, y'all not seeing that?
There it goes. It popped up.
Oh, okay. Now, this is contemporaneous with Kemet, but let's just go in so you can learn what we know already. Text. You come down to the date of the first attestation in the TLA. If you want to do the work to find it before that, it could probably be done. Amenemhat the second. So we're not even going to leave it up to what we think. We're going to go straight to Kemet. And see, it's going to be Amenemhat the second's predecessor, right? I mean, the person who preceded him, who came up with, who offered us our I don't want to say he offered us Kemet. It's the first attestation we find with Kemet on it. It could be someone else had gave it to us and he just wrote it down on his
It's not going to be the. It's not going to be the.
Now look,
N23.
let me finish real quick, and it's back to you. This is the Middle Kingdom too. But let's click into the text of this one and compare dates. Simroset. That's Simroset the first, and Amenemhet the second. Simroset the first wins. Now let's go look right here. You can look that up to see, right? This is the stela of Amenemhet the first. After that, okay, so you can see stela of Amenemhet. Kemet, all over the place. So what we find out just by looking through the TLA is that the Kemet term appears. Now, if you want to go right now, I'm going to look up Amenemhet II in Simroset. You're going to see that.
That's 12th dynasty, right? We had 12th dynasty.
Yeah, I told you they're contemporaneous, but Kemet occurs first. You said Hu-Kappa-Ta was before Kemet.
What BC is that?
Yes, Hu-Kappa-Ta.
I just showed you that wasn't true, bro.
Brother, 12th dynasty. The word, if we just go on my source, the word Hu-Kappa-Ta through Mycenaean Greek dates to 1450 BC.
Yeah, this way before that.
And then we know that it was called the Temple of Ptah whenever Narmer founded it. Like,
all right, so you get lost. I think you get lost in all of the conversation we having. First, we was trying to go see if the first mention in ancient Egyptian times of Hu-Kappa-Ta was before Kemet, like you claimed. So not whether you just mentioned Mycenaean Greek right now just to make a point.
So why were the Mycenaean Greek?
Eddie, 12th dynasty. 12th dynasty is 2000 BCE. That is not
12th dynasty is not 12th dynasty is not 2000 BC.
Hold on, let me go.
It's close around there. Let's see.
19. Come on now.
Let's see.
You're way off with that.
Hold on.
No, he ain't way off.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
He ain't way off. What is that?
1991 to 1778.
Yeah, that's not way off. That's 100 years. So that's before you is his point. So, but let's keep the conversation going along. We clearly can see that Kemet was before Hu-Kappa-Ta, and when Hu-Kappa-Ta was being used, it was being used by Egyptians to say Memphis. If strangers came to that location and they called all of Africa Libya, bro. So
so we're saying that Hu-Kappa-Ta was used by the Mycenaeans before as the place name for Kemet.
No,
I never said that.
So let's pull up Hu-Kappa-Ta. Let's pull up Hu-Kappa-Ta and let's see what it says. As the first mention, as the first attestation in the TLA.
You wasn't even looking,
seems like the Minoans knew of the temple Hu-Kappa-Ta.
We just did that. Now look, this say Amenemhet II. Dude, he after Simroset the first. Think it go Amenemhet the first, Simroset the first, then Amenemhet the second. All right, so let's go Amenemhet II. 12.
Hey, I gotta fall back and I'll just be listening to you guys. I want to say peace to everybody on the panel. And I just want to say, you said something earlier. I believe we have a lot of ground to gain on the distinctions that they do make between the cultures. So I'm excited to see their work. And I not only think that there's a lot of ground to gain on archaeology, but also anthropology on how they make those distinct lines. But I just want to say peace to you fellas. I get it to you. I get it to you guys.
Word up. Thanks for tapping in. Appreciate you. You see that, man? You making us do too much to teach you, bro.
Too much.
You should have just listened. Because look, Amenemhet II, his predecessor was who? Simroset the first. Simroset got Kemet. Amenemhet II got Hu-Kappa-Ta. All right? And really, Amenemhet the first, before, if we click on Simroset, it's going to have Amenemhet the first before him. See? Amenemhet the first. He gave us Kemet, if we really look, because there's one Kemet before this Kemet.
Okay,
so Kemet is older than Hu-Kappa-Ta. Reggie was right. Back to Reggie.
Let me ask you a direct question. When was the Temple of Ptah founded?
Well, if we're going off primary attestations, bro, we can't go too much earlier than when we find it in history. If we're at the oldest one in the text corpus, and that's only in the text corpus, then we'll say sometime about 11th, 12th dynasty, probably built in the 11th, 10th, 11th dynasty, because we don't hear about it before then.
So there is no temple. There is no temple located or named Hecapata before the 11th.
If we're going off the primaries, all we can tell you about Memphis is these walls. It was some white walls before that.
So Annette Hedge.
Yeah.
The white wall, Annette Hedge.
You have to think about how.
So what was inside of the wall? So
why you keep cutting him off every time he talk?
I was waiting to talk.
I know. Calm down, Eddie.
I don't understand that all we can do is follow adaptations to see when things are created or might have been created. It may not have been called the Hawaii Kapata at that time period. It may have been just called Kemet, right?
Well, no, Reggie. Well, if that's the case, listen, it was actually called the interior. We went through that, the interior or the residence.
No, but that ain't what you talking about. You were saying
because I'm saying it wasn't called Kemet. It was those names, the Kemet, KMT.
All right, we about to end this part.
Comes during the 12th dynasty, bro.
I would like, you know what? Eddie. My problem is when people talk, they can move off subjects. I like to see ultimately in writing and presentation because then that's more permanent. Then you.
So what we just said and what we just showed was that we can't use the word Kemet before what the adaptation that we just showed.
Well, we've been addressed all of that, but we don't. That's wrong. Yeah, well, let me just tell them that's some type of that's in Kemetism. You're doing Kemetism. You're trying to do some recreationism. Like, oh, well, nah, we just do. If we want to be textually sound and you're writing the document, it don't even people just call it Egypt no matter what time period they're talking about. But if you're talking about the nomenclature, then that's when you address exactly all the things that you're talking about. So again, sometimes people just call them layman's terms for the sense of scholarship. People would just say Egypt, and you're gonna always point out that wasn't his original name.
Let me Smash. Let me just do this
because we're talking.
Oh, wait, Ptah-Amun, right? Ptah-Amun. When was the first time that we see Kim and Kemet together?
You talking to me?
No. Whoever was arguing, because I don't see
Eddie. That was Eddie arguing.
Eddie. Sorry. So Eddie, when's the first time we see Kim and Kemet together?
In the N23 determined time, we see it in the 12th dynasty.
When do we see Kim? Listen to me.
Kemet. Kim Dati with the N23.
You didn't hear what he said.
Geographic location we see in 12th dynasty.
You didn't hear what he said. Ask the question again.
We don't. I'm telling you.
Ask the question for a third time. Sejum. You know what Sejum means?
I mean, listen, bro.
To listen, to hear. Right? When was the first time we see the words Kim and Kemet together?
At the geographical location? At the city-state?
No, I didn't say that. I said, when do we see Kim
and
Kemet together?
12th dynasty. Okay.
No, we actually see Kim and Kemet together in the pyramid text. Right? Right? So we see it when we says simply when they say we stand before the committee the kente, right? Committee you, right? Like Apis, like Apis. So we see it we see the construction, right? We see it right there. And we also see it at another point when the king says that he is the black ram born of the black sheep. So that's when we first see Kim and Kemet together. That the king, an authoritative figure, says that he is the black ram born of the black sheep. Now, at that point, it's not necessarily a location that we can prove, but what he is talking about is connecting it up with the Apis bull, right? So Kim and Kemet, right? The first time we see those words and we get a clue that they're related to a bull cult, right, is when the king says it. Then we see that term that we know that I stand before the foremost of the Kemetiu, like Apis or like Hep, right? Then we see it. So those are the chronology. That's the authoritative statement. Now, once that happens, it seems to me that they would build the temple, right? Once that happens. So we go from the old kingdom and then we go into the middle kingdom where we might see this temple.
Well, Reggie, I'm showing a source and I'm debunking you right now. So let me talk. So I'm showing the pyramid text right now, and I'm showing it's not
We don't see that.
Kemet.
Hold on.
You asked me when did Kemet first appear. So it's Kemetiu. So that was disingenuous. No. I'm showing my
Eddie, you heck it wrong, bro.
Stop it.
Let me talk.
Back chat.
I'm gonna leave.
No, just put him in. No, he just earned the weight room. You don't have to threaten to leave. We want you here. Not just because of Eddie. He just earned his own waiting room. I'm going to just show him some more stuff. Y'all can keep talking. Go ahead, Reggie. Watch this.
So Kemetiu is a Nisba, right? So it had to be a result of something else. Right. So when people start playing little word games and acting like they are just to win an argument, and then how can I say, being wrong, right? And being slickly wrong, right? Because you can't get Kemetiu without Kemet. You just can't do it.
I'm gonna show him here. So just to break it down for everyone, y'all see the screen? And Eddie, you in the waiting room for this reason. So right here, we in the 6th dynasty, right? In the pyramid of Pepi, and we got Black Mountains. But what word do we see to say Black Mountains on there?
Kemdu.
We see, do, Kemet, though. You see the T?
Kemetu, yeah.
And if you're going to say Kemtu, Kemet, it's translated in the TLA as do, Kim, wet. But it's under their Kemet for black. So here is I see KM, I see a T, and I know that this is plurality. Right? Yeah, it's plurality. So it's amended on the end. So there's a 6th dynasty. So whatever your source was about to think it said, it's already debunked right on the screen, Eddie.
I was in the back, so I couldn't see, so I don't know what happened. When
you can't see in the back? Oh, man, there it goes on the screen. There it go right there.
You could have just muted me. But what,
all right, next
I'm
time.
I'm behind. I didn't hear anything that I was, so I'm behind on what.
No, here go a 6th dynasty Kemet right there. Wow.
And that's 2000 BCE. Really, it's 2300.
Now, it ain't no city sign on it. It's a Kemet just to mean black. Go ahead.
Am I able to share my screen real quick before?
Go ahead.
What I was showing? Okay, hold on real quick.
Keep messing it up.
I'm not messing it up. Okay, I'm showing my screen. So I'm actually showing the pyramid text. So Brother Reggie, the question that he asked me was, when does the first time the word Kemet appear?
He didn't ask you that. He didn't ask you that.
Brother, I can't speak.
He didn't ask you that. I'm not cutting you off. I'm telling you, he did not ask you that. He asked you when did the first word Kemet appear with Kim. I remember that. Appear with Kim.
Okay, let me speak. Okay, so Kemet with Kim. Okay, I said 12th dynasty. I said it appears the first time with the N23 determinative as a city-state. Okay, that's what I said. So when we look in,
did it appear with Kim?
Well, when we look in
did it appear in conjunction with another term, Kim?
Okay, so when we look in the pyramid text, we find it.
Yes or no? I'm just asking. Did it? Yes or no? It didn't, bro. It
so
didn't.
Hard for me to speak three.
Because we know everything you about to say. I'm not even just like you. But well, let me just say a few things. You've been dominating the thing since you've
Man,
been
I be in the
here.
waiting room. I have
I
these
got
other talks.
technology to deal
Go
with
ahead.
it, but I'm just trying to deal with it with words. We should all be able to at least have equal speaking time. When other people start talking, you just start talking about them. You steer the show to conversation, the same conversation every time. And at the beginning, I was saying we wasn't even talking about this. But you can finish your piece, even though I just showed you that he was talking about Kim, which is one term. And did you say Kemet or Kemet to you, Reggie? He said, when did Kim and Kemet to you? Two terms appeared together, not just when one appeared. That's all you didn't catch.
Okay. So I mean, if I'm able to allow my speaking time, just give me 1 minute just with no interruptions, brother. That's all. And if it's not right, then you can just correct me when I get done talking. So and we can rewind it back to hear what he asked the question that he asked me. So what I heard was him asking me when was the first time the word Kemet appears. My answer was my answer. Just let me. My answer was in 23 determinative 12 dynasty as its first time it appears as a city state. Before then, it is a temple. Okay? There is no
That's
you don't have
wrong.
You just making up things.
when I
Kim was
want
never a temple. Kemet was
I'm
never a temple.
gonna bring it back up everything I say with my sources, brother. Just let me speak real quick. You call me when I'm done speaking, brother. You're throwing me off. Okay?
No, you said
So
what you said, and now you're
you're throwing
trying
me
to say
off.
something else.
You're breaking the flow of what I'm saying to sir. Now,
That's what I'm
Prove that
doing.
Kim
That's so happening intentionally.
but just let me
Normally,
just
it's
finish.
called a conversation, but if you keep on only saying, "Oh, you cut me off," instead of hearing what I'm telling you, then it's not a conversation. It's just you talking and not listening to me.
I'm just trying to present my source. That's all. No disrespect. It's not. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings or argue. It seems like we argue. It seems like we going back and forth because you keep cutting me off. It's like
No,
back and forth.
I
I'm just trying to
understand
talk
one
to
thing, Eddie.
sense,
When people
man.
start talking about the conversation, the chief thing on their mind ain't the information. If
It
when you have the
really is,
time to
brother. I
speak,
love
if the
information,
information
brother.
was
I'm
so
due
important, when you get the
diligence,
time to
man.
speak, you start
Due
talking about the
diligence.
information. Here go another time to speak. Let's see if you're going to start talking about the information or the conversation.
Or you cutting me off? Okay. So the question that I was asked was, when was the first time that the word Kemet appeared? My answer was the N23 determinative of dynasty. That's the first time we see the word Kemet appear, Middle Kingdom as a city state. Before then, Old Kingdom, we do not see the word Kemet that's with the N23 determinative as a city state. So what I'm showing is before then, and we're looking at this location right here, the word in the pyramid text, you know, I'm showing in pyramid text 1999b, the word is Kemetu. It's not Kemet. Kemetu. And what it says, thou standest before the Kemetu like the divine Apis bull. It says here the connection of Kemetu with Apis was understood already as indicating that Kemetu was the Serapeum district at Memphis. Do you understand what that means?
I
What is the
understand
Serapeum?
so much that I want to cut you off.
What is the Serapeum district that's located within Memphis?
You tell us. You
First of
tell us.
all,
No,
that's some
hold
old.
on.
Let me say something. That's some
I can
old.
tell.
Everything. It's my turn to speak. You just said your whole part. Now, this old source that you got was being conjected upon a lot. But I want to ask you one question. What pyramid is this in? See? What
With
pyramid is this
with
in?
the pyramid text, you just said
Your
what time the
source
pyramid
is
text is
text.
in.
So because your source don't tell you what pyramid is in, you don't know. But I
Brother,
know
it's the
because I've been
pyramid text.
studying. Let me point this out to you real quick. I asked what pyramid text, and then you got the floor. What pyramid is this in? You got the floor.
Brother, we just talked about what
He's
pyramid.
trying to get you to understand
No,
duplication.
you said the pyramid text 1988. I'm asking a different question. What pyramid is this in?
What pyramid is the pyramid text? What time is the pyramid text in, brother? We just said what time the pyramid text. That's retarded,
No,
brother.
This
That's
which
really retarded,
structure,
brother.
which building structure is this text in?
The Serapeum?
No.
Because the Serapeum is
So you're gonna guess? Okay, so you said the Serapeum. Let me break something down. Now let me break it down to you, please.
The Serapeum district is the symbol of Fatah, brother.
That's not. You answered the question wrong. Now let me give you the proper answer. Since it's not in your book, this text that you're citing comes from the Pyramid of Pepi I. All right, we in the Old Kingdom. The picture I just showed you comes from the same exact pyramid. As a matter of fact, what I'm about to do is show you that text in Medu Neter on the walls so that you can heed what we're saying. Because when I showed you this is the Black Mountains, right? We got a Kemet right here. When you just said it ain't a Kemet, it's a Kemet to you, and it comes from something. And I'm like, just slow down a bit, because after you said that the first time, I opened up I hope y'all see the picture right here, and I showed you that they use this word Kemet, which is not feminized, just to say black here, with no city symbol, but it seems to be in plurality.
No.
What?
No. The Kemet
Y'all not seeing the screen?
We are. You gotta find that book, Smash.
Hold on. I'm gonna reshare it for him. Y'all see the screen now?
We see it.
So, but I'm gonna continue for you, my brother Eddie. But just so Eddie, just so you can see, here's a Kemet in the 6th dynasty without a city on it, right? And it's not talking about Egypt because that wasn't out yet. This is a Kemet that simply states black. Now, if you want to go to the TLA and look up this entry, it's going to say Black Mountains. Everyone's seen us do it.
No problem with that.
All right, hold on. So, but these are the things that you have to know. Like, so let me just go through them and then you're going to get the floor back. I'm about to show you the exact text, if I could scroll through these right. The exact text that you're talking about, right? Is it, no, this is another, it's more Kemets when they becoming big black, right? Y'all see that Kemet right here? But this one may be feminized because it say Kemet Aret, but it's not talking about no Athribis. And here's another one, the big black wall. So we talking about the black wall here. That's Kim I hope y'all seeing this one. And now I'm gonna get to the one for Eddie, and then you get the floor back. Because what I need you to see is right here. Now, let's talk about it, because you just went to a secondary source, and this is why Dr. Rebecca Wang instructs us to learn the language. This is the stand before the Kemet to you, like the Apis line right here, right? And what do we see right here? It's not what you thought it was, Eddie. It is a Kim with a T.
That's 049 glyph right there.
This is a Kim, real quick. This is a Kim with a TU bird with the 049 glyph, right? A Kim with the TU bird with the 049 glyph with hat under it, right? And so now we got the black bull and we got Kemet to you. This is your Kemet to you, right? So now this is giving us a lot of indications, but what you thought is incorrect. Basically, because when we look at this, we find a Kemet being used for black in this time period, 6th dynasty, not 12th dynasty, in the Pyramid of Pepi. And then we find this Kemet to you here with a city symbol on it that's making people say that it means the inhabitants of Egypt, but we know that's an anachronism. So what we've been trying to do is to locate what spot does this X indicate in this Kemet to you, which is the same term that you just put on the screen for inhabitants of Egypt. Eddie, you got the flow.
You just dropped the mic, Smash.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull my short shirt.
There's nothing else to be said. That's clear. That's crystal.
All right, so I'm saying my short. So we all know who Alan Gardner is. He's a pretty well-known Egyptologist. He's translated a lot of things. So this is Alan Gardner, and this is what he says is the earliest form of the word Kemet have the Alan Gardner sign. He's the person who actually gave it the sign. In 23 as a determinative It is a sign of irrigated or cultivated land.
All right. I ain't interrupting you, Eddie. You
I'm
just
just trying. I'm
doing
just trying.
you're doing a lot
I
of
didn't
bad
interrupt.
stuff. Let me
I
let you go again. I'm gonna let you start over. You just said Alan Gardner said, and you start reading the
Oh my
source.
God!
Didn't you do
But
that?
let me finish without.
Hold
I don't let
on, bro. You
I
told us
didn't
Alan
interrupt
Gardner
you.
said this. Whose book is this?
You gonna call me up every sentence, brother, or you gonna let me just finish and then
You gotta come to the table correct, bro.
Brother, let me argue with me, brother. Let me speak, brother. Show your source. My source is on the screen. Let me talk.
Alan Gardner didn't say this. I think this
Oh
is
my
Asar
God, I can't
Imhotep's
stand
book.
it.
Is
I
this
can continue
Asar
to stay up. I
Imhotep's
can't
book?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
It's short. Can I speak,
Yes,
brother?
sir.
Can
But
I
I'm
read your
asking you a
source?
simple question and you got the floor. Is this Asar Imhotep's book?
Does that mean I have the chance when I have the floor? Does that mean I can speak?
Can you
Let me know when I can speak
please answer a simple question? Is this Asar Imhotep's book, bro? You got the whole floor after that.
This is not sorry, Imhotep's book.
So whose source is this?
Are you gonna? Can I speak like 2 minutes uninterrupted when I have the
No,
floor?
not
Does
if
that
you
mean
ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna
tell
be
us who the source
interrupted?
is, bro. You acting crazy.
The source is on the screen, brother.
The source tells us who wrote it. Who source is this? You said it was Alan Gardner. I know Alan Gardner worked, so I knew
Oh
this
my
wasn't Alan
God,
Gardner.
brother!
Just
The
tell
book
us who it is.
it's from Ogden Gola's book, brother.
Oh,
Kemet and the
thank you.
Egyptian. If I can speak.
I just said thank you when you said the source, and you said if I could speak.
Okay, but I was gonna get to
Bro,
that.
all right, I'm done. I'm done.
What's the argument now?
No. I ain't got no reason to do this. All right, anyway.
Yeah, man.
Motherfucker won't even tell you who the source is. You gotta fight. All you gotta say is a name after that.
It's certain people, man, that bad audio.
Eddie, tough boy. Eddie, hard person to.
It's not even worth it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not worth it because if a person asks you, right, we can all read. The person simply asks you, where is the text that you're showing us? What is the source of the text, right? We have our suspicions, right, because of the irrigated land and stuff like that, right?
Right.
But if he's hiding his source, then I don't really need to talk to him anymore. You wouldn't do that to you wouldn't do that to a professor. You wouldn't do that to a teacher. You wouldn't do that. You couldn't really do that in a debate, right? Don't do that to us don't do that. So I think that is disrespecting because that means you could tell us anything. And that means we don't have the right to go and inquire, right?
Yep.
So that's disrespectful, that's dishonest, right? And I just think that Eddie King needs to go to some other board, right? But not this board. When Smash shows you primaries, and I ask a specific question, right? You can't ask the question. You want to talk over me. You want to listen. I got high blood pressure. You want to be argumentative, and you don't want to do the work. And I asked him. I just like asked anybody. Put it in writing. We can examine it. If we went back to that thing that he wrote, yes, there were inline citations. We have an idea of who does inline citations like that, right? And so now I have a higher suspect about how the argument is raised and how a person puts footnotes in for one thing that's true and then says some other things without footnotes at the same time.
Right.
I know that writing style. When you use someone's work to say one thing and then you say C as Gardner. So now you want
I got that book right here, bro. I think Eddie just bold-faced on us. Eddie, open your mic one time. Tell me who book that was again, real quick. All we ask is
man.
Who the source? Watch what he say. Who's the source again? Who?
It's on the screen, brother. Kemet and the other name for their terms for their land. Egyptian names for the land.
No. We don't see the source. I'm sorry.
It's the name of the book.
Oh, no. You must think we see something that we don't see. That's what's happening.
What's the page number of the book?
We don't see that. We see the same slide from part one.
I'm showing my screen.
What's the page number of this section in what book?
Hold
Do
on,
you
man.
see it?
Hold on. I'm about to go grab this book. You messing me up. That's a SAR on
I'm
the
showing
fucking
it.
screen. You
I'm
lying.
showing my.
You
I'm
lying.
showing my.
This a SAR on
Smash,
the
what's
screen,
wrong with
bruh.
you, brother?
You
Are
lying,
you
bruh.
trying to argue? What am I lying about, Smash?
But listen to this,
Hold
y'all.
on. Let me see.
Finding
me
the
just see-
meaning to the
hold on. I
place
think you
name Kemet can only be ascertained, one, by examining the determinatives assigned to the variations of the place name, two, by examining the earliest usage of the terms in Egyptian records according to establishing historical application within the primary documentation, and three, by confirming its meaning with cognates in related African languages. Cut it out.
Pseudo.
Gardner didn't say that.
Brother, I said this is Kemet and other Egyptian terms.
No, you won't tell us who wrote the damn thing.
Brother, why are you screaming and cursing?
See, this is
Listen,
now we about to all the way, but we busting you all the way out. Let's keep reading.
Am I talking to you, Mr.
No. We can mute you because listen, the earliest forms of the word Kemet have the Allen Gardner sign N23 as a determinative. See Gardner. So this ain't Gardner right here. It says. He ain't quoting himself. It says, it is a sign of irrigated, cultivated land. Now, look, this is who he telling us the source is. But the person who wrote this says, Ogden Golik in his seminal essay, Kemet and other Egyptian terms for their land. But he's telling us that this is Kemet and other Egyptian terms for their land. Why are you doing that?
Why am I doing what? I can't even read it.
Why you won't just say this out of SAR book? I read this book, bro.
This is not a SAR book. What are you talking about?
Dude, you straight lying.
Because
what's the name of the book?
Hey, if it ain't a SAR book, then I apologize for calling you a liar. But I'm about to grab the book now and find this page. Hold on.
Because he sourced the same source?
I got the book.
It's a book.
Anyone who can read can tell you that this is not Ogden Golden, because the person on the screen just tells us what Ogden Golden says.
Eddie be snapshot stuff from offline.
Oh, he don't know that this is a SAR work. Oh, that's what he
brother.
I'm about to go grab the book. Hold on.
Brother, this is a JSTOR article. What are you talking about? The name of the book is Egyptian Kemet and other Egyptian terms for their land is
Man, Eddie, you about to disqualify yourself. I thought you was humbly trying to learn. Now
brother,
you just,
can I read my source?
You about to disqualify yourself.
Can I read my source? I don't know what ulterior motive you have, man.
We read it already. Go ahead, do whatever. We can do without this.
You said I had 2 minutes on the floor.
Go ahead. Do whatever you got to do. I'm looking for it in the book right now. You're gonna be dead in a second.
Can I speak, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. I only come on here to build, brother. Okay.
Man, stop playing.
So, my purpose of showing this source here is to show the first time that we actually see the word Kemet, and this is what as Smash says, what we have to go by in,
Man, you lying, bro.
Earliest form of the word Kemet come from, we see the Allen Gardner determinative N23 as a determinative. It is a sign of irrigated or cultivated land. Ogden Golik, in his seminal essay, Kemet and Other Egyptian Terms from the Land, Golik, 1989, page 23 to 42, notes that Kemet made its first appearance as a name designation for Egypt in Dynasty 11 during the rule of Nomarch Nebheter, Menhotep II. As a matter of fact, Kemet and Tameri made their debut during this time period. Prior to the Middle Kingdom, Egypt was simply known as the residence. Literally the interior. The words Kemet and Tameri are considerably more common in literary text. So, and I have another source.
You never told us who that source was. You lied on that source.
Brother, I lied on the source?
Yeah, you said it was the person who they just cited.
Brother, I read the source. I didn't lie.
You said it was Ogden Golet. But as you read it, the person says, Ogden Golet says this.
What's your point, man? I read the source. What's wrong with that?
The point is we still don't know who wrote it.
Brother, we don't know who wrote it. Okay, hold on one second.
I know who wrote it.
He said it was a JSTOR article.
I got the book in my hand, bro. That's a SAR. That's a SAR work, bro.
Hold up. Where the JSTOR? Can you send us the link to the
brother? I don't know what you have against this brother Asar. Everything
I ain't got nothing against him. I said that's his work. That's giving him credit.
His work, brother. Hold on, brother. That's crazy for you to even insinuate.
Well, hold on.
But you act like I'm saying that out the blue, brother. I'm familiar with his work.
Link to the source. Why don't you just drop the link to the source, Eddie?
He don't know what it is, bro. Because he would have been said the name of it right now.
By dropping the link to the source that it ain't a source. That's all he got to do.
I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
We're supposed to be talking about the information in the source, brother.
Bruh, when we vet sources, we want to know where it came from because we know people arguments. You still trying to hide the fact that that's a SAR and you.
He gave you the source, brother. The source was Ogden Gold's.
Who gave you the source? What did you say?
Listen. If you listen without cutting me off within my mid-sentence, you might can hear a sentence.
Nah, because your mic mute going in and out. I didn't hear what you said. So what did you say?
Is this
killing me, boy? This is hilarious.
Nah, I'm just asking. You said he gave you the source. Who is he?
If you let me finish the sentence, we pull up everything else in the world on this show. The source came from the book is Kemet and Other Egyptian Terms for the Land. Ogden Golan, age 99. Go to that. And I'm sure in this book has references and footnotes all at the bottom. This man should make this up.
Dude, I know that's a SAR
work. Let's see who Ogden Golan is. Let's pull him up.
Oh, that's Wiki, huh? It's one of the
Let's pull up Ogden Golan.
No, that's not who wrote that. That's not who wrote that. The person who wrote that said in his essay.
That's who wrote the book. Ogden Golan wrote the book Kemet and the Other Egyptian Terms for the Land. And let's see where is he credible or not. Let's pull him up.
But it still
hold on. Let me ask you, what you already did this or something?
You actually
I'm just asking. See, that's what I'm saying. Quit doing that. I'm asking you, have you already did?
I presented it as verified.
That ain't what I asked.
Just drop the source in the back chat. Drop the source in the private chat. That's all you got to do.
Pull it up. I'm on my cell phone. You asked me to do it.
So you just don't want to share the source. Is this hard to get you to tell us where you got that from, bro?
The book.
The book? What book?
Hold on, brother. I'm pulling it back up. I said it 80 times.
But if you ask me, this is the wrong argument because you're saying the first time Kemet is known as Egypt.
What? Egypt is an English word, brother. So we don't.
That article you just wrote is stating that this is the first time Kemet was used as the place of Egypt.
Kemet was the first time with the N23 determinant.
Say the name of the book. I'm about to look it up, man. What is it?
Man, the name of the book is a contribution to the debate and the meaning of the place named Kemet. But you don't know that. You don't know that. But what's this?
Hold on, brother. I'll pull my own sources back up.
You ain't gonna tell us. We've been asking you for the longest.
That's cool.
You trying to get us to think the source that the quote cited is the quote.
I'm not trying to get you anything. I'm just showing you that what the quote says is right.
Didn't you say
but you said you got it out of a book.
You worried about
the name of the book?
About the information.
What's the name of the book you got it out of?
You're talking about two different things, brother.
Man, what is the name?
What's the name of the book?
Man, this dude crazy, man.
He's just doing this on purpose.
I'm showing he got to be doing this on purpose, man.
So you can't hear me? I'm asking you, Eddie, what is the name of the book?
Man, smashing the alphabet 20 times.
But I'm asking you now.
Listen, I don't want to be disrespectful because I don't know if you can hear me, brother, but I said it's Kemet in other Egyptian terms for the land. I said it 80 times.
That's a bold-faced lie, Eddie.
Terms for the land.
Put the source back on the screen so I can show everybody how that's a bold-faced lie.
I done said it 30 times.
You didn't, bro. You doing that on purpose. You don't. Why don't you just say, I don't know, I forgot? Like, we all black. We all forget shit. Why you gotta lie?
What's the lie, brother?
Put it on the screen and you can say that I'm falsely charging you or something. I will apologize.
No, he said that was the book.
But y'all don't be catching shit. This how people be getting ripped off. Put it on the screen, please.
That's you probably blocked me from putting stuff on the screen.
You know I didn't block you, Eddie. So now you got me questioning your real fibers. I know I didn't block you. How about that? You feel me? So now you can't share the screen. Let me see if I blocked you. Wow.
I think you want to argue about something.
No, I want you to put the shorts on the screen, and you being difficult about that now.
Because you're talking real fast, you're argumentative. It's like, what's going on?
Because I'm tired of you and I just ain't kicked you out yet.
Man, you need to kick
That's
him out.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
But so you ain't gonna put the source on the screen?
Are you gonna let me?
Are you serious, bro?
Asking. How many times
Press the button and put the source on the screen. It's gonna prove you lying.
What's lying? What's lying?
You keep telling people your source is something that the author who wrote your source cited. Now you're trying to talk over me? You keep telling people that your source is a source that is cited on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's citing on the screen.
And I'm like, I don't even get it though. Like, I don't know how you think you're getting away with that. And you won't reshare the screen. Now let's go slow. Now I dare you to tell people the name of this source while this is on the screen. When it simply says right here, Olden Golet in his seminal essay, Kemet and Other Egyptian Terms for the Land. That's not what we're reading. And you're lying, like I said. You told people the source was Kemet and Other Egyptian Terms for the Land. No, that's the source this person who's writing quoted. What is the person who's writing's name?
He don't know.
Man, that man understands exactly what you asking him.
Did you just screenshot it and you don't have the book, so you don't know who actually wrote the?
I'm saying that's acceptable. Just say I don't know. Shit, we don't care.
Crazy? Wait, brother, that's not crazy. You guys are like, it's like you have this thing against.
Because I don't think you understand. Like we only see the source. We don't see anything else.
This is totally disrespectful, brother. Like, and you guys aren't showing any decor. Like, what's going on?
Oh,
Why would you?
We being so patient with you.
Is he understanding that the people who you getting the source from matters? Because
JSTOR is a very reputable site, brother. That's where I get all my sites.
Well, can you send us the link to this JSTOR?
So you saying that JSTOR?
That's what we need. Can we get that,
brother? You don't need anything. You can pull it up.
He just said that Kemet and Other Egyptian
That ain't where you got this from.
He didn't get that from. You're right. He didn't get that from there.
No, because see, that's what I'm saying. Only thing you got to do is just give us the JSTOR link. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, because it's easy to give us the link.
Brother, are y'all retarded? You don't know what JSTOR is?
And if you ain't gonna give us the link, then we already know.
Listen. This is how you guys don't study like a can of rocks. If you don't need a link to JSTOR, you go to you have an account.
Man, we got
no,
JSTOR.
you don't.
You didn't get that out JSTOR. Stop fronting. That's a sorry.
Who's the country? I know the country dude. I know he ain't got no JSTOR account.
So that's exactly.
Oh my God!
But I know we ain't here to throw ad hominems.
I know exactly what JSTOR is, and I know that you can use it for account is limited, but you can get to this article to that you're talking about in this.
So go to it. Go to it.
No, you take us to it. We don't even
For
know
what?
how to get to this article.
For what, brother?
I got a JSTOR account.
I got a JSTOR
account. The JSTOR account.
Now, brother Reggie got a JSTOR account.
I got 2 library cards. Send me the link.
Oh,
Just send brother Reggie the link.
I'm trying to steal information.
I have 2 accesses to JSTOR, one by the New York Public Library and the other by the Metropolitan Museum of Art, right? The Watson Library.
Man, he's not gonna tell you because he lied and said that guy in that thing wrote that book.
See?
In the source. The dude in the source.
Yo, it say no results found. It's a damn shame.
So that ain't in there, so he made it up. Because he don't know what it is. You shouldn't do yourself
that was
like
crazy.
This. We don't even want to do you like this. You're doing it to yourself.
Man, I try to tell him, like, just send it to us, man.
What's not in there?
But you said
You
was
said this
where
book
you
was
got it
called
from.
Kemet and the Other Egyptian Terms, and that you got it from JSTOR. He just
Yeah,
went and
all
searched
those,
that name,
all
and
those
that
reasons.
book is not in JSTOR. Any
Because you
answers?
ran all as one long sentence. Like, what are you talking about? You have to actually write the word in there. Right?
No, what is the
Are you
title
guys,
of the book?
like, what? Are you
Hold up,
guys
man.
crazy?
The
Are
title
you
of
guys
whatever
crazy?
you got that from has to be on the type of the
Are you guys
JSTOR
crazy?
account. So stop
Are
it.
you guys
I
crazy?
think
Why
I
would
think
you
I
write
think
a
that's
Now,
the
one
hold
reason
on.
why he
word?
asked
You
for the
need to
link,
kick
so he
Eddie.
could
Why
just
would
send
you
him the
write
link.
You
a
need to
one
kick
as a
Eddie
word
off
to
and
expect the
before he turned it. Because he's over here. I'm telling you.
That's
He needs
his
to
crazy?
get kicked
content.
up
It's
off here
Eddie,
before
you
he
about to
turns
lose
it.
your
Because
membership,
he on
bro.
here lying.
No, I'm
Man,
not lying. You just can't spell.
Nah.
What?
No,
Nah, Eddie, be fair,
no.
bro.
Come on,
I wouldn't
brother.
have
Stop
never
it.
called you a liar if you wasn't lying. You clearly was trying to pull a fast one, bro. Bold
Brother,
Here
face.
they
I ain't got no,
came.
I
Here
ain't got
they
no
came.
time in the world about you. What?
You don't got no
I'm just
reason
showing
to. It just
information.
you're right, but it's just about trying to maintain your error and trying to look right. People lie just to look right.
Can I ask a question, brother? Because I actually did respect you before this. I ain't gonna lie. But can I ask you a question? Because the only reason I did come on here was to, actually, because I did respect the scholarship, but I don't respect this. If it
We don't
was,
respect what you're doing. Hold
Hold
up.
on. So
How
you
you
think
flip it
that
on
what
us?
you just did is
You the one
respectable?
wrong,
I know.
and you
That's
don't
what I'm
respect what
saying.
we doing.
I don't get people. They
People
be
crazy.
strong and wrong and they act like you're wrong for proof just saying that they're wrong.
And it ain't even about proving you just wrong, Eddie. Like, and you've been doing this. Hold on, now I'm not finna let you just keep
if I was
flipping the
wrong,
Hold on,
script.
I'm gonna make
You
James
keep
the
flipping
host
the
again.
script.
James, you the host
I should
again.
be able
Hold
to
on.
talk.
Yeah, you flipping the script on us and
But
trying to act like we wrong for
you
correcting it.
are wrong.
And
You're
this
wrong
been
with the
going on. Hold
information.
on.
You're
Either
wrong
I'm
with
gonna
the
have to hold on,
information.
Eddie. Hold
You're
on.
wrong with this.
Eddie, hope you know you have
Hold
a
on.
sliver
This is
of a.
what's going on. Eddie then came on here several times and tried to flip the script and make it seem like that we doing something wrong. He did this the other day and made me end the whole show. When he tried to say something about we need to call the Egyptians, don't use the term Egyptians, use Mazarim or something like that. And then he tries to be disrespectful because I have a Southern accent and try to say that denotes intelligence. So, I'm listening to you, Eddie. And what I'm seeing right here is the only thing you got to do instead of all this contention, just go ahead and just give us the JSTOR link. We shouldn't even have to go through this if you right. So now you can unmute. Let me unmute you. I'm gonna ask you to mute your mic and just give us the link, man. It shouldn't be that hard. Can you unmute your mic, Eddie? Can you do that?
You ready? All right, I'll be right back, y'all. James, you hosting? I'm about to make a run real quick. Yeah, unmute your mic, Eddie. Stop playing. You've been. If not, then
I let him unmute. I asked him to unmute. I'm trying to see. Can he just give us the link to this JSTOR that says that he got this from? I mean, it's just.
Let me make sure I got it so that I'm gonna take the host back to see that I got it so that people can unmute themselves.
Right.
Or maybe he can't unmute himself, or he hide one of the two. Let me see. Participants. Allow reclaim host. Where's allow participants to unmute?
Well, I can just give it back to you, can I?
Allow participants. Yeah, he could unmute. So I'm giving it back to. Yeah, he could unmute. Pin.
Oh, so I'm being
make host.
now.
James, you the host, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'm asking. No, you the. So I'm asking you, Eddie. Only thing I'm asking for is the link to the JSTOR that you got this from. Can you do that? Is that difficult?
He might can't find it. He got it a long time ago.
Man, don't make excuses for him. Or how does he?
I can keep if you can talk. If I can talk, man.
You're not gonna keep talking I mean, we got like 10 people on the panel. We're not gonna let you continue. What we're trying to do is get to the bottom of where you got this.
Where you from? Pan American J. Where you from?
What I got to do?
Hold on, don't even worry about it.
Because I'm talking.
Don't even worry about it.
Everything I got to say.
Nah, I just put him off the show. Because I don't know what Smash got going on, but I don't got time for that. So let's just start deal with something more fruitful that we can what you call it. You know what I mean?
Can somebody go get the book for the starts? Yeah. All right, I'll go grab it.
If somebody need to
Gita
mute their
call,
mic, they
that
ordering
Gita
something to eat.
call, peace, Gita call. You're gonna have to mute your mic, yo. But I think what Eddie tried to do is somewhat like trying to he try to poke holes in things, and I get it. But if you're doing wrong, you're doing wrong. You gotta leave it at that. And then he had a snippet of a source and don't give us the whole where he got that source from to find out if that source is credible. Could have been Madame Blavatsky. We don't know. I'm just saying.
But the point is that we don't even know what we was even talking about. That's how far off course we got just dealing with whatever he's talking about. That's been going on for about an hour and a half, maybe two. So that's not good. That's not good audio, and that's not something that I think that we should even be trying to perpetuate, because the show was going great, and what the information that was shown prior was something that we should have been dealing with. And not that this is an echo chamber, but I mean,
Right.
come on,
I
man.
think that's what it shows, though, brother.
It's just not right. That ain't right to come in and just
It just
filibuster without even having any real type of information. When you're listening to somebody that's trying to really be nice and share and show you why what you're saying is not true. So go ahead.
But he has the contentions about like sticking with a particular term, and then when he found out he's wrong, he just stays strong and wrong about it. And that's the problem that we trying to find out, like exactly where's your source at. That was the only thing. If he's in the chat and trying to understand why I was trying to get him to lay out his argument correctly.
He had plenty of opportunities to present his source. I pulled it up on JSTOR. It wasn't there. So he was just flam-flamming, man. You know,
Filibuster.
Because I much rather learn from.
But hold on, but to act like we don't know that, only thing you got to do is just give us the title. If that wasn't the title, what you put up, do, then he could have said, no, you just put up what the Senate said. Okay, well, what's the title on the top of the JSTOR, since you know? Like, we shouldn't have to go through any type of hoops to get to the information that you're trying to present. So hopefully, if he hears this, when he comes back on, he'll have the JSTOR for us, and we can just get right to that. But that ain't gonna happen.
For sure. Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
he hiding his source for a reason. So it is what it is.
Well, no, the source wasn't actually hidden, because it looks like Smash and Reggie can identify what the source is based on the style, and they know that's something that may be similar to what Asar may have found based on what they seen, right?
Probably why he was trying to hide
Right.
it.
That was the whole point of finding out exactly where the source come from.
Yeah.
And
so once that happened, he didn't.
He was trying to hide his hand.
Yeah, he didn't want to admit that it might have, because he's talking about, man, what you got against that brother? It don't got nothing to do with having something against him, but we know there's some things that Asar says is not correct. Not saying everything.
Can I give some encouragement right fast? Is Reggie still on?
Yeah, I think he's right here.
And I hope Smash is listening too, because I heard Reggie the other day, saying that the ASCAT conference is coming back up, and I'm excited to see Reggie, contribute. Smash, maybe Chris, Asar. I think that's gonna be legendary. That's gonna go to their legacy in order to contribute to Diop and Bank and all those guys is continue their work. I think that's gonna be beautiful, and I'm curious as to what they plan to present. You know what I mean? And then I wonder what the detractors is going to say then, whenever they contribute to the conference and it gets qualified there, it gets accepted there. So I'm excited about that, and if Reggie could speak on that, man, I really I can't wait to see when that comes out.
The ASCAT conference is that I'm just going to make concise some of the things that I've been talking about and present it to them, right? They are a mixed group of academics and lay people, and most of them are older. Most of them are the people that continued after Dr. Shekanta Diop, but I can't, except for Dr. Mario Beatty, and maybe a few that they might invite, who knows, hopefully Dr. Obanga, right? Most of the people are not experts. So we've actually moved along We've
Rich
actually,
and the
we've
other
been,
girl. We're supposed to bring the other girl with us, Trevor.
Gina Con, you gotta mute out, bro.
yeah. So we've actually moved ahead, improving lots of points. And so about 3-4 years ago, I presented an ASCAC on the meaning of Kemet, and I presented with a SAR. And then after SAR presented, Dr. Mario Beatty intervened and he presented, right, about basically methodology, right? And so on ASCAC, uh, Smash Rockwell, he is gearing up to talk to an Egyptologist uh, that actually follows him on certain things. So he may not be presenting at ASCAC. I know the board, so one of the board members called me and said, Reggie, present. And I'm like, okay, it's usually 15 minutes. It's usually not enough. But what I do with these boards is that I go and argue my points for practice, and then I try to make it more concise. And so I have to okay. So what we have originally what we were talking about was Egypt named after a Greek term, Egyptos, right? That was a mythological king, or was Egypt named after Hecapata, Hawat Kapata, or Hiccupata, right? And most people think that Egypt has something directly to do with Hiccupata. And now from one of our researchers here pulled up the term that looked at what it meant in Mycenaean Greek, and it looks like a name of a man, right? And that name of the man is the mythological king Egyptos. So they created an actual man from Mycenaean Greek. And I think that was a very good find. And I appreciate that. And I can add that into my presentation because we do this for practice. So I don't know if it was, who was it? It was, I don't know if he's here
I think it
anymore.
was Eddie.
Yeah, it was Eddie. I kicked him off, Reggie. But anyway.
Right, but we can go back. We can.
This is the dojo.
Yes, this is the dojo. And so dojo is practice, right? The real world is killing, right? Warfare, right? So what we're arguing now is that we know now from Smash that the Black Land concept was from Plutarch, from looking at the Coptic references, right? So when Dr. Rebecca Wang comes back, she should say it came from Plutarch, right? It comes from Plutarch. Now we're arguing that the word Kemet has nothing to do with Black Land, and Smash left, but I will show. Let me show you this. Let me show you. Yeah. So yeah. I wanted to show Smash this for his research, but I'll show it to you. Wow, where is it? So I wanted to show you in the 25th dynasty when Pianki, right? And this is for James and everybody else. This kills whatchamacallit's argument, Sansoniram. Sansoniram said they never referred to those in the hinterlands as Kemetiu, and basically that term, that adjective, but that is, so it's not here. Okay, here it goes. Yeah. So now what happens when the people of the hinterlands come and take Egypt? right? So the people in the hinterlands,
Hold on, Reggie. Is you sharing a screen or anything?
No, I'm talking
Oh,
first.
okay, word.
So the people in the hinterlands, okay. So I asked I was on the show with Ankh and them and Ankh and Logic, and they failed, right? I asked Ankh what was the double kingdom. He didn't know. And then ultimately he figured it out when I told him that the double kingdom, well, I have to ask you, what is the double kingdom, y'all? I know that y'all know. What's the double kingdom? I know Patah Moon should know. Due diligence, Gila Khan, Pan African James might.
You talking about
Yeah.
the upper and red crown, white crown?
No, that's not the double kingdom. Anybody else?
Double kingdom.
Okay, so the double kingdom comes during the time of Taharka. Well, not Taharka, really, Pianki. The double kingdom is when there's Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, Upper Nubia.
I was just about to.
Nah, too late.
I know.
Go ahead, Reggie. But now, because I'm finding this interesting. Like, go ahead, let him get this out. We need to hear this.
So the double kingdom is when Pianki, who comes from the hinterlands, right? He joins, he rules Egypt, and his dynasty rules Egypt, right? And so these are Egyptianized Nubians. So Egyptianized Nubians are using those terms and referring to themselves as Kemet, right? And if you look at the, I think it is Taharka, could be Taharka Pianki. He says that he's the protector of Kemet. But what I can show is I can show another form of Kemet that we don't see often, and this is in the Pianki period. And I'll get back to what I was saying earlier. So what happens? Okay, so here it goes right here, and then I'll say what I was going to say. Okay, so now. So Pianki, I'm waiting for it to load. Okay, so my screen is sharing. So Pianki says that this Egyptian term, right? He basically says that aha, right, in him, right? And himeth, right? So it basically says his majesty, right? Right? That's aha in, right? Sent troops, right, to Egypt and commanded them very strictly time and time again. So the first thing I want to show is that the people in that Pianki was using this form of Kem with the Nuit. So this is Kemet, but this is directly the Black City, right? Or the Black Country, directly. Kem with the Nuit. Y'all see that?
Yep. Okay.
All right. So that's just one leg, but these are the people of the hinterlands. So let me get back to
ask you this, Reggie.
Yes.
Where's the T? I see Kim in this.
Yeah, I see the Kim with the time determinant, right?
But I don't see the T.
Right. So, but these are the people of the hinterlands. So let me get to my hinterland conversation.
Okay.
So Pianki in him is not very knowledgeable of ancient Egyptian, and they become ancient. Does Pianki become ancient Egyptian?
He's a pharaoh. Yes. He's an.
Yes. So right then and there, the argument of Dr. Serge Sonoran falls apart because now the people of the hinterlands, right? These are these obscure territories outside of Egypt, uncharted territories. These uncharted people, now they become rulers of Egypt, properly coordinated, right? And they are Egyptians. They are they are people of Kemet. So Ogden Gauntlet's argument falls apart when he doesn't talk about the double kingdom. Do y'all understand that or no?
So let me see if I got it. So Pianki was also the king or ruler of the Western Desert people, which we call the Nubians, and then he took over he took over Kemet, what we call Egypt, and became the Nasut. So those are your two kingdoms that he ruled at the same time, and he also called himself an Egyptian because he was ruler of the Egyptians.
That's correct. So
and anybody he brought in to support him in that role, they were considered Egyptians, even though they may have been Nubians or Nahessian or Western Desert people. Yeah, sub-Saharan kingdom. Yes.
Right. So now
hold on, Reggie. Let me give some kind of a little pushback so we can see if we can get some clarity here. So now, at the time that he does this, you would have to, I guess, assume that the Egypt was already unified to where he'd have the whole totality of the upper and lower Egypt, or how does that work?
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying? So basically, so you're separating the Cushites or the Nubian land and saying that they came up and took over Egypt, but when they did so, Egypt was already a unified state, so they would have already took over the totality of it and not just Lower Kemet. So was he just unifying Lower Kemet and the Cushite people? Was he unifying the whole totality, upper Kemet and Lower Kemet? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it became the double kingdom because he unified Upper Egypt, Lower Nubia, Upper Nubia.
Okay, that's what I want to. Yeah, that's real clear right there.
He is a unifier of a how can I say, of the largest territory in humanity, right? He unified the people that was on the Blue Nile and the White Nile, and then the people that was on the what we call the Egyptian Nile. So people don't do that. Now the philosophical question is, was he Kemet? Did he, and to be Kemet, to be a person of Kemet means that you have to follow the king's law, which he did because that was his theology, and that you had to speak the language, right? You had to honor gods. So at this time period, Kemet, he is a person of Kemet, right?
Right.
And I just wanted to show this glyph for Smash to show
also,
that.
Let me ask this question, Reggie. How will we be sure to identify, just because they went south of Kemet, that they would be considered the hinterland people?
Because
you know what I'm saying? Because that's what somebody would ask, like, how you know they the hinterland.
So then, what did Sir Sonoran say the hinterlands were?
He really didn't give a. Did he really give a real?
No. Yeah, you really killed this with this, Reggie.
Go ahead.
So all of those territories of Lower Nubia and Upper Nubia, right, becomes part of Kemet civilization, right? And so all of the hinterlands those people would be people of Kemet, right? I have another good quote.
Is this the New Kingdom? No, what king? Excuse me, what kingdom?
This is 25th dynasty, right?
This is 25th dynasty. That's correct. So let me stop sharing this and let me go and find another source.
But Brother Reggie, can I ask you how you get the Kim out of that? That was my next question.
How did I get the Kim out of what I just showed?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to understand what.
The Kim glyph was on top of the town determined. That's how.
Yeah, I seen that.
You just didn't see it. You just didn't see the T.
T. Yeah, I didn't see the T. So I'm confused now. Like,
don't be confused. Don't be confused. Just know that this is another time period, and this is another king, and he's writing it as Kim, right? 'Cause he is, watch this. He is in fact the darker person, right? His dynasty is in fact the darker person. So he's not playing any games whatsoever. You know the games that were played? Now we have somebody from the hinterlands, right? Share it again. Pianki. He's from the hinterland, right? And now, unless it, so I'm sharing it again. So now he's calling it directly Kim
Black.
Inuit symbol.
Yeah. So then,
Right.
so when Sonoran said, in any case, they didn't use colors to call anybody or call anybody else Kim from the hinterlands. So
But
this
the
the bump.
hinterland people or the hinterland people, right?
Right.
Or
Yep.
in charge, right?
Yep. Yep.
And they now are the sacred people themselves,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And so he's making it now. Before it was Kemet with the Nuit, but in this particular direct adaptation, right, by Dan L. Khan, who's one of my favorites, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes and he clarifies it. Now let me show you something else by yeah, I'm gonna
My
show you.
only point was I'm sorry to cut you off because the understanding, I guess you'll be more the expert. So the face before, what does that have to do with the black land? It doesn't have anything to do with it, or it has nothing to do with
No, that's just me. That's
Yeah,
after.
her. Yeah, it means her. So it's just a grammatical statement. So if I pull it back up again, let's pull it back up again. And
It's up there.
so
I'm
yeah, so
sorry to do this. My bad.
no, it's problem. So this statement right here, right, is basically aha in, right? Okay, so you have his majesty, him F is the king, the majesty, right? Then you have this phrase over here, right? Um uh that basically says okay, so him F him F, sorry to butcher this because I have to actually think right now. This phrase right here basically
Is
says that Majesty sent troops, right?
yeah.
To Kem without the T,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then it says her, right? Her, right? And then it says and commanded them, this term, commanded them, they say very strictly where is, I guess, the very, and this is the term for strictly, and this is time and time again, right? The sep sin twice, commanded them a time twice. So that's time and time again, time twice, right? Sep sin, because sin means two, right?
Right.
So so here I want to show Smash and all of you that in this particular time period, they just called it Kim.
Yeah.
Now the Egyptologists put on a Kemet because that's what they do, but reading it directly, they didn't do it, they just called it Kim. So
Yeah.
now you have Black people, the Negroes, those in the hinterland,
Mm-hmm.
controlling, getting ready to control what they will call Kim.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to show that, and Smash is not
Thank
here, missed the opportunity, and then I want to show you something else about who Pianki and them took it from. So I have to stop sharing, and then I want to so whatchamacallit is going to browbeat, Pianki is going to browbeat because he was going to kill this person, and I wanted to show you what he said. So I'm gonna go back to Dan L. Khan, who is one of my favorite scholars. So where is this? The divine intervention. Okay. And the surrender of Nimrod. So Smash it's not here, but I wanted him to see Nimrod because he was saying he was making this point of that like Nimrod, this biblical story was actually an Egyptian story, right? Remember that earlier before we got off track? Where this character Nimrod.
Yeah, they try to bring a biblical
Yeah.
information into.
Okay, so here we go. So so here we go. All right, there's the meta nature of it. And then this is where he browbeats this guy who he needs to put under his foot, right? And then he says, okay, then the king's wives and king's sisters threw themselves on their bellies in front of his majesty, the king's wife, ruler of Hawat Wered, his town, as plunder to the place carrying his majesty, him to the place carrying his majesty, then his majesty, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, now Pianki, beloved of Ammon, said that you will die your mother, right? Who is it who guides you? Who is it who guided you? Who is it who guides you? Then who is who guides you? You have abandoned the proper way of life. So this the proper way of life is the Watanakh. It is indeed an arrows that heaven rains, a storm, right, of arrows. It is that I will. Southerners bow down and Northerners say, place in your shade. Is the beneficiary really abusing him while carrying his offerings? The heart is a rudder, it will turn over to its owner, to that state which is in the wrath of God. He is seen in the fire of the Lamb. My point of reading this is, just blow it up, is that the person who is talking, I can't blow it up, it seems, the person who is talking is Pianki, and he now is Pianki the king of Egypt now? Yes or no? Is he from the hinterlands?
Is
Yes,
that
he,
yeah?
right?
Is that from Christila? So that I would say yeah, he's from the
Yes.
hinterlands. Yeah.
Right. So at this particular point, he is the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, right? Okay, so he becomes the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, but he's also at least Taharka has the larger empire because he's been able to unify Upper and Lower Nubia. So Dr. Sonoran's uncited, no citation examination is not enough to carry his argument. So those people who believe that white ice is colder and just because an Egyptologist says something doesn't fit the case. It actually doesn't solve the problem. It didn't even create a new problem because the fact of the matter is the hinterland Africans, right? Now they in fact take over the land. So they are people of Kemet. And after this, they use Egyptian titles, right? They speak Egyptian, they are Egyptians, and they are the darker people. Now, Egyptologists like to take this whole period out of out of Egyptian civilization and just call them the Black Pharaohs, right? They like to do that. So now they're the Black Pharaohs as if they're not pharaohs, if they're not Nasud biddies, if they're not controllers, right? But these people, unlike some of the other people, actually speak and believe in the Egyptian culture, right? So let's just do this, stop sharing. And so what are your comments now about Sonoran? So this is what Sonoran said. So let's pull up with what Sonoran actually said.
obviously you destroyed Sonoran on that note.
But let me say, if I was to take what Sonoran is talking about, if you were really paying attention, he's actually talking about what Diop and Abdullah were arguing. And Abdullah was saying that the term Egypt, Kemet or Kemu meant Egyptian. That is what he said. He did not say that he was in the opposition that they meant black people. When Sonoran spoke, he said that if they used the term, if they were to use he said to determine something to that, he said they would use the term Kemet or Kemu, not Kemet to you. Now, well, Reggie, if you want to go off into, so basically he's agreeing with Diop, right?
Well, yeah, on that part. So let me.
Okay, so but the part that he disagreeing with Diop, which I don't think even Diop brought into his argument, because that ain't what him and Abdullah was arguing
Abdullah was talking about.
Yeah, they weren't even talking about that. They were just talking about Abdullah said it meant the Egyptians. Diop said it meant black people. Sonoran came in and said it meant black people if they were to say it. Now, do we find Kemet to you off an Egyptian text is what we need to answer.
Well, you're asking another question. So let me get back to this question. So why did Sonoran use Kemu, right? Because what he did was, this is the word Kemu, and it's black. It's a noun. Because of the man that's here, right, makes it a noun. The U right here is not rendered in the Vigus dictionary as Kamu, but it has to be because this is Kem and this is U. How do we know it's U? Is simply by going to the transliterations. Where is it? The transliterations, if I have it. Sorry, my computer's not
Brother Reggie, not to cut you off, but yesterday it was crazy. I will listen to the show yesterday. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Yeah, you put it in this slide. So why was it crazy while we're doing this?
Because you gave them the definition that it meant like town, not something like town or something like that. And after that, they still disagree with you. That was just mind-boggling.
Yeah, okay, so here's the transliterations. So here's Kemu, the black, right? And so you see the U here from the transliteration. So this person would have been a black person directly. So that's why he said you would use Kemet or Kemu, because this particular person has a male, a man here. And then if we looked at Kemet, let's look at all of the Kemets that, okay. So here is Kemet right here, and they call them the Egyptians, but it has the A1 and B1 glyph. So what was happening last night, I think y'all should go and watch with where I embarrass so these people, they don't read the Metanetra at all. So all they do is read white people, and then they come back, well, white people that they deem as experts, not all white people. And then they come back and then they say they do logic games as to how we read English, but they never want to read the Metanetra. So I beat the brakes off of them on that. But I was trying to give y'all a source that y'all can read. So I'll stop sharing.
That Kemu is the male version?
Yes.
Is that what we're getting? Okay. And the T is the feminine T?
Okay. The Kemet is a collective of male and women, men and women. That's the A1, B1 with the plural. What he was, okay, so let's put up Sonoran. Let's put up what Sonoran say so we can all see it.
For the Kemet is more of everybody, and the Kemu is just male.
Kemu would have been black man. Kemu would have just been black man, and so we have to look at why he actually might have used that. And I'm getting back to the other point that we're talking about was the hinterlands. So give me a section, and thank you for your time to deal with the hinterland argument.
Oh, you got that all day.
Okay, so
but Kemu wouldn't be a plural. The U is not a plural.
If you make it a plural, then it means, and if it's a plural, then it means black men. It's still plural.
Not just blacks.
Yeah, or the blacks. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, or the blacks. So this is what Sonoran said. It said, well, I read it. Professor Sonoran, interviewing in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdallah and Diop, stated that in Egyptian Kim.
Can you share? Can you share? Can you
I'm
share?
not.
No,
Sorry.
you're not sharing at either place.
Yeah, I was rambling. I thought I shared.
YouTube or in the.
So together we're gonna beat up Sonoran, and I'm gonna do a show tomorrow or the next day for the wider audience. But this is in the dojo. So
I can't wait for that. I was waiting on now. I got notifications set already.
So it says Professor Sonoran, intervening in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professors Abdallah and Diop, stated that in Egyptian, Kim, feminine Kemet, meant black. Okay. Now he didn't do all the he didn't say that Kemet was a collective noun for peoples, right? He just put the T on it and made it feminine. That's not good enough for us because Kemet is used as a collective. Then he says the masculine plural was Kemo. So he's saying that the masculine plural of it was chemo, and the feminine plural was Kimwet. So if you wanted to say plural of blacks, you would say Kimo, and the feminine in grammar, you would say Kimnet. Now the problem with this is that there is no Kimnet. He's wrong. It would have been Kimwet. Now he may not have been wrong, but it shows that Dr. Sonoran didn't go back and correct it because Kim and Net doesn't exist. Kim Wet would have been a plural for Kim in feminine in Egyptian grammar. Then he goes, yes?
Reggie, is there a word Kim two?
It would be, well, what would Kim 2 means? It would be twice black, right? Right? It would be, so the thing is when in the grammar, when it's just two things, both, like both of us, the two of us, right? You would use the two. If it was multitudes, the plural, you would use wet. You could use it would be over here, Kimu, right? Or the two, right? And okay, and Kim Wet, right?
I got you. Yeah.
Hopefully, if I have to go back and make it more clearer, that's why I like.
Nah, you showed us with the time thing, right?
Okay. So now he goes on. We don't have. We go on to the argument of Kemetiu. He says it would mean only two things: those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, the Black Country, right? So it can only mean those things: those of Kemet, or the inhabitants of Kemet. Okay, but he's wrong there because Kemetiu could also mean the Serapium, right?
Right, the third, yeah.
Right. So there's a third case that he didn't, and it could also mean it could be the dead bulls, but it could also be obviously or the dead people of Kemet, right? Like a graveyard, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because they are a sacred herb. Then he
Yeah.
goes, it was a derived adjective, and that's where we had this argument going on with a few minutes ago that Kemet had to exist because Kemetu is derived adjective of Kemet. It's a derived adjective, a Nesba form with a geographical term, which had become a proper name. So, the person that is no longer on the chat, he fails because you had to have Kemet, right, as a geographical place, and then before you have Kemetu. Got it?
Yep.
Right? But he says it was not felt with its original meaning. No citation for this. Now he dies 1,000 deaths. To designate Black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, right? Which he said, not Kemetu. Okay, that's what he says. In any case, they never used this adjective, Kemetu, right? To indicate the Black people of the African hinterland, whom they knew about from the time of the king of the New Kingdom. So the question is that when Pianki and Tahaka, Shabaka, all of those, they are from the hinterland, and so they become Kemet. So
And
his
and
argument, yes?
And the New Kingdom.
Right. Well, in the and so in the New Kingdom, they might have been obscure, meaning they might have been the people of the hinterlands, but in this particular period, they become Kemet itself.
Yeah.
So Ogden, he would have known. He would have known it because he's an Egyptologist, but either he refuses to believe that the Nubians or the Cushites were true Egyptians. But you can't just do that because to be Egyptian is an ethnic situation, not a racial situation. So he is dealing with it in a context of being racial, right? He's not looking at it, and then he's only looking at it as color when Kemet doesn't mean just color, it means sacred Black. And how I know it means sacred Black, let's see if I have it here or I have it somewhere else.
Just like the Jewish or the Jew, in order to be, it's not an ethnicity, it's a religion or a culture, a way of.
But it becomes an ethnicity. It does actually become an ethnicity to be Jewish, right? Because why? Because you can have converts to be Jewish, right? Remember, right? So
but that's
not,
right. That's not ethnicity.
Yes. Okay. Why is it not ethnicity?
Ethnicity would be like like your blood, like you know what I mean.
Racial. That's racial.
Racial, yeah.
Ethnicity means that you believe in a God, you believe in a language, right? In the culture.
Oh, I thought that ethnicity was your like you had to be related. You know what I mean, like a certain relation, like blood relation. Let me look it up.
Yeah, that's more hereditary and if anything racial. So yes.
To a subgroup made of people who share. Oh yeah, you're right. Common culture or background or descent.
Right, or descent, but you could, once you become a convert, you culturally go in. That's why we got people running around, Black people running around in Jewishness.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we go back to an earlier period, right? We go back to an earlier period and we look at other versions of Kemet, and what we see is in the rock tombs of Mir, right? So that's around the 6th dynasty. You says, I protected the Black herd of Apis, right? So this is what this is saying. So so this is where he protects this word protect, the this is the Black herd, Kemet with the cattle, right? But not only with the cattle, there's a man behind, right? right? So the man, so it's sacred. So this Kemet right here is sacred, and Apis also has a man, right? Like Ptah, right? Like Apis, a divinity. So, I had left the argument about Serge Sonoran because he wasn't complete in his analysis and nobody challenged him. Diab was smart not to challenge him. Diab was actually saying, look, you said enough, thank you so very much. Then he threw in that hinterland stuff, and I think Diab got what he needed, and he didn't want to challenge the hinterland. But I just showed that Pianki and them come from the hinterlands.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So they become Kemet. So you can't strip them from being Kemet, right? You can't strip them from being Kemet. And so those are my points. And so before I pull up the next thing,
It's a lot of information that we went over. Well, y'all went over. You and Smash Rockwell went over today. And
oh yeah, Smash. And so how we know about herds and people is because we have another close grammatical structure of the Winjet cattle. So the Winjet cattle are also sacred cattle, right? And then we Winjet as people, right? This close construction with the A and so here we're talking about people, here we're talking about cattle, right? But it's a close construction, just like this construction right here of the sacred herd of people and the sacred herd of cattle.
Okay, hold on, Reggie. Now, what type of cattle is the Winjet cattle? What type of, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, go over that because we rarely see that Winjet.
And go over that town information that you did.
No, slow down, hold on. Go over the Winjet. You went past real fast. Like, what type of cattle are those, and what what do you know? Like, what we know, what territory they would still be encompasses in lower Egypt, right? I mean, the upper Egypt. I mean,
well, the Winjet cattle, it seems to be another term of temple cattle. So Winjet cattle seems to be temple cattle, and this is like Winjet temple people, right? If we want to look at Winjet, right?
Yeah. Now I understand the reason why you're doing it, so you can show the same thing when it gets to Kemet, right?
Yeah, that's
they're
why.
They're gonna do the same thing with the cattle as they do with the people.
Right. So when we come over here to this construction of sacred people, sacred cattle, right? Now I addressed in my other show, because I did this show already, Kemetiyu. Well, there's two forms of Kemetiyu. One is the place, Kemetiyu, and the other is Kemetiyu with the people. And so you can't ignore that the plural is on the people. So you can't see that. Y'all see that?
Yep.
So now and so over here, like, you can't ignore the plural of the cattle. You can't ignore the plural of people, right? Well, so with Kemet, they have the same construction. One here with just the country, like this one, Kemet, the country, right? Or the settlement or the place. And here you have Kemetiyu with the people. You can't, and these are what they call the Egyptians, the Kemetiyu. So now I have to ask the people of the hinterlands, like Pianki, Shabaka, Taharka, right? Or are they not Kemetiyu? They would be considered Kemetiyu.
You smashed it. You rocked that. I mean, you can't get around that. There's no way to get around it.
Right.
This whole show.
Huh?
And you've also smashed his other comment about calling people by colors. So
exactly.
Y'all killed both.
Right. So with your help, all of your help, right? With all of your help. So here's these terms from the Waterbush and the TLA, where we have now, we don't have to examine it by just the term, we can look at it in the context of it, right? So something like giving your people respect, right? Something in their hearts, right? And of the Kemetiu with the people. So now Kemetiu we know is the people because is to give respect or fear, your respect or your fear in their hearts, ib, right? Kemetiu. They're not talking. So Kemetiu here is the people.
Right.
Okay. And over here is saying your abdetu. This is like I think this is offerings, right? Of the bird, right? Cur under the Kemetiu, the people, right?
Yep.
And this one is to give the respect to the or the, to give your fear or your respect to the Kemetiu, and this one doesn't have either people or Inuit, but it has a place. Okay, the hill country, right?
Right.
So and then I argue that if you don't see the Inuit, it may just be a cattle farm, like where Hep lives or Apis lives. So
And that's Nuit below the chem glyph, isn't it?
Huh?
That's the Nuit underneath the chem glyph.
Wait, let me go back to it. The Nuit under the cattle glyph where, which
no under the chem glyph on your last example.
Right. So this is the Nuit. So this Nuit is community or settlement, right? To give your respect, right, to the commit to you, right? To commit to you, and it has but this is watch this. So this is Black and Inuit. This is another construction. So this is Black and Inuit and the TU bird, right? With the town, yeah.
That seems like that comes from Pianki, and that's probably talking about.
That's what I was about to say because it looked like the other one.
Or the Cushites.
Exactly. So what I'm just trying to say is that when I was arguing with this other guy that is no longer on the platform, that his constructions on Kemetiu is not complete, right? Because these are the cases of Kemetiu which he didn't examine, right?
So are we fair to say we could say it without having, oh, you're showing us other ways that they would have said it.
That they did say it.
Rather did say, excuse me.
We're so far away from inhabitants of. I mean, it's people, cattle. I mean, it's the people.
Oh, right. So
nowhere near the land.
It could be those of the place name, right? You can say inhabitants, but you can be more directly, right? Like you know.
Earlier in the
What you say?
I'm listening.
You're breaking up.
Not me, the person that was speaking.
Yeah, Reggie. This is real solid right here as far as, so basically you went in and found several renditions of Kemetiu and with the people determinative and another different type of determinative with the land determinative. Now I was looking at that and I thought that was Deseret at the end or something. On the last rendition right there?
No.
I don't know why was I, because that bird right there kind of looked like
if this is not okay. So watch
that
this.
Bird threw me off. What kind of bird is it?
In the TLA, they say it's Kemetiu. You might be right. If you are right, if this is Deseret with the hill country, then that still helps because this is the Kim
Yeah, I know. I see the Kim before that, but it seemed like they talking about the Kemet and the Deseret and that. But that's I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. You know, I don't know much.
You're not tripping. You're not.
Oh, okay, word. Then give it
No,
a.
you're not. You're not tripping at all because I'm saying it's only Kemet to you because the source told me that it was Kemet to you, right? But I don't necessarily agree because it says you give the respect or you get your respect from Kim with the Nuit and the Deseret. So it could be that too.
Okay. Well, shit, I must know something then because I know I was looking at it like, man, that's no,
you're not wrong because if we do this, if I show you the same term, I was only arguing and stop sharing. I was only arguing that because here is the same term that you was arguing right here, where it just says he ruled, they want to say the black land, right?
But that's people.
Right. Kemet the people, right? And RDNF, right? And placed, right? The Deseret, DS. So now they spell it out and then they use this bird with the hill country. So no, you weren't wrong, but I was just saying that they say here that Kemet looks like that, like this, right? Which is the Black City directly, without the T, the Black City.
And that's exactly what he was asking you. There goes another rendition of it without the T. That's Pianki did it like that.
Exactly.
He did it. That's how he wrote it down.
And he made it direct, right?
Pianki's from the hinterlands.
And he's from the hinterlands. So Serge Sonoran was given a quick answer, no citations, no paper to follow, nothing to follow. So for our opponents to jump on what Sonoran says here, they fall short.
They gotta do this. They gotta show the source.
So hold on. So
bam. So Sonoran is right though.
No, hold
right,
on.
Brother Reggie?
No, they can't even do that. Hold on. What just happened was he already agreed that the Kemet and the Kemu was black people. He just disagreed on the Kemet to you. Now what's happened in 2024 with new data, Reggie and other scholars are able to go and look through and find these Kemet to use and bring them to light, right?
Right. Yes. And so here, stop sharing my screen here. And bring up
Brother James.
Hold on.
You got brothers in the other lane saying that the hinterland part really means something.
But you can't listen to them because they can't even.
No. What I'm saying is that they got to produce the information that prove that.
They're not gonna do that, bro. I mean, they're gonna take this show and break this down, and that's gonna be their content. That's what's going on.
Oh, but, yeah.
But the reason why I feel like the show got a lot better because it allowed Brother Reggie to even show us something, so we could even piggyback off what Smash did and learn even more. Like we can't just keep clustering up time with people who have opposition. And then Smash you ask them for the sources so we can go ahead and at least try to listen to them, and they start playing around and acting like they can't give us the J source. So no, we're not doing
factual.
Because nobody else talks about other African languages in Egypt, only Asar, because the other people used to think that ancient Egypt had nothing to do with the rest of Africa, right? So that's why we know it's Asar, because Asar tries to connect, does try to do comparative linguistics, right? Yeah. So the other Egyptologists don't think that there is any relationship with Egypt and the other Africans, right? Why would they compare? They never compared Egypt with the other. They say the hinterlands, right?
They want to say Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you about that hinterland, because I know that's going to be a point of contention when you say that Pianki was a part of the hinterland. And see, now I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go off onto my own thinking for a second, Reggie. I think that, because you like, okay, well, they already know how to write this stuff and everything. Like, they just didn't just soon as they say, okay, we finna take over, we finna learn how to write this. They was already writing this stuff prior to them taking over like they did. They didn't just learn how to write that soon as they took over Egypt, right? Like, they always try to say that they didn't have a writing system. I think that was their writing system the whole time. That's just me, though, so I'm just saying that I'm speaking for myself. When I look at the data and what I think about it, I think that they're just doing something the nefarious when they try to say that they didn't have their own script or anything. That was their script, in my opinion.
Well, it was because you had the viceroys of Kush in the earlier periods, right? And so you had Egyptianized Nubians. So you had sections of Nubia that was what you call Egyptianized, and that led to the Pianki period. But here's another source on Kemetu. So this is where so they laughed at me. They laughed at me for 6 years. Oh, it's not connected to the black bull, it's not connected to the black ram. What does the experts say? The experts don't agree with you, Reggie. They don't agree with you, Reggie. You making it up, right? That's what they said. They laughed at me when I built the relationship of Kemet, the sacred people in my paper, and the sacred animals. So then in 2021, after I wrote my article, Angelo Colonna comes and says, religious practices and cultural construction of animal worship in Egypt, from the early dynasties to the New Kingdom. Ritual forms, material display, historical development. So now Angelo Colonna comes up and says, as an Egyptologist, he goes and he says, yes, there was a relationship with sacred animals. And he goes and he says this about Kemetu. The second point relates to the term Kemetu, which, as is apparent from the following determinative, the Nuit, refers to a locality of uncertain identification. So we were arguing with the guy that we kicked off, right? That Kemetu deals with a location, right? Because of the Nuit, right? Prior, and it might have been earlier. Let's see what he says. Scholars' interpretation vary. They do in this regard. Raymond Faulkner tentatively translates the place names, misspelling, as the people of Athribis. That's what Asarnim was arguing, right? While more recently, James Allen understands it as those of the Black Land, meaning the people, right?
Word.
And that is
on in there, Reggie.
Alternatively, Ebhard Otto also adds a suggestion that it derives from a pun between Kem, Egypt, and Kemet, the standard technical name used in later periods to define the temple herd of calves associated with the Apis bull. So Reggie's right, right? Okay, Reggie's not crazy. Okay. Playing on such ambiguity, the phrase would thus mean the do.
And Reggie,
yes.
When was this written? Was this written after your
yes.
So they just bit off of they saw your information, and they're claiming it for their own research.
They didn't cite me, so I can't claim it, but it would have been it would have been part of their literature review. And I'm an independent scholar, and maybe they wanted to go and do it more, but nevertheless, it says the same thing. Correct. So I'm not crazy. So Onk and the rest of the people.
But is this a scholar? Excuse me. Is this a scholar sourcing something that you would have said though?
Yes, but they're saying yes, but they're reading the same things that I was reading, right? She's just building on what He's just building on what he can directly source from an
I'm just trying to pinpoint. Scholars do say what you're saying, so some people say that this don't happen.
Yeah, scholars say what I'm saying, and then scholars read my work. Because you would be with it would I have a DOI, I'm in a journal article. You would have to read my work in your literature review. You just can't ignore it. And it's worse when you say the same things I say, right? You actually say the same thing I say. But this person is smart because whether they read my work and say, aha, right? They found other sources to substantiate what I'm saying. So
Right,
finally,
but hold on, the table where you got interrupted at, the person starts it off by saying that varying in regards, a bunch of scholars say different things, but one of the scholars did say what you're saying, and now I guess they're going to expound when you go ahead and finish reading what you were going to read.
But not only
And that
that,
scholar is Reggie.
Excuse me?
Right.
And that scholar probably Reggie.
Oh, we don't know, but like I said, but he has somebody with a PhD that's fixing to go into this. So let's just let him go ahead and.
But finally,
The
Angelo.
likelihood is that yes, they probably took it from you, Saber. I mean, they could look at some of the Greek sources that say the bull is sacred, but if he's really establishing his discussion the same way you are, obviously he probably read your paper. Yeah.
Right, but I'm listen, I'm a humble guy. I just argue my points, right? And it doesn't matter because I am published, and while Angelo Colono did not source me, but help my argument, right? So I'm
It's
not
just a
mad.
high five. Yeah, it's a high five from a distance.
But now Angelo Colonna becomes the expert of what I was saying because they published a book. So you can go to Angelo Colonna, but the main difference is that I published my work before Angelo Colonna did. Okay.
But Reggie, if you recall, and this reminds me, and it's crazy how the same thing is happening to the student. If you recall, Dr. Ben taught these certain individuals who became esteemed so-called Egyptologists and put forth information that he taught them, but they got the credit. It's crazy.
Yes, and that happens a lot. And then sometimes professors use their students as research assistants and find things that their students say and never give the student credit.
Correct. That would be me.
That's true.
With this bullet article.
Right.
So it at the School of Manchester.
Right. So it works both ways. And then, I've done a lot of work for scholars, taking my work and minimizing it, but I go along with it because sometimes I'm cited with them in their articles. Okay. So they don't leave me out. They just become the top man. Right. So if I'm working with a PhD and I'm contributing to the article, well, the PhD gets the credit, but I do get some credit. Okay. And that's the problem is because I don't have a PhD, right? And I do this, I do this work with you all. And a lot of you are really, really great researchers. When you're like, wait, let me look, once you start looking on your own, then you start building on your skill sets, right? And some people have different skill sets in Greek and in ancient Egypt that I don't have. So for example, Smash, even though I started the argument, Smash helped me the most. I didn't start the argument. Neb started the argument. Neb started the argument.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
he was debating the Asar Imhotep, and we thought he won. They thought Asar Imhotep won, and then we had to get busy.
Exactly. then in the old days, my only friend on this was Asar and Ka. Asar and Ka was my only friend in my work. right?
Well, hold on,
Because
Reggie, you talk about in regard to the trying to bring out the cattle culture, infinities. That's what you're talking about? Just
all
strictly
of
that?
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all of it. Because
yeah,
we had my brother, after I started the Seshu Ma'ani Medunecha, we had a split over the Kemet term. So we had a whole argument about
So
that.
you're talking about the riparian breakup?
Yes.
Okay.
my sister Julanda expressed so fervently. Don't be mad, sister. We just was clarifying the point. That's all. And Saber Reggie was getting attacked on it because some of them flew out to New York to try to discuss it with him, with Asar Imhotep, when Dr. Mario Beatty had to put his foot down concerning the issue. Saber Reggie broke it down clearly during the symposium, and we had went back and forth, explained, broke it down. Me and Rob Bourne had did battle with them in a back chat that had damn near the whole community in there, and the community was buzzing because of the way we did their argument. So it's been lit up. It's been lit up. Plus, they was attacking Smash. You see, Smash had his article. They was trying to attack Smash early on with it. But I mean, Sonoran makes it clear that they just heard about Sonoran James when we just pulled him up in the book. When
soon as
we
that
was
day
on
when
here,
you
it's
came, when
Smash.
you brought the day you brought the UNESCO paper, and we read almost line for line everything that was going on. That's when everything started. They went into, they can't understand the damn sentence any longer
At all. They was lost. Now, the bad part for them is they don't even know about the other book that Sonoran has out. He's got a couple books out, but they don't know what he's saying them. But let me just remind them and the audience. Saber, you mind if I share for 2 seconds?
yeah. Because if you got something else that Sonoran said that I missed, yeah, I want to see that.
Man, that was great how you said that, Reggie. Word, like
now see, James, you already seen this on my show the other day, but
right.
Sonoran makes this perfectly clear. And the Asar Imhotep, if you watching, you may want to grab this, homie. We'll start down here. He says, and this we'll go to the book is this. This is an old book.
I would say, come on with the title. So we gotta have the title.
Let me move this out the way. This says The Priest of Ancient Egypt by Sergei Sonoran. This is an old book, but y'all just heard about Sonoran when we said his name the other day. All right. That's how New Jack, the other side of the conversation is. He says, we like to talk about Mediterranean civilization. Notice he got that in quotes, and include in it all that is beautiful or great in the vicinity of the sea. But when the Nile empties its 7 mouths into the sea, it leaves far behind it everything that is distinctively Egyptian. For Phoenician, Carthage, Greece, or Rome, the Mediterranean is a means of connection of a human rapport, of commercial exchanges of conquest, the common center of a world which can see itself from one shore to the other. But for Egypt, the sea marks the limit of a world, of an African world. Thus, the dreams of Agotomeli or the Bantu philosophy carry precious elements which help us to understand better.
Hold up, not the Bantu. No, not the Bantu.
Of Egyptian religious thought. But we must expect to find little of Platonic thought in this world. So he told you right there, the precious elements which help us to understand better certain aspects of Egyptian religious thought come from who?
Blacks.
Those who are Agotomeli or the Bantu. Sit your $5 heinies down. Reggie done made change. Smash done made change. Pan-African James. Whatever your names, it's over.
I can hear Robert Brown now. You great Africans. You great. They clouded Robert Browns, right?
You people,
Fact.
you great Africans, right?
Man, he put the Bantu philosophy on it.
You great African
But
kings out here
do you
destroying
know what
these
that means?
major.
Hold up, but I'm
Yes,
just
that
saying
good guy.
you gotta break man, you gotta break that down. What does he mean, the Bantu philosophy? What does he mean?
Now, see, this could get real ugly, right? Because
Exactly.
if I open up this book, where is it at? If I open up, where's my book at? Wisdom, History of Egyptian.
Good hands.
If I open up, where is it at? Oh, here go one of them. If I open up one of these Asarian books, and we go to the beginning of what your favorite scholar, E.A. Wallace Budge said, and I've done it before. I don't know why y'all acting like you don't know. I think this here go book one. If
he's saying the same thing that Herodotus is saying. That's all
he go worse because he start naming places like the Congo and how
he
the
talking about,
idol
that's what
maker
I'm
was
tripping
in the
on.
Congo and blah 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 blah. So it get worse. Number one, look at the picture EA uses in the book. That's Nesmeni. For those who never seen him before. Naket and his wife. So known as Nesmeni. That's him. That's his wife.
You don't show the saw green. They're gonna try to use that.
They need to use it. They in trouble. Cause look at the brother. Look at the fro. Look at the flip-flops. This is Naket. And his wife. Sister girl. Now, if we start to get into what he says concerning the Egyptian, I just stopped early. Evidence which is afforded by the religions of the modern places who live on the great rivers of East, West, and Central Africa. The central figure of the ancient Egyptian religion was Osiris, and the chief fundamentals of belief in. If I have to open this paragraph up, I ain't gonna do it to you right now. I know you kind of shook. You're gonna act tough, but you shook. If I open up these paragraphs and he get to telling you the truth, it's over.
You know how I'm gonna watch this. Just check out how they diffuse information like this, right? They're gonna say that it's too old. That's their way of diffusing people that they disagree with, that say stuff like, "Oh, that's old information. That's outdated." Nobody will say that now, right?
Yeah, you gonna say something around
but they don't understand is many times when people wrote the truth about the history, they never had the same connotation for religious racism that maybe they got off in the 18th and 19th century. So they didn't hold the same disdain for African people when Herodotus and them they were just writing what the truth was, what they were calling themselves reporting. Now that it starts to say stuff that's favorable to us, even our own people want to discard what the people that was there that seen it in the time, or not seen it, but maybe definitely closer than we are in 2024. They were at least 100 years, 200 years removed, and they said what they seen, and then that some kind of way, because it's so old, it becomes invalid as your reasoning not to accept it. That just lets you know the disingenuous in some people's arguments. And we can't accept that.
If we saying too old, we wouldn't. Black people in America wouldn't use the Bible no more. But Black people in America wouldn't use the Quran anymore. You wouldn't mention ancient Egypt or none of that. You're talking about an old culture because you're tracing origins. So anybody who says too old in a discussion about origins is a dummy, because you want the oldest origin to find out where it stems from.
Correct.
So when it says stuff like right here, we'll start right here. I began to inquire into the religion of Egypt. I found that some authorities thought it was full of the spiritual and metaphysical conceptions which characterize the religions of some highly civilized modern nations. and was highly philosophical in its nature. Others thought that it consisted of a series of crude and savage beliefs, which found expression in disgusting ceremonies, and cannibalistic orgies, and licentious rites, similar to those which are performed at the present day among the Negroes and Negroid peoples in southern and western Sudan. So they're already making a comparison to
man,
the
that was
Sudan.
crazy.
Let's go down further.
Yeah, they already on the attack.
It's a wrap.
So who said this?
This is E.A. Wallace Budge.
This is what he's saying about the situation?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't
Golly.
really know. And remember, they always say, I need a real Egyptologist. You don't get more Egyptological than E.A. Wallace or Bruggish, or right? And you don't get more racist than them or Petrie. If I pull out Petrie's work, you're gonna fall down. But let's keep going a little bit. Regarded as a kind of solar cult based upon beliefs which were originally derived from Asia, but which were so corrupted and overlaid with native additions as to be unrecognizable. And then he goes on with this.
So stop right there. No, don't move past that little sentence right there. Go back up
that one is
so
cute.
we can analyze what he's saying. So basically, he's saying that it came from Asia. Am I making this up? He's saying that they got it from Asia, but by the time they corrupted and overlaid it with so much native, meaning African junk, that it was unrecognizable. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? We got to break this down for everybody to understand, because some people have these, not the people on this channel, but some people have comprehension level when you reading stuff. But see, that's how you break it down for what we talking about. He said that the civilization's origins is Asia, which is Mesopotamia and so forth. But they bastardized it and corrupted it so much that it's unrecognizable to where they can't tell its origins. But because that means they don't want to tell you that its origins is African, right? But go ahead.
Now this was
his
original.
They don't know. It's unrecognizable, the origins, because they bastardized it and messed it up so much. But that's just denoting the fact that the origins is Africa. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead.
It's his original belief. He's going to get to what he believes now, right? Which is why I was like, we skip. But that's a good point that you just brought out, so y'all can see the scientific racism that was taking place. So he says, when I had considered these views in detail, it seemed to me that their authors must have described the religion of Egypt from different standpoints, and that their conflicting opinions have been based upon some aspects of it without due attention having been given to others. It was quite obvious that all these opinions could not be right at the same time, and that the only course left for the inquirer to pursue under the circumstances was to examine them one by one, and to compare them with facts derived exclusively from ancient Egyptian texts. So he's going to use the text to break this down and find out.
Stop right there. So hold up. So now he's saying that some kind of way, I don't know what he's talking about, but he's saying there's some type of argument going on.
Well, the religion,
everybody's coming to different.
So don't forget, the religion is what's on the table. Remember, the religion of Egypt is what's being in
from
question,
different standpoints. Right? Okay, right.
Same thing that Dr. Wang said. Read the text.
Say that one more time, Shazmo.
The same thing that Dr. Wang said. You got to get in the text. You got to read the Meta Netra.
Yes. What Infudishi told us a while ago when Saber Reggie asked him in the joint. He said, is it okay if you can't read Medu Netra and you agree? No. Yeah, in fact, you have to, brother. What are we doing? So you already know what it is. The principal texts available at the time, 1883, were the published copies of the papyri of Neb Seni, Kenna, Nebket, and Sutimes, the texts from coffins at Berlin, the Turin Papyri, etc., etc. Those are the texts that he was able to read. From right here, where it says Unis. All right, let's keep going. In the years which followed, editions of many magic, religious, and liturgical papyri appeared, and before the close of the last century, the material available for inquiry into the character of the Egyptian religion was abundant. So they had a lot at the end of the century. Early on, they just had few. In fact, the student was then able to compare for the first time the contents of the Heliopolitan, Theban, and Sate recensions of the Book of the Dead with those of several other cognate funerary works, which, though belonging to a later period, are great value. Let's go down further because we need to get to what he said. Here he goes, speaking on the Asiatic stuff again. Let's get real quick. The examination of this material occupied much time, but the more it was worked, the clearer it became that many of the theories current as to the Egyptian religion were wrong. The facts derived from the text, when arranged, proved beyond all doubt that the indigenous religion of ancient Egypt was unlike any of the Asiatic religions with which it had been compared. So when James made that point earlier about him thinking it was from the Asiatic cults and it was no longer recognizable, E.A. Wallace dug further. And when he dug deeper into the matter from looking at the text, he was wrong. Because, we'll read his words, the facts derived from the text, when arranged, proved beyond all doubt that the indigenous religion of ancient Egypt was unlike any of the Asiatic religions with which it had been compared, and that all its fundamentals remain unchanged throughout the dynastic period.
Damn.
Now check this out. Now they're not
he
talking.
had to. So hold on. So he had to admit that he.
Okay. And they're not
Go ahead.
talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then they're not talking about when they say Asiatic, they're not talking about China or India. They're talking
I got that.
Yeah, Babylon, Assyria, Syria, Levant. They're talking about that Asia.
But hold on. So he's admitting that his earlier thoughts were wrong. That was going on here?
Exactly.
So I can respect this guy. See,
you talking about the back migration part.
If this is what's going on, I can respect it. But if he was going to hold on to the first couple of, we were going to have a problem. But see, when you see this in scholarship, when you see this in scholarship, then you have to respect it. So this is an honorable thing to say off in the text. So go ahead.
So you got to remember, this kills that back migration. That's who the people still there is the same people. Kills that argument.
It's from the religious aspect, absolutely. Now he's going to go further and just debunk the whole damn thing. So he says, moreover, the evidence of the tomb deposits of the pre-dynastic archaic, and hold on, let me move it over, and early dynastic periods, which thanks to the excavations of tombs made at Abydos, Nakata, Balas, and other parts of Upper Egypt, have become available, proved that the religious beliefs of the people who had made these tombs were substantially the same in all three periods.
You don't say.
Okay, so I want that clear. Digging through the tombs, like I spoke on before, will tell you the type of people that are there, and it proves that they're the same for all three dynastic periods. From the Old Kingdom.
Hold on, where I know what Abydos is in Nakata, right? Where is Balas at?
Like Lower Egypt.
Like it would be still kind of close. That's
it's Upper Egypt.
I just was, I love visuals. I just was wondering where is Balas. But go ahead.
And it says in the other parts of Upper Egypt, so it got to be close.
Yeah, right. It's like by the border. In fact, when Smash goes over his rendition of the Sinaway, I believe we see Balas in that upper area right there before he gets to Black Land.
Okay. And also you gotta understand when he's saying religion, you gotta remember religion was their science. So that's their language, that's their traditions, that's their culture. When he says that word religion, that's their everything. That he's talking about all aspects of their culture.
Right.
Yeah. And it's on the other channel because what they said they was the most religious, and they say they ain't. So it's we talking about religion right now. And it became clear that the general character of the religion of the dynastic Egyptians was identical with that of the religion of the primitive Egyptians. In other words, the facts derived from the papyri, sarcophagi, coffins, stela, etc., were supported in a remarkable manner by the testimony of early tomb deposits. The evidence derived from the Egyptian texts also supplied information about several beliefs and characteristics of the religion in all periods. So, like I said, Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom to New Kingdom. It showed inter alia that the Egyptians believed in the existence of God Almighty and that his behests were performed by a number of gods, or as we might say, emanations or angels, that magical rites and ceremonies of all kinds were closely associated with beliefs of a highly spiritual character, that the religion was not phallic, although the importance of the organs of generation, male and female, was greatly emphasized in connection with the worship of such gods as Menu and Amen. That the birds, beasts, fishes, reptiles, trees, stones, etc., were venerated because they were believed to form the habitations of gods and spirits at certain times and under certain circumstances. That amulets of all kinds were worn by the Egyptians when living and were laid on the bodies of the dead because it was thought that the benevolent indwelling spirits would protect them from the spirits of evil. This is in Smash's book. So you should have Smash's book 101 concerning. And then there's another book about the Egyptian amulets, which you should get as well. That sacrifice was of vital importance both for the living and the dead, and was regarded as worship of the highest kind. That the natures of material objects were transmuted into spirit entities, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to get down here because this is when it starts to get busy. There is no need to refer here to the doctrines of reward and punishment, resurrection, and immortality, for the existence of these among the Egyptians was demonstrated by E. de Rogue in 1860 and again by P. Pere in 1881. All these characteristics seem to indicate that the Egyptian religion was of African rather than Asiatic origin.
Boom. Hold on. If I had a bomb, that's where it would have went off at. I saw. Excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, the bomb would have blew up right there.
They whole house, everything they put that on. All these characteristics seem to indicate that the Egyptian religion was of African rather than Asiatic origin.
Now hold up, go back up so we can. I gotta see who that is right there. Now hold up, you saying that those two scholars came to that conclusion? It was Parrott. You saying that both Parrott and Rogue in 1860 and 1881 came to this conclusion, or
They
just
came
one of them?
And E.A. Wallace Budge is the one who came to this conclusion.
So there is no need to refer here. Hold on, let's go back to that. There is no need to refer to here to the
right
doctrines of reward and punishment, resurrection and immortality for the existence of these among the Egyptians was demonstrated. So why is he bringing up these two scholars is what I'm trying to make. So he's saying that what they said, he's against what these two scholars are saying?
No, he was just talking about the coalition of the first to the final dynasty, the bodies in the tombs, and the religious conceptions were all the same throughout the dynastic period.
And
that's what E. de Rogue and P. Pere showed and explained.
And then so he's showing that that's his source to come to his conclusion as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he says all these characteristics that they summed up in that paragraph where they was talking about every religious, this, that, the other. They did this with this. Here's the on the chest. Here goes the amulet. Here goes the this. Here goes the God. Yes, we believe the God. All of that comes together, and the characteristics seem to indicate that the Egyptian religion was of an African rather than an Asiatic origin.
Correct. Okay, I got it.
Then he's going to get into more specifics concerning. Shall we tear y'all up now? Or y'all want to sit down? Because when we start getting down here and he start talking about Congo and so, huh?
Give him that work. Give him
Give
that
him that
work.
work. See, he asked. It's a done deal. So here we go. Where my joint? Where I put it at?
I had started reading. I was reading. A matter of fact, I need this whole joint. You know what I'm saying?
I'll send it to you. So let's skip down just a little bit. Here we go. On the other hand, right here, that's where we're going to start. On the other hand, there is no evidence that the great bulk of the people of Egypt adopted the cult of Ra. And many chapters of the Book of the Dead prove that the moon god was their favorite object of worship. Many African peoples, especially those who live in the great forests and on the Nile, Congo, Niger, and other great rivers, not only regard the sun with indifference, but with positive dislike. On the other hand, the moon and its spirits are venerated devoutly. Proofs of this fact are found in the writings of many travelers whose works are quoted in their proper place in this book.
So stop. Hold on. Stop right there. So basically, he's saying that as far down into the interior of Africa, they have the same veneration for the moon as they did in Egypt.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Taking into consideration all the information available on the subject, it is tolerably clear that the cult of the sun god was introduced into Egypt by the priests of Heliopolis under the 5th dynasty, when they assumed the rule of the country and began to nominate their favorite warriors to the throne of Egypt. These astute theologians, either by force or persuasion, succeeded in making the official class and priesthood believe that all the indigenous great gods were forms of Ra, and so secured his supremacy. Meanwhile, the bulk of the people clung to their ancient cult of the moon and to their sacred beasts and birds, etc., and worshipped the spirits which dwelt in them, wholly undisturbed by the spread of the foreign and official cult of the sun god, which appealed so strongly to the great mixture of peoples in the eastern delta and in the desert to the east and northeast of Egypt. It seems to me then that the existence of the cult of Ra in Egypt does not affect the inquiry into the indigenous religion of Egypt in any way. During the years 1890 through 93, I was engaged officially in preparing for publication the volume which the trustees of the British Museum issued with the second edition of their facsimile of the Papyrus of Ani. And in the 3 following years, I prepared privately the edition of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead, which appeared with an English translation and an Egyptian English vocabulary in 3 volumes in 1897. He just bragging on himself a little bit.
Yeah, he getting busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doing it. I'm like, damn, okay, so that this I'm listening to that's giving him validity. So he actually worked on the translations of this. That's what he's saying, right?
Yeah, him and Brugish and
yeah, okay.
The other German dude who those 3 were like a squad, and they are also the founders. Brugish is the founder of the Oriental Institute that's in Chicago.
Right on.
So what the reason why they're pointing that moon as compared to the sun factor out is because the moon represented a Sar.
You know,
and he also represents the ancestor cult.
Well, yeah, I was wondering why is he saying that about the Ra? Like, what was he saying that the Ra may have come from some other source, or was he? What is he saying? But he said he said Heliopolis, and where is that? Is that right?
Heliopolis is in Egypt.
But I'm talking about where is it at on a map? Is that like right next to Thebes or right next to Komombo? Is that the same place I'm thinking of?
It's Heliopolis is like Upper Egypt.
You talking about it?
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, yeah, because they have something called Heliopolis. So it's about 3 different Heliopolises that I've found, and I just was wondering which one were they talking about. But go ahead.
Yeah, as it expands, as they expand their culture to other locations, or as they set out in conquest, Heliopolis expands.
Right.
So it even goes out as far as Syria, which is why you have vassal kings, because they're kings that they've conquered that will pay homage to them. And
But
so
the first one is the one that's up under Thebes, right?
yeah, you got Thebes and all that stuff going
Then
on.
the
You got
second one is,
Edfu.
I think, it's by the Delta. Then the third one is the one you talking about is in Syria, right?
Yeah,
I think I've just found 3 so far. I've just been aware of 3. But yeah, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to let you go.
We'll go down further because right now he just bragging on himself. Let me get down. Here we go. Let's get busy. So we'll start here at none.
Right.
None of the existing works on the Egyptian religion explain the difficulties, but a perusal of the articles which Professor Maspero had contributed to the Revue des Religions, whatever, and showed that this eminent Egyptologist had battled with the same difficulties. So the same difficulties that E.A. Wallace Budge had, Professor Maspero had, because they were saying it was from Asia, but everything is pointing to Africa. Let's see how they resolved it. Let's see. Showed that this eminent Egyptologist had battled with the same difficulties and that he, like myself, was disposed to explain them by references to the beliefs of modern African peoples in the Sudan and West Africa. Why are they talking about West Africa?
Man, this is deep.
Why are they talking about West Africa, y'all?
Man, where you be at with the sources? So you be in the cut for real. Like, yo, this right here is really beating the brakes off of all. But see, like I said, they're gonna try to say because it was so old that these people didn't know what they was talking about.
Oh no, they can't fight this. This dude is damn near the word on the saw. It's over.
Right on.
Africa. Let's read it again. Professor Maspero, right here. Anybody who knows about Maspero had contributed to the Revue des Religions and showed that this eminent Egyptologist had battled with the same difficulties and that he, like myself, was disposed to explain them by references to the beliefs of modern African peoples in the Sudan and West Africa.
Boom! We need sound. Man, do you know how crazy that is what he just said?
It's gonna get uglier. Just look at the words down below.
Oh man, keep going, man. You gotta go. I don't know how far this go, but
this
keep
what y'all
going.
want to do? This what y'all want to do on a stage or something dumb? On some YouTube stream? Asarum Ka versus some pseudo. Look, moreover, the writings of the late Lefebvre and of Professor Weidman of Bonn contained evidence that they shared the same view.
So now we got 4.
Now you got French dudes, you got Professor Weidman, you got Bonn.
5. Or
You got
6.
more.
We might got 6 by now.
You got more. I ain't showing them other books yet. You dead. You was dead before you start. I was laughing when you tried to do it.
No, hold on. Stop right before you get to this next paragraph. How was this? What I'm trying to figure out, like how we lost and how has this been suppressed to where this ain't like. See, this is what Dr. Clark and them was on. They was reading this kind of stuff.
What do I say, James? Cats don't read. And not only do they not read, if it don't come from somebody they like, they can't hear.
Comprehend.
Yeah. If they label you as an enemy, they can't hear you. You're too busy trying to dig how to destroy. And that's what winds you up on a summer jam stage. And then when you're on the summer jam stage, you can hear everything. But you shouldn't have to get that far. You should just listen attentively. And when somebody says something with proof, you should be quiet. Or you should switch what your thinking was to right thinking. You don't want to do that? You don't want to do that?
Smoke. He said he went to Jebel Barkle.
Yeah, that's what I said, just look down.
That's one of my favorite spots I saw. That's crazy. Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm over here enjoying this one. This is classic.
Early in the
This was what's crazy about this is Smash came through, then Brother Reggie came through, and now
I got off
you
work.
didn't came through. I don't see. I don't even want to go into the genetics. So people be thinking I'm crazy. But I'm just laying back. But I love what y'all doing today. This shit is just like, and you know what? After this, even like I would think after the day, we should have people just saying, you know what? Let's just go on, man, to get back and be family again. We was wrong. Like, why they can't do that?
They don't want to give you 5 on the black hand side. They want the other side.
Oh, that's shameful.
They want the Early in the summer of 1897, my official duties led me to Maroway, in the Donggala province of the Egyptian Sudan. Y'all understand what he just said? He's saying as far as Maroway, where the Donggala people live, is part of the Egyptian Sudan.
Damn.
He went there in 1897.
See, now I wonder, that's gonna make me want to pull up a map. I wonder where that's at. How far down would that be? You know what I'm saying? Because he's calling that the Egyptian Sudan. Why is he doing that? And wonder how.
Type in the word Marawi. The same.
Okay, well, I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna go look and see if I can find this. Hold on.
We're gonna do it for the people real quick, Jay, just so you can see what's up.
Yeah, because that's interesting. Okay, there it is right there.
Look at the part of Africa they're in.
Yeah,
this is Maroway. It's just being called Marawi at that time. Anyone who's heard of Maroway should know immediately.
That's
that's far down. So click that map right there. I want to see
Pianki them from. That's where Pianki them from.
Yeah. Way down here. We going what I'm gonna do.
I'll go to now right there.
Yeah, Happy River right all through here. They call it Nili. Look, hold on. Let me go down here further so y'all can get it.
Yeah,
look, you see, this is Maroway. This is Nubia. This is Maroway for Nubia. If it's not making sense for everybody, they're in Nubia and they're calling it Egypt.
Was that a mistake?
No, that's what it was.
I'm just talking about the way he said that. I'm just talking about the way he said it. Was that a mistake?
They got most pyramids.
Hey, Pianki them said they was Egyptian.
Yes.
So all right. Isn't the story that Tahaka is trying to take all that stuff back? Is it a Pianki Tahaka brother? Are they related? What is it?
Yes. Yes.
So they wanted to take it back to the old ways, right? That was their concept, right?
Yes. Keep going, my brother. Keep running down.
Dr. Clark said this.
Yes.
He was like,
that's what even the Colo Bolo
so
thing.
it be making me think,
Brother James.
When Dr. Clark said that, he said it
Brother
exactly
James,
like that.
He took when Brother Smashwell was talking about the Colo Bolo, Dr. Clark talks about the Colo Bolo temples. Yes. So when other black folks, or excuse me, other indigenous folks say that, I just a real shot, but say that we can't use the word black and we can't use our black scholars, but you have white scholars or European scholars or whoever scholars are saying the same thing that our Pan-African scholars are saying, even with Mut, the god is Mut. So he even talks about, because that's who the 18th dynasty, they represent Mut. They could go to the gardens. So that's all. Dr. Ben talked about not all of it, but a lot of this.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
Post that what I had put in the chat. That's what Pianki them said right there.
Hold on, let me
In the
see.
back chat.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it now.
We're gonna get into that.
So when other groups of people say that we can't use our black scholars, let's say, information,
That's
it's
in the
outdated.
go ahead.
Yeah, ignore them.
That's
Ignore them.
from the Nubian Museum right there, James.
See, it's going down. The bingo go off in your head. The light bulb pop on.
Because
We're gonna break this.
I be thinking about how. My bad.
Go ahead, family. Go ahead.
I just be thinking about all Dr. Ben the mother of Egypt, Nubia, the mother of Egypt, and he
Hold
breaks
on, I
apart.
don't see nothing in the back chat back here. What's going on?
So you know we
In
come
the chat,
like,
you don't see nothing? Damn, I thought I had posted in the chat.
Nah, it's not in the back.
we
I
come
just
to,
thought I was tripping, but yeah, it's nothing here, right? So go ahead.
we come to venerate them, and we come to prove their word or disprove their word.
Correct.
Their word is standing pretty strong. So let's go up again. It says my official duties, right by 1897. My official duties led me to Merowe in the Dongola province of the Egyptian Sudan, and I took up my abode in the neighboring village of Sheba to be near the excavations which were carried out that year at Gebel Barkal. During the months I lived there, I came into contact with sheikhs and fiqhis, religious teachers in Islam, basically, and many kinds of natives. And from them, I learned much about Sudani beliefs and religion. The information I gained confirmed and supplemented the reports on such matters which I had heard in Egypt on several occasions from Egyptians who had lived in the Sudan under the rule of Ismail Pasha. And I found that it explained many of the beliefs which are enshrined in the Book of the Dead. So he's chilling in the Sudan, he's chilling in Merowe in Nubia, and he's finding syncretism,
syncreticity. Basically, they're saying they're synchronized.
syncretism. Yeah,
He's
syncretism.
synchronizing what the text says with what the modern people in Sudan were actually saying, what they belief systems
today and what the ancient Sudanese believed in.
So bam,
James,
hold on.
there you go.
Stop right there.
Hold
Okay,
on,
I
before you
see.
go
Hold
to
on.
James.
I see this in the back chat now. But hold on. When Dr. and I don't mean to say anything out of line here, but when Dr. Ben said that he had a conversation with the native people and they told him that they come from the foothills of the mountains of the moon, they thought Dr. Ben was tripping.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? He was just telling you when he talked to the folks, they said they came from the foothills of the mountain of the moon. And you can
Where the
find
mountain
that,
of the moon. There's two.
find that.
There's
I looked that up.
Kilimanjaro
You can
and
find
there's
that
Punt.
people actually say that down there in what we would call the hinterland.
There's Kilimanjaro and there's Punt.
Yes. So they
both
actually
are
say
hinterland. One is Somali, one is Maasai. Take your pick. And when we went into the Maasai book, what did the Maasai say? The Netcher Cop, who is high on his mountain. And the Doboro people who want the cattle to come down on the rope. What Saber Reddy tell you? It's a cattle culture. It's cattle people. They venerate the cattle. And at the mountain of the moon, the Netcher Cop is at the top of the mountain. Netcher Cop, like Netcheru Kapara. The Netcher Cop, this is a Maasai story now. The Netcher Cop, I done showed the book. We done showed the myth. We read it in the Maasai with the clicks. We read it in the English. At the top of the mountain of the moon, the Netcher Cop is ushering down the cattle for the people.
You don't say.
Let's keep going. Let's go a little further, and then we're gonna pull up my brother's joint just to confound it, which he put in the back chat. He says, because it gets so nasty in here. He said, the information I gained confirmed and supplemented the reports on such matters which I had heard in Egypt on several occasions from Egyptians who had lived in the Sudan under the rule of Ismail Pasha, and I found that it explained many of the beliefs which are enshrined in the Book of the Dead, the book of coming forth by day for the layman. Let's move over just a tad. During the subsequent visits to the Sudan, I became convinced that a satisfactory explanation of the ancient Egyptian religion could only be obtained from the religions of the Sudan.
You don't say.
It could only.
Hold up, what do only mean?
Put that in Chat GPT. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it could
really?
only be.
So hold up. Who's saying this?
This is E.A. Wallace Budge.
I mean, I just got to keep going back to that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know who's saying it, but I'm just saying.
Now he gonna tell you what he think about his own family, the European family, right? More especially those of the peoples who lived in the isolated districts in the south and west of that region, where European influence was limited and where native beliefs and religious ceremonials still possess life and meaning. No, see, and then the Europeans must have influenced that, and then no.
Yeah, because that's the white racism. You don't
Man,
understand.
Europeans didn't even get into Central Africa till the mid 1800s. Cut it out. You know what I'm saying? We know they didn't even get into the Congo to the mid 1800s. To the center part.
Darwin.
Racist. We have to do this because y'all have been indoctrinated. And so we have to actually show you who you are so you don't have to venerate everybody but yourselves. Anything black in your mind is bad.
Right.
If you have a Western thinking, it's not to downgrade white. It's not to downgrade red. It's not to disrespect yellow, whatever with the purple. It's so that you can venerate in your mind who you are because you are who you are. And you don't even believe it. I then began to read systematically the books of all the great travelers in the Sudan, beginning with the travels of Ibn Battuta and ending with recent publications like Mr. Ward's Voice from the Congo. The notes made in the course of this reading formed a large mass of material, which seemed to me to be of a great value for the comparative study of the Egyptian and Sudani religions. And they illustrated in a remarkable manner the similarity of ancient Egyptian and modern African religious beliefs. Who's from the hinterland?
Man, you really just did too much today.
The modern African.
Yo, this is the devastating read right here. I gotta have this.
The similarity.
I could just pull this up. It's just over. I mean, unless I just would love, I gotta hear because you know what's gonna happen. So I gotta hear how they're gonna
fight back.
How they finna refute all of this that's been done to right now. This is the task. They're gonna have to refute E.A. Wallace Budge and Sonoran, Diop, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, and who, and you know,
E.A. Wallace Budge.
Yeah, James, they don't have it. I mean, they're gonna have to have a scholar that's gonna say that everything that's been presented so far today is rubbish and BS. You know what I mean?
It's your white dude.
I don't see how you're gonna be able to do that. And you know what I'm saying? Dr. Clark already told us that this is what he did. He went through European scholarship to find his history. So keep going, brother. This is.
Yes, sir. It may be objected that the modern beliefs and superstitions is going to tell you their viewpoint. It may be objected that the modern beliefs and superstitions of the Sudan and Congo land and Dahomey, where's Dahomey, y'all? That's Nigeria.
That's West Africa.
That's Nigeria.
That's the woman king.
Hello. It may be objected that the modern beliefs and superstitions of the Sudan and Congo land and Dahomey are survivals of ancient Egyptian religious views and opinions, but the objection seems to me to possess no validity. You can object all you want, but your argument is not valid. You can say it don't come from the Congo. You can say it don't come from the Sudan. You can say it don't come from Congo land. You can say it don't come from Sudan. You can say Nigeria got nothing to do with it. But guess what? But your objection seems to possess no validity. That's you, pseudo killer. Your argument has no validity, homie.
That was beautiful. That was the ball.
The oldest and best form of the Egyptian religion died more than 3,000 years ago, and many of the most illuminating facts for comparative and illustrative purposes are derived from the religions of peoples who live in parts of Africa into which Egyptian influence never penetrated. So how did it get there? Migration. Sit down. It's only going to get worse. You want it to get worse? I ain't going to do this to y'all, man. Sit down, man. When I tell you sit down, sit down.
Yeah, that was deep right there. So
that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough for today. I mean, I had to pull you up off of them. You feel me? Yeah, you jumped on them. Reggie came through, but he put a couple of jabs and kicks in. After Smash already slapped him. He started off with a slap. You come through. You over there, you the jump. Y'all done jumped him. You know what I'm saying? But by the end of it, let me see if I can pull up. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up this article.
You have no validity, gentlemen. According to Egyptology, E.A. Wallace Budge made it clear. Now you got a whole Nubianologist, Phil. You have no validity, player.
Okay, so who shared this?
That's in the Nubian Museum.
This is where E.A. Wallace Budge went to. He was in Merowe doing his studies, and the reason they flooded most of this location is because Nubia has more pyramids than Egypt does, the Sudan, if you will, and people started to go there more. And
what they did, they tried to separate Egypt from Sudan like that.
Yes. Talk to him, brother. That's your source. Go on and talk to him. I'm done talking.
It was just agreeing with what you were saying that to hearken them, they didn't see themselves as nothing but Egyptians.
Exactly.
And the tourism.
That's agreeing with the source you was reading.
Oh yeah, it is. We know. We high-fiving with you. I'm just giving you the floor so you could bang them out too. That's all.
Yeah. So you wanted to read the source on contrary?
The Asian southeastern areas were threatened. Why are the
Asian? I didn't have to read it. I was just showing you that it was confirming what he was saying. That's all I was saying.
Okay. Show it again. I was just reading it. Watch what it said at the bottom. Confirm what E.A. Wallace Budge say today. Show it one more time, Jay.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in. You want me right here? The last paragraph?
During the ruling of the 25th dynasty, the Asian southeastern areas were threatened. By who? By the sweeping invasion of the Assyrians.
Go ahead.
Yet the Nubian kings, including Taharka and Tanu Amani, made colossal efforts and were involved in internecine wars to defend Egypt's independence and sovereignty, but outnumbered by the Assyrians. The Nubian kings failed to resist the sweeping attacks, and Thebes was occupied by the Assyrians. Guess what they had to do? They had to migrate up out of there. 664 BC. That was the end of the 25th dynasty in Egypt. They had to migrate.
To where they migrated to?
Exactly.
Maraway.
They hold up. Did they go north? Hold up. Did they go north? I'm just being y'all know I'm just messing around here. But did they go north? Did they go where the threat was coming from? Did that make sense?
No.
So if the Syrians are coming from the north, it wouldn't make sense to migrate north, right?
Nah.
Okay.
They must have went back into Africa, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's what
I
would
wonder
think.
how come Dahomey and them and Congo land and all these places have similar systems if they were being invaded north, but supposedly no bottleneck situation ever happened like that, huh? No bottleneck event took place, according to pseudos who don't read. Y'all really don't want me to pull no information out, man. It's over.
Yeah,
when
that
we
was
tell you it's
after
over, it's not
just
because
reading E.A.
we think.
Wallace. Just reading what you just read. I mean, I don't even know why we would even, like I say, y'all be doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm
that's
saying?
facts.
Like,
Just think about it.
Just think
Yo,
about what Reggie
Brother
just
James.
did. Just think about all that just
Right.
happened in the last 5-6 hours. Like
Right.
it's just really just like our people should not be in any type of confused state after today, unless they show something that's just so in opposition and so, I mean, with some scholarly type of backing that would make you think otherwise. But I don't see how anybody could be confused after really just 3 presentations. Not really presentations, but 3 people coming on and showing some primary evidence. That's just where I'm at with it.
This was Smash earlier. This is what Smash did earlier. He showed in between the lower Thebes?
Show did.
So
who pulled this up?
This is me. I screenshotted that real fast when I saw that.
Word.
But,
okay.
But
he Buzz Dictionary right there.
He pinpointed everything. Like, if you understand what we did, what they did rather, they broke down exactly what we will find where's Kemet. He talked about the water, how the water made the soot, not the soil in a sense. Remember, it got a flow to the. That's what the thing was. They wanted the water for the irrigation. So herbal point. Anyway, so I mean, there's a lot of information that was broken down today. So that was my.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's been
the audience, fellas. Keep teaching, keep banging them up. It's a wrap.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much like I said. I think that it was great presentations put together from all 3 of y'all. Like I said, I could show some on DNA, but hey, I think I need to. The way you guys have. Well, really, Brother Reggie, and I want to know what is that you using, Brother Reggie? If you still here, are you using Windows for your presentations, like some type of what do they call those? What I want to know what program that you and Smash use when y'all put together y'all presentation.
Publish PowerPoint.
Windows what? I can't hear you.
No, I was saying, was that Windows PowerPoint or Publisher?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out which one is Brother Reggie using on. Yeah, because I need to put mine together in that type of a fashion so it'll be already preached. Because I noticed they keep going back to certain presentations and just adding on. I already know how to do it, but I want to know in particular which one are they using.
They use a PowerPoint.
Okay. Yeah, I know the layout you can do certain, but I want to know if, like the way that theirs is laid out, I like the way they did, especially the one that Smash used when he had the all of the Greek, he had all of those Greek scholars lined up in a row and was able to just go down. I like the way they have the presentations on there. I need to be able to have my presentations in that type of fashion.
I didn't understand what was Eddie's point. I thought Eddie was on the sense of stop saying what Kemet in that particular time period? Was that Eddie's point?
No, I don't know. That's the point. He put so much confusion into what he was trying to get convey. And the last time I had to end the show, that's what I was trying to get him to do. I was like, hey man, if you want to have you're gonna have something you want to get us to do, have it in a more presentable way to where we could kind of get what you're saying. Because he was talking about not using the term Egyptians when we're talking about Egypt. You know, he wanted us to use some type of I think an Arabic term, Mizraim or something to that effect. And I was like, hey, well, you know, if you could show us why that would be more valuable, then you know, just present it and see what the people say. That's all I was asking him to do. But he took it in another type of direction. So it is what it is. We're gonna have some people that we ain't gonna all agree with. I've been on the planet 54 years, going on 55, and I just pretty much got that understanding. Everybody's not gonna get along, but we need to just follow primary documentation, chronology, and stuff like that. And that's what Dr. Clark knew from what I got out of it. That's what they told us the standards was. Chronology, primary documentation, and you know, let the chips fall where they may. If you don't got primary documentation, and see Brother Reggie now, you know, that he's a direct student, he followed the instructions well. Well, what is primary documentation in dealing with what we're trying to find out? It's reading the text. Now, I can't read the text, but I wouldn't have been around Dr. Clark now for 30 years either. You know what I'm saying? So Dr. Reggie is advanced and having an understanding of what the mission is. You understand what I'm saying? Read the text, read the primary documentation, and that way you don't have to listen to secondhand people give an opinion. So that's what we need to be at in the community, man.
I like the way Brother Reggie gave us that the way they you could say black what can I say, black people or black community or group of black people in so many different ways. And he just showed it. I mean, and proved that Sonoran was wrong about the people in the hinterlands. And people gotta do their homework to see if the Brother Reggie is.
Well, what's going to happen, you know, if you know your enemy, what's going to happen is they're going to say that the people in the hinterland wasn't Pianki. See what I'm saying? That's exactly what's going to happen.
But it don't have to be Pianki in them. It just have to be people in the hinterlands. So does it have to refer to Pianki in them for them to be?
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you how they're going through their argument. From their side of it is going to be that Pianki is not part of the hinterland. That's how you diffuse somebody's argument, because that's what it seems like that's what they do. But we know that the hinterlands, from what I guess Sonoran was talking about, is he said something, and then see another thing in context of what Sonoran said, he was talking about from the New Kingdom on. So what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? What did he mean by from the New Kingdom on?
Pull up look up the kingdoms.
See? He says from the time of the New Kingdom. So what is he when he parses this out? He says excuse me.
Pull up your web browser. Go to
somebody just had it up.
No, I just screenshotted the statement. No. I have to go to
yeah. Somebody just had it up.
Yeah, that's the statement. But I'm saying if you want to know when is the what period was the New Kingdom, pull up your
No. I'm talking about the context in which he brought it up in the sentence. That's what I'm saying. Right. Why did he even bring up? Why does it matter from the New Kingdom onward? Why does that matter?
Let's see.
He said they knew of them from the New Kingdom on. So what was going on before the New Kingdom? Did they not know them, or did they already know what happened?
But I don't think that's the question. If you read the statement properly, it's really talking about
when did they started writing Kim to denote black people, not who they knew? If you understand what I'm trying to convey here, it's like what part of the statement is needed? Do we need the part of that? Excuse me, what came first? Them writing about black people or them knowing the people in the hinterland? I think that was the question.
You think that's what he was saying?
I mean, that should be the question. The question is, did they know about? Did they start writing about black people before they knew about the people in the hinterland? See, that's what I think. That was my concept. If they was writing about black people before that, it could have been like Brother Reggie denounced or trying to prove that it's some sacred black
You know what
people.
I would be interested in us trying to figure out maybe.
But you understand my point though? It's some more of a sacred thing. I think that's what they were trying to say, but not to cut you off.
Yeah, well, no, I don't really know. But what I'm saying, I think something there in the future that would be kind of something that I want to know. We need to figure out how the hell did they parse this? They parse like how could we clear up them parsing these civilizations apart? Or how can we, identify the parsing? From them saying that they're not the civilization. When does that happen? When does this so-called split?
Right.
Like why are these people right neighboring to these people and they don't have a written script?
So if they knew about them in the new kingdom, they just wasn't. They go back to Brother Reggie concept that they wasn't sacred when they was writing about them in the old kingdom. In the sense, I could be wrong. I don't.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, you got a neighbor, right? Okay, just like Mexico. We use maybe should we use Canada? Which one we use?
Let's use Nigeria.
No, we can just use America, right? So just like Canada, right, and America. Now, some kind of way, America came over here with a writing system. Evidently, they got it from their people. Now, the people in the north, which is Canada, which is a whole nother land, but they still akin to each other, right? Because the Mexican people ain't akin to the Europeans. So they're the same people, but what type of writing system does Canada have?
But isn't Canada controlled by the British? So when they
but what I'm saying is the British and Americans and the Canadians, they are the same people. But the Canadians are just a different type of European. But what type of writing system do all of them have? Don't they write in the English writing system in Canada? Is what I'm asking.
French.
You see what I'm saying? So but nobody said.
See, it's who you colonized by in that point in time, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, it was no colonialism going on in the inception of these civilizations. Is what I'm trying. Do you understand that? Like before they start talking about the Nubians with some ratchet people, that happens later. But in the inception of this whole civilization, this nucleus of it coming together, I don't think that I'm trying to figure out when do they start identifying this separation amongst these people, because like you got to think about, they're just south of this civilization, but they don't have a writing system, so they say. So how is that even possible? You know what I'm saying? You think like you could be next to somebody and you don't know nothing about what they writing about?
Can you be in the
what
same
they speaking, what they're saying, or anything?
So you saying can you be in the same family and not talk to each other, understand what each other's saying?
Yeah, or if they come up with a writing system, just because you are certain what you can't figure out. Like if I sit up and I see somebody writing, I'm gonna want to learn how to write too. I'm not gonna be just sitting right there. But they say they didn't create a script of writing until when? When do the Kushites or whatever come up with a writing? Thousands of years later. Like I'm just saying, this is just questions that you would have to ask. When do they come up with a writing system?
I think it's more like look at Christianity today, or look at how Christianity broke up, right? It went from like you had universal religion, right, in Europe, and then it went to like Lutheran, and Baptist and Presbyterian. You know, it branched off like kind of like that. Same script, but it just branched off, and they begin to have different ways of thinking and ways of traditions.
Okay, so you saying the script is split off. Okay, now bam. What I'm saying is from the time these folks started writing, you think that if these people didn't start writing for 2,000 years after they started?
We already know that the Nubian was writing first. The Cushites was
Okay,
writing first.
do we? But that ain't the way this.
Yeah, because
okay, I got you,
Brother
but
James,
the way this is being laid out to us, it's
Brother
like
James,
the Nubians don't do no writing, and the Egyptians the only one with a script. That's where it's. Am I tripping? Or
well, they put it out there mostly, but that, you know, that's not the correct, because we already see the white crown and the bull and you know, with the in the Western.
Right. But I'm just saying, how can we put that to? I want to know if how can
you
that
gotta
be put to the
you
forefront?
gotta take away our black
that gotta be
scholars for
something we
you not
need to
to
put.
agree with the information.
Huh?
Because you have to take away our black scholars in order to be lost. Because if you listen to the black scholars and they give you the information that, like you said, Nubia starts Egypt, and if the 18th dynasty is using MUT before NUT, you have some of a concept that most of the kingship or the god, the religion concept came from the south.
Hold
And
on,
if
you
you
said MUT before NUT.
yeah, they worship the god of Mut before the god of nuts, NUT.
Okay, now I heard Dr. Ben bring up Moot.
That's what I'm talking about. Dr. Ben talked about that. He also
Now
talked
hold
about
on, now the validity of that is what I went and looked that up, and it's been a while, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I see, because like I
not,
said,
but
I think when
that's
I
it's
started to
true
look
though.
into it, okay, I know what you. I'm not saying, I'm not in denial of saying that it's true or not. What I'm saying is when I looked into it, the way that they had tried to write it down, I may be wrong. They wrote it in like that was after they got Egyptianized, and I didn't agree with that. But what I'm talking about, when I looked into it, that is what I think I found, if I remember correct. They tried to write it in as if that's after they got Egyptianized, and I didn't agree with it even when I read it. But that's what I believe that what I found.
I think that it was basically made of everything was made of the religion, and whoever controlled the religion controlled everything. If I'm wrong about.
No, I wasn't. What I was talking about is just from a chronological perspective of how you look at the civilization. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is, if the civilization, and see, they do funny stuff like say Nubian A group, B group, and then they put that in contrast to Nakata 1, 2, and 3. You see what I'm saying? And do you understand what I'm saying? When they start talking about
Yeah, they
the
mix it up.
pre-dynastic, they letting you know that it's some Nubian people that's contemporary. But they're
But then
not saying,
Brother Smashwell said that it's nothing really different, but besides a couple of items.
yeah,
And
okay. But what I'm saying is, okay, now this writing that's going on, don't they have something to do with the right? You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is we need to pin them down on that's enough. That if after we figure this out to where we can figure out we can get anybody to agree from a professional level. Or like I say, I think it's gonna take them 30 years, like they did Diop, to agree with what Smash and Reggie them saying today. So we got a 30-year period before they agree that what Reggie and them is saying is actual fact, because that's how long it took them to put Diop in a museum. So they got a 30-year curve, it looks like to me, as far as the African acceptance of what we look up and try to bring to the table. But I don't think that we should. They should be a standard of what we're doing. You know, that's what my contention be. I think they put too much weight. They put too much weight on European acceptance.
It's just showing that Brother Reggie, Brother Smash, and all the other brothers, Brother um everybody who's doing the work is doing it like Sheikh Diab said. Um, don't just agree with the information, prove the information right or wrong, and that's what these brothers are doing.
Correct. Yes, I don't know. I think anybody got anything that they want to add before I shut it down? Because it sounds like everybody's pretty much either out of here or whatever.
Hey, James, what's up, man?
What's happening? This G Lacan?
Yeah. Hey, I got a question. Y'all seen Brother Garfield last whatchamacallit the other day?
I have
Nah,
I have to say proudly no.
Yeah, he had it.
You tuners, see, we gotta get this. Is what we gotta do, G Lacan.
Man, for Black History Month, he had his guy.
But you know, I welcome you enlightening us on the foolishness. Go ahead.
Well, he had his guy from Australia, I believe, and he was breaking down Greek text on the word black, and he went to what's his name? Hold on, here it is. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called what's it called? And Arian, Arrin, and he's and it's called his and the book is called Indica, Indica. Are you familiar with that? Well, it's one of what's Alexander the Great. He was a historian, I guess, back then, and he was describing. He went to India, and he was describing the Northern Indians comparison to the Southern Indians comparison, saying that the Northern Indians was pale skin, I believe, just like the Egyptians were pale skin, and he was saying all the way down to Lower Egypt. He was saying they had similar skin condition complexion, but he say but the Southern Indians were darker skin, but did not have those Afrocentric nose like how Cushers he was giving the description. He was comparing the guy was comparing how the Egyptians didn't look like the Nubians, and how the Northern Indians didn't even though they were kind of had the same type of phenotype like looking, but they were darker. So what he was trying to say, the historian was trying to say, was saying that people from Nubian did not look like people from what we would call Egypt and stuff like that. I don't know if you
now hold
you
up,
understand what I'm saying.
You talking about Alexander the Great?
Yeah, one of his historian that went to India at that time. They were given what they looked, what those people look like.
Hold on, excuse me. So what he's talking about is what he's seen when he went to India, because he supposedly had conquered several places. I don't know who you was talking about, maybe one of his generals or something that went and expanded out that far or whatever. But we all know that the Dravidians, which is the origins of the Indian culture, as far as their religious practices, are dark-skinned. Those are the original inhabitants of India, the Dravidians.
Now, are you talking about the one? Yeah, he was what the guy was doing, right?
Huh?
Okay, so is that in the southern part of
yes, the Dravidian population is in southern India. They're the darker population, but they're also based on genetics. They're the oldest of their populations. Now, the northern population are a mixture of the Yamna culture that comes in later. So all of those people are admixed people that took over the whole.
Now, what year are you talking about?
What the Yamna culture?
Because we.
Huh?
Yeah, the Yama is what year you were talking about? What year?
Now I'm not on the dating when they start to do this. I'm gonna give it maybe 5,000 to 6,000 years before they make their spread across Europe. I could be wrong, but that mix of population populates pretty much all of the yeah, that population pretty much sweeps all the way into Europe, but they changed the genetics of all of those people from Irania, Pakistan, all of those people, the people off in the Levant, all those people. If you look at them, they look similarly to the same, but they have different cultures because of over time. But they all, if you look at the Pakistanis, the Indians, I mean the people from Iran, Iraq, all of those people from Afghanistan, all of those people, even the Turkish people, they look, all of those people all the way down into the Levant, all the way into Arabia, they're genetically what you call Eurasian mixtures. You understand what I'm saying? But the people down in South India, they have a different genetic makeup that clusters along with the Aboriginal people of Australia and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Because those people, if you think about it, they got stuck on islands, and people don't really mix like what people think they do. When people see phenotype, they try to cluster together.
Well, he had primary evidence. It was actually they didn't have primary evidence of the actual Aryan, but they say in the 2nd century AD, it was another historian who had, I guess he got word of the Aryan story when he went to India. So we only get the secondary source from this guy. I forgot the guy name from 200 AD, I believe it was, or something like that. And he was telling how this guy from 300 BC, when he traveled to India, and that was his tale of when they were observation of these Indian, North Indian, and the South Indian, and how they was similar to what was going on in Egypt and Nubia. He was saying, well, they were lighter up north, but it was darker down south. But the one that was darker down south had straight hair, but they didn't have like big noses like the people down in southern part of Egypt. So he was saying that how similarity the Northern Indian was similar to the Egyptian, who was also lighter in skin tone, but had a fine nose, had alkaline nose, just like
what period was he talking about? Like, did he give a particular period?
He's talking about in the AD period.
No. The
AD
period
the first guy. The first
historian.
guy seen it in the 300 BC period. That
The guy in the 200, the guy who was described and who he was born in 85 AD, right? I mean 85 AD. The historian who got the story about Aryan, right? But we don't have Aryan story. We just get him from this source of this guy who was born 85 AD. I guess he's told his story around 130 AD. I don't know what it was, but he was saying that the story was how Aryan, right, was seen when he went to India in 300 BC, around Alexandria time, right, when Alexander was alive, and he was describing the difference between his observation when he seen the Indian up north and the Indian down south, and he was saying the Indian up north was lighter compared to the Indian down south, which was darker, but only difference was they had darker skin tone. But he was saying he was giving his comparison of Egypt, which Egypt at that time was lighter skinned people, unlike the South, which was darker with pig nose, with nose, they were and kinky hair. That he was saying, but the Egyptian up north, they had straight hair, just like the Indian people up India, right? Okay. Who had straight nose, straight hair, whatever, and lighter skin. If you understand what I'm saying, but
yeah, but he's talking about in a time period after Romans, when the Romans are there, right? So I mean,
no.
can
The historian is who's telling the story, right? He's the second. That's a secondary source in the after Roman, like you saying. But the primary source where this guy from the first century is talking about is reading, is supposedly reading a ancient source, right, from 300 BC during the time of Alexander. He's reading that, and he's saying this is his understanding of that source, but he's telling it in the secondary. He is telling, you know what I'm saying? He's telling it
he's telling us in the third person.
No, hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me see if I can simplify it. So basically, what you just said, what you're saying is that the guy that in 200 in 200 AD or whatever time it was, he read, or he's a historian, and he read a story from 300 BC about somebody's adventure into India. And what the guy noted when he was in India is that the people in northern India was lighter and the people in the southern part of India was darker. But he also noted that everything phenotypically was the same with them, besides the texture of their skin. But then when he's talking about in 200 AD in Africa, what he's seeing is that the people in northern Africa have the same texture, seemingly the same texture of hair, and they're lighter than the people that's in the South, but the people in the South in Africa phenotypically look like some Africans and not just have the same hair texture. They even have this different hair texture that he's noted. So they're just talking about an observation of two populations, and I think probably within a 500 span difference, right? 500-year span, because 300 BC and 200 AD is 500 years.
Right. Pretty much.
So that's what he's saying. Now, I would definitely say, that the people, because even the way that they depicted themselves in artwork, they drew themselves most of the times in a lighter shade than they did the people in Nubia. Not saying that they didn't mix it up sometimes. But
I'm talking about the people in Alexander. He's talking about the Ptolemies, most likely the Ptolemies. I ain't gonna say for certain, but I mean that's granted because that's when he took over.
The time of Alexandria was 300 BCE, right? Am I tripping?
322, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this guy right here, this guy that he's talking about is just a historian after the fact, right?
Okay, so let me clarify it. I got it right here. Okay, it said Indica, right? Indica, right? Ancient Greek, right? It's the name of a short military history about interior Asia, right? It was a book called Indica. Okay, particularly India, particularly in India, right? It was written by Arian in the 2nd century CE. Okay, I made a mistake. The subject of the book is expedition of Alexandria the Great that occurred between 336 and 323 BCE, about 450 years before Arian. All right, before Arian, right?
That's what I said.
The book mainly tells the story of Alexandria officer. His name was it was Nericus. Nericus voyage from India to the Persian Gulf after Alexandria the Great conquest of the Indus Valley. However, much of the importance of the works come from Arians. In depth aside, describe the history, geography, and culture of the ancient India. Arian wrote his Indica in the iconic dialects, taking Herodotus for his literacy mode. So the guy who was on Garfield's show was talking about what was talking about uh, Aryan story. He was talking about Narakis, whatever his name is, Narakis. And he was saying that what Narakis seen and what Narakis was depicting when he saw the Indians was the same type of depiction what he saw in Egypt during that period of time. You understand what I'm saying? And 330 BC around that area. And
I'm kind of lost. Sorry to cut you off.
Like I said, it's exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm trying to
they hit from a historical standpoint.
He said something about
Alexandria. Excuse me.
He was talking about India, not Egypt.
Yeah. No. He's talking about two different time periods, bro. Slow down. When 300 BCE, Alexandria was kicking it. Him and his military went and conquered the Indus Valley. We already know this in history.
Yep.
He also conquered Egypt as well. But they dead and gone. But this Arius guy, he didn't wrote down what he seen when he was there. So this other guy, he's reading over the documents, and then he's telling you what he sees in Egypt 450 years later.
India.
What he sees in Egypt is people.
India, not Egypt.
No.
Said India,
No.
If I'm not mistaken.
Listen, bro.
Oh,
the guy in 200, the guy that's in 200 CE, the recounting both stories, he's telling you that what he's seeing in Egypt at the time in 200 CE or whatever that time. Am I right, G. LeCon?
Well, here's the thing. What he doing is he's rewriting the guy who was with Alexandra in 303, because this is 400 years later. He's rewriting what the historian who was with the fighter the general who was with Alexandria. I mean, who was with Alexandria at that time, right? So he rewriting 400 years later what he seen when he went to India. The general who went to India.
Hold on. So India, not Egypt, right?
Yes.
What he saw, and the name of the book. The name of the
listen.
The name of the book.
Okay, well, watch this then. Why are you telling us about what's going on in northern Egypt and in the southern part of Egypt if he's talking about India? Watch this. See? Because he's making the comparisons between North Indians and Southern Indians, and he's doing the same thing in Egypt. That's what's going on, right?
Read it again.
Why y'all confused?
Just read it again.
G. LeCon said.
Hold on. I want to get it straight. When the historian was talking about where they went to, they was talking about India, not
at 300
Egypt.
BC. At 300 BCE, Alexandria conquered India. Right.
Okay. When conquered Egypt. Excuse me.
What you need, AJ? What you need to do, right? Type up, right? Indica, right? INDICA. Indica. It's a book, a military book. Just type it up. I can't put it on my screen, right? It's called Indica.
I'm just trying to understand that. Why was they talking about India if they was talking about Egypt?
That's why I'm trying to.
So the guy Garfield brought on, right? He's from Australia, right? He was telling Garfield that he can read Greek. He's a Greek. He can understand Greek, right? Right. So what he was telling Garfield when we hear the word Ethiopian or black or whatever, he was just breaking down what the Greeks meant by that, right? So what he did was he went to a ancient book called the Indica.
Okay.
If you type out Indica, INDI.
We're familiar.
CA, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Indica.
Yes, type out Indica, and it will break it down.
So
exactly
what I'm saying. That's how you cross-reference
it talks
his point.
War efforts when he left Greece and he conquered Babylon, Persia, and he conquered India, or part of India, the Yellow India, River, and then he come back and he takes Egypt, and he ended up staying in Egypt, but he ends up getting either poisoned or killed in Egypt. So, but what you're saying is that one of his generals that was with him that was writing down in his journal that when they went to India and then when they came to Egypt, he saw the same thing. But when you say
Picture of
saw,
people, like
are you talking about just the complexion of people? Because we know that the Dravidians or dark skinned people and white people, we all look the same to them. So are you just saying that he saw black people in India and he saw black people
yeah.
in
What he
Egypt?
was, I guess what it was when that general seen, white people observation. He just doing observation. His observation was the Egyptian and the people in northern India had the same type of complexion. Unlike the people from the southern part of Egypt, right? I mean, the southern part of Egypt and the southern part of Indian, they had darker skin, but only different between them in India, they had alkaline nose and straight hair, but the people in northern and southern part of Egypt, they had big noses and darker skin. Yeah,
I got you. So it's kind of like the cast, and I guess he's kind of realizing that in India, the northern India had a lighter skinned, darker, lighter skinned person, and then in South India, Dravidians, which are darker skinned. The only thing they had the alkaline nose and their hair was a little bit straighter, probably. And then when you come to Egypt, the northern part was a little lighter, and the upper Egypt, the southern part, was a little darker people. Is that what you're saying?
and also had kinky hair and
the flat
big nose and flat nose. No, they didn't.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why
Now I
Garfield
understand
brought
what you're
that.
saying, Dealer Khan. My bad.
Yeah. So that's what Garfield brought the guy to explain what the Egyptian what the Greeks, when they use the word Ethiopian, that is different. Yeah, that is different. The word Ethiopian is different than the Egyptian, because the Egyptian were did not have big noses.
Lighter skin.
Yeah, and the Ethiopians, they had big noses and darker skin.
Now because of the regions that people are in.
Man, see, hold on. That's why you gotta stop listening to them.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? Because you
it
seemed like a whole bunch of confusion.
Yo, I swear, brother James.
See what I'm saying? This is like I'll just listen to this in real time, G Lacan. You can't be listening to people that's confused. Now, see, I could even go into that from a genetic standpoint and tell you that everybody outside of Africa has a Eurasians. We already know this. Then you got levels of admixture often all humans.
Yeah, but
you're looking at people that have a different genetic makeup from a Dravidian, and I just tried to explain to you from a genetic aspect that the people that took over that northern part, the Dravidians are the true culture that created that whole culture in India. But these Yamna people with this code, with the genetic admixture, they came in later. So we give them a time frame of them taking over northern India and that caste system coming into play probably about 7,000 years ago. And so we already understand, you got to understand what's going on. Now, see, then you got to also understand the trick off in that whole thing is that you're talking about 450 years later, what he's talking about, what he's seen. That's 450 years later when he's talking about what he sees in Egypt. That's in the CE. That's in CE. So what do you think you see in Northern Africa in 2000 BCE in North Africa? That's what people they don't understand about population shifts, influx and so forth. Y'all don't get it. This stuff didn't just happen overnight. But right now, when you look at these people, they're totally non-African. They're not Africans. There are people in North Africa, people in Egypt, and you can tell linguistically they're not African because they speak Arabic.
Right,
if they were
right.
Egyptian, they would still be speaking Egyptian.
Well, I was just
that simple.
remember in Australia, the flat nose is also in Australia too with the Aborigines.
Yes.
But yeah, it was just the regions like mountainous regions causes a long nose. It's for breathing, for being able to breathe, and then depending on the wind and the sun, the hair gets straight because we have in Africa. There's all types of people are in Africa: blue eyes, straight hair, flat nose, alkaline nose, thin lips, big lips, light skin, brown skin, albino. Everything is in Africa.
Exactly. So,
Pointed
but I'm
eyes.
just telling you. Yeah, I was just telling you what Garfield was trying to do, and man, the guy, I don't know, man. I don't know
Khan,
what
you don't think that was mad confusing in a sense?
it is.
The way
Confusing.
you was tripping on how you was trying to make sense of what he was saying.
Yeah,
I
was
got what he's saying, but I'm just trying
Oh.
to tell you that it's a 450-year gap in that analysis. And that's a long ass time. Let's watch this. How long have America been in existence?
less than 300 years. A little bit
Look
less.
at how this population has changed over in our lifetime. Just even me in Texas, bro, do you know that I can show school pictures in Fort Worth in North Texas, and it was only African Americans and Europeans in the early 70s. It was very little Hispanics in Texas. Y'all think I'm playing?
No, that's true.
But then
Nah, you gotta know how many Chinese is
but
crossing
hold
the
on, but
border
let's
right
just think.
now.
Just think. So to think that I'm tripping. Watch this. If we go this is how crazy we are. If you go another 150 years, do you know that it was the Mexican American War? See?
Yeah.
So what happens in the war? Motherfuckers break. They went south. We fighting Mexico. We see y'all, we gonna shoot and kill. So they went south. But then when they got cool for them to come back north, now they coming back north. But when we was coming up, that being cool to come back north would come probably 20 or 30 years to where they were starting to trickle back north. But in Texas, bro, when you look at the old school pictures, I dare anybody to look at your school pictures from the 60s and 50s. You're not going to see many Hispanic people and children in the school system. I'm telling you.
So, man,
It was all south.
Out, y'all.
If you live in, and I'm not saying this in this type of racist way. I'm just saying that how we don't look at how people shift and how geography shifts based on wars and stuff like that. We act like that's unreal that people would leave because of war in the area. That's the first thing the women are gonna do is they're gonna go out of the way of danger. The men might stay and fight, but the women are gonna leave.
Hey, Jane, I'm about to clock out. But I enjoy the show. Yeah, I listen when I get. I'm gonna clock out though. Holla at y'all. All right,
appreciate it. Yeah, well, I guess Babylon Dunn, you came in, you didn't get a chance to speak, bro. So what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Pan African James?
What's happening?
Hey, is brother Reggie still on? Yeah, I just see his picture. Hey, what's going on, brother? Not much. Hey, brother Reggie, I had a question for you, bro. If you're still there.
I think he might be away from the computer. He might just because he hadn't spoken in about an hour or so he probably just got it on.
Yeah. Well, one thing earlier though, Pan African James, I don't know if you heard it, but when the brother had asked the question about the hinterlands, first of all, as far as Samurai go, unless that's some argument that I can't see within the whole symposium thing, unless that was some underlying argument and he was just making a slight point. When Son of Ryan mentions the hinterlands, it really has nothing to do with the word Kemet. or whether the Egyptians called themselves Kemet or Kimu or Kimitiyu. Just mentioning the hinterlands does nothing to resolve or dissolve. You see what I'm saying? To
Correct.
hurt that argument.
Correct.
So for them to dwell on hinterlands is once again like they dwelled on the word wood that he said. You see what I'm saying? None of these words have anything to do with the real argument, like wood and moreover and hinterland. Like it's getting ridiculous at this point. So, but I just want to introduce, not introduce, but just put my little perspective on it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
We have
That's a great point. I mean, really, really simple. Like, I mean, like they're talking about everything but the sentence, and then they're not talking about who was arguing, which was Abdullah and Diop. It wasn't Sonoran. Sonoran just agreed with Diop by saying that it meant black people and not Egyptians, because that's what the argument was.
Yes. So
they can't even get past that.
I agree. So when they say, I mean, when we say, like, what was I about to say? That, like, well, Sonoran says that Egypt means black, Egypt, Kemet, KMT. Let's say what he said, KM period T, Kemet and KM period U, and KM period NT. All three of these, he determines, means black, black people. Then Sonoran turns around and says that Kemet also means black land, KM.T. So this is important because
hold on, Babylon Don. Did he do that?
Yeah, in that right there, you could pull up the
black land too.
Yeah, you could pull up the thing.
That's crazy.
Hold on, I thought he just said that one sentence and it said that paragraph. I thought everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm tripping on. Like,
I thought
you must have kept reading.
Everything else is
No, we should pull it up and not talk about what we think, though. I really do think that.
No, I think that also. But what I'm saying is that
Can you pull it up, Babylon Don?
I really can't, Pan African James.
You can't?
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I have it in mind.
Yeah, you had it pulled up.
Yeah, do that, bro, so we don't have to argue about
Wait, but hold up. Are you going to talk about something outside of that sentence or paragraph? Is that what you're saying, Babylon? Because I think he
I'm going to stay right within that paragraph.
Yeah, I think he just got the screenshot of the paragraph. I don't think he had the full article, what he's trying to pull up. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know then.
Okay, bam, there it is.
Okay. I can't see that, but I'm trying to see what I can see.
Yeah, he do say the inhabitants of the black land, but that's in parentheses down at the bottom right there. Habitable parts of the black land. It says, what does that say? Okay, where is the sentence that we was scrutinizing? That's
like where it says Sonoran came in and said to Kemet and Kemetu. Yeah, that Kemet and Kemu.
But I do see where somebody saying, so it says the geographical, he says something about black land right there.
Hold on.
Yeah, but that first thing we was talking about, Pan African James, while he looked that up, what were we talking about now?
In regards to what?
When I first came on, the argument that I was telling you about.
Well, you said you wanted to talk to Brother Reggie.
Yeah, what was that? But we talked about it a little bit. What were we talking about?
Well, what we started talking about was Sonoran. That's what I thought we was talking about. Now,
what was the two things we were talking about Sonoran? I forgot. I'm trying to remember a point.
You were saying something about that it was arbitrary to bring up words like wood and the hinterland and stuff like that.
Thank you, Pan African James. What I want to say is, Pan African James, is while I got time, is that we have to know the difference between an endonym and an exonym, or what some people call a xenonym. An endonym means inner, means just that what people call themselves. And a xenonym is what people would have called them. You get it?
Right.
Okay. Now it's also what they would have called other people. So it's what they would have called themselves, what other people would have called them, and what they would have called other people. And this what they would have called other people point is what Sonoran is making, which is not an endonym nor a xenonym. So they had no reason to call other people the black people or say that that's the Black Planet. But Reggie made a good point. Brother Reggie Mabry made a good point earlier when he showed that I think it was Pepe One was in what we would call the hinterland in in Sudan, basically. And he was called Pepe, and they called him. He was dealing with the Black Bull and talking about Black Kim. So it was already down there with Pepe before what they talking about.
Well, you ain't gonna get no pushback from me, Babylon. Trust.
Yeah, I don't have that part of the paragraph saved on my phone.
Yeah, but yeah, we already know what it says. I damn near got it memorized. I just got the sentence memorized. Now that's part about the hinterland I fall off on. But I know he said to designate Black people, the Egyptians would have used the words Kemet, Kemu, but not Kemet to you. Now that's why I fall off after that particular part of the sentence. But at the same time, what only thing I think that how you could just pretty much solve that is find out if they have these words off in the text and what does the text mean off in the text. See, that's what he don't understand. So do we find the words Kemet to you, Kemet, Kemu, or Kemet to you in the text? And then if we do, what does it say when we find it off in the text? And the only reason they would be arguing about this because we found it in the text. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I argue. You see what I'm saying? Because when he said that to designate Black people, they would have, then what we want to do is say, well, did they? Do we find this in the text? And we see the brothers who can read it pulling this shit up in the text all day.
Well, see, I think one of the things that, there's, when the brother Chris was on here, me and him got a little bit into it, and me and Smash talked about it a little bit. But I think that one of the things that is hurting people, and I heard Smash talk about it today, I think a little bit, or yesterday, but the letter T. That T after the word Kim, because we know the word Kim means black. Is nobody denying that, right? The word Kim.
Not here, but yeah, it is. But go ahead.
Okay. So now KM would mean black. Now, if you add ER onto black, what you got? Blacker. If you add EST onto black, what you got? Black S. If you just add S onto black, what you got? Blacks. So this language is conjugating or working the same way. The letter T is acting as a suffix, but the suffix is complex because the suffix T could mean a lady. It could represent feminine because you see the two ladies, Neb T, that Brother Reg asked about earlier, the two powers, Neb T. So you have that, but you also have like Nefertiti, Queen T. You have that T. Then you have the T as in Ta, meaning land, not just lady, but land. That's why you got Cash Ta, Tush Ta, Kim Ta. But I'm saying maybe we should make the distinction between the T being feminine, like Nefertiti, and the Ta being land, like Kim Ta or Ta Seti or Sim Tawi. because we already say it that way. We say ta when we talking about land, and we usually say t when we talking about the lady. So then now we got the distinction between the t's, at least in English. So then you got lady, land, and then it could represent a loaf of bread.
Well,
And that's it.
you ain't got no pushback from me. I mean, like I said, I'm just learning. I was proud. I could do anything that I can do the little that I'm learning. So like I say, man, it's been a long show. I'm gonna close this down, bro. But I'm pretty sure somebody else probably live by now. And Reggie, he looked like he done bounced out and smashed too. So but yeah, man, like it ain't no pushback from me on anything you got going on, brother Babylon. I mean, I just be wanting me, you, and everybody else to try to at least be respectful when Smash give me the host, because like when y'all got to arguing, you know, that ain't good for nobody. You and brother, I think that was brother Eric, the brother that was on her early. Y'all got to kind of going back and forth. The last time I had to shut the show down. So we just want to try to calm that down, because, you know, we got detractors listening, you know, they'll be saying all kind of wild stuff. So, but, you know, we need to try to, man, I like some of the information you got. I'd love to see you do some presenting, you know.
I heard you say you was going to shut it down and just got up to come close it down. I appreciate
it.
Yes. What's up, Smash Rockwell?
Peace, what's up?
Yeah, so yeah, we can ready to shut it down. So if you want to go, you got some final words.
Hey, Smash, you here? Smash, I got one question just for you, just before you go. You know I always do. You know the Kim glyph? Now, you know the argument always been whether that's a charcoal with burning flames or whether that's an alligator skin with claws coming out. So you ain't got to do it now, Smash. I know you was doing your thing. I just wanted to run that by you and just have you touch on that for us later.
All right, we'll do.
Okay.
All right, appreciate
peace,
y'all.
everybody.
Peace.
Peace, y'all.
Peace. All right, thanks for watching. Be back tomorrow.